Yes, yes, brother.
This is where it all began. Just me, my best fucking mates, and the music. Nothing else mattered. Do you know what I mean? We just wanted to forget the real world. To us, and everyone else in that moment, this was the real world. A world where like-minded people would come together and get lost in music. We were part of a different generation. Peace, love, unity, and freedom of expression, that's all we cared about. Oh, and a shitload of drugs. Yeah, we were like a fucking tribe, man, ready to conquer the world. The revolution was here and no one was gonna stop us. Why? Because we live for the fucking weekend.
It's Saturday night, folks. Let's lift it up to the top. You know you never want to stop. Yeah.
Thanks for the birthday wishes.
Yes, yes, here we go. So what we all been up to then? Come on. What's happening? It's the weekend. What we all doing? Who's coming up? We got any people that want to come up on the panel? Let's have a gander. Yes, here we go. We'll lift it up to the bad boy floor. 1, 2, 3. Down and move it with me. We're going to make you move with the beat to the beat. So move on now. Here we go. Why? Why am I a nut job, man? Come on, let's lift it up to the top. Oh, come on, get your asses up. Let's chat. Let's do something. Woo! All right, okay, it's boring. It's not boring. I like it, but yeah, it reminds me of like being back in the old day in the 90s and going out clubbing at Wigan Pier and stuff like that. That's what it reminds me of. Come on, what are we all doing? What's going on? I need to go and get a cup of coffee. And come with me while I go and get a cup of coffee. Come on. Oh, who've we got now? Stu, Lynn's in the house. And we got Lorenzo here watching. We got 5 people watching. Oh, hang on. I mean, we did have somebody that was trying to join, but now they've disappeared again. Hang on. Give them a minute. Yeah, let's go make a cup of coffee, shall we? Come on. Well, I say make a cup of coffee. I've made coffee already. It's in the pot. Oh, I've got so much stuff from the storage unit. So much stuff I've got. So much stuff. I have to sort through it all. Loads of paperwork I need to go through as well. Like almost 10 years worth of paperwork dating back to 2016. Oh yeah, big bag of paperwork to sort out. Let's put you there, Steve. Oh, I think we need to top that up. Oh, excuse me. We got a new guy that's moved in as well now, so the house is full again now. Right, put some coffee in there. Some real coffee. I got Italian dark roast number 4. Dark and rich. Just how I like my men, dark and rich. Yeah, probably a lot more coffee than I should be putting in. Really, but it's such a like it is. Let's top that up. Did it yesterday. I put too much water in it, the coffee started spilling everywhere. I was like, no. So, save all my coffee beans, put them in a little cup there at the top. Right, do your magic. That's it. No, I've not moved into the flat yet because I haven't got it yet. That's fine. You can be a boring listener if you wish to, Lorenzo. That's fine. Oh, sorry, I got somebody backstage making coffee there. I was distracted. I do apologise.
Hello, folks. I was going to.
Good evening, sir.
You good?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Stressed out, mate, because of trying to get this flat and what have you. The council is just useless, mate. You know, even like the support. Well, you're in supported housing, like we're going to give you all the support you need. They fucking don't. I'll tell you that now for a fact.
How far away do
keep
you
up
reckon
with doing what they're supposed to do.
Will it be far away from where you're currently at, like with this flat, or will it be in the same area?
It's less than 2 miles away. It's half an hour walk. It's 25-minute walk from where I am right now.
That's not so bad then.
Yeah, I've done it on purpose. I've done it on purpose to keep here.
Yeah, I know.
The fucking bitch of the ex, well, the wife even. She's not been letting me see Betty this past near enough 2 weeks, man.
Oh, for fuck's sake! We haven't had any more shit off her boy, have you?
Yeah, she's playing games. She's playing games.
No, fuck that, man.
She's playing games, man. She knows it too. She's trying to mess with my head.
No, fucking hell.
But that's all right. Two can play that game. Watch what happens. Yeah.
Good luck in that.
Oh, it's a good job I'm a patient man, I tell you. She's ripped all my workshop down as well.
Oh, fucking hell.
In the garden.
You were saying she ripped your workshop down.
What Wi-Fi box is right there. That's what. Yeah, she's ripped on my workshop down here. I'll show you. I'll show you. Took a video of it when I went over there because I was meant to be seeing Betty in that. So show you the video from last Wednesday.
It is Wednesday, the 19th of March. I have just been to collect Betty after school, 4 o'clock club. Let me just have a look what time it is. It is 4:05 in the afternoon.
This is how I have to play shit now. This is what I have to do. Like.
No choice. She's gonna wait. I don't even think she's at the head.
What's he doing now? Why is it giving?
It's having a spack attack. It is. Fucking hell, man. Yeah,
it must be YouTube, mate, because it's not me. Literally, it says full signal on the Wi-Fi, and there's nothing wrong with the laptop because I've done it a reboot before I even started it. You know what I'm saying? So, right. Anyway, as we were.
Obviously, I'm going to turn up and ask.
Yeah, watch this though. Honestly, look at the state of the place, man.
You fucking hell. Oh, fuck's sake, man. Nah.
That's stuff out of the workshop, that. She's got a ring up now. Look, all the stuff that you can see over the wall. Look, you can see it sticking out. Watch this, though. Watch how much shit there is, man. Look how much fucking effort.
Shit's starting to be ripped down.
Fucking hell. Oh, that's fucking sad, that is. Fucking evil. Hey, Adrian. Reconnecting, hopefully. Oh, it's me again. Come on.
Taking the piss with this.
Well, I was just going to say to you, fucking hell, mate, that's fucking evil as fuck what she's done.
But it's all ripped down anyway, as you can see there. It's all down the side there. I'm on my phone now, so you know what I mean. Look, I don't know what's going on with that, but that's just having a hissy fit. Doesn't want to know. Look, keeps saying no, something's wrong. I've taken all the tabs down. There's nothing else on. It's literally just StreamYard going.
I've been on problems with YouTube for the past 3 days. It's been glitchy on the homepage and on other things as well. So I don't know, maybe something the side of the thing. I went to Newport today on the train. Oh my god, it was. Nah, I don't want to particularly go back there. It was minging. Just horrible fucking place. I went there to do a bit of shopping, like, and it was shit. You ever been to Newport Sab? No.
No, I don't think I have actually. Or if I have, I can't remember.
Cardiff? You ever been to Cardiff?
Yeah, I've been to Cardiff. Yeah.
No. It's like Cardiff, but more greyer and more concrete. And
Hey, Adrian.
dystopian is probably the best way of putting it. Yeah, it's a bit shit, to be honest. That's right. All I've got it. Look, Newport. That's exactly how I would say it is, to be honest.
Oh, and to answer Dan, right, I know what, like I said to you before, what she wants is she wants to just remove me from everything. See, that's still being a dickhead. Look, it's still frozen and everything. Look at it. Doesn't want to play. That does not want to play today. I've got to shut it down, turn it off, and reset it. Yeah, leave it. Get off. Shut down. Shut down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Hello, Daniel. Hello, Daniel. Hello, Daniel.
Try turning it on and off again. That's the one.
Yeah, so I've done. Turn it off. Let it have a fucking rest. Kids, Sue. Oh, hope he's all right. Oh, mate. But yeah, no, she's literally ripped it all down. The garden's a mess, an absolute fucking mess, the garden is. Yeah, it's just, I know, like I said, I know what she's up to. She's been, since day one, like, she's wanted to kind of just cut me out, like, as though I'd just disappear or something, like, do you know what I mean?
Rolly erasing you. I know what you mean. I know what you're saying.
Yeah. It's like that Gotcha song, like, you know what I mean? Somebody that I used to know, like that, like, you know what I mean? Just like, yeah, that it's like that song, man. She's like totally no. It's like, well, it's just unbelievable. Really, genuinely, it's unbelievable. I don't get it. I really don't fucking get it. That's her way of handling it all. Is just to cut me out, like as though I'm a cancerous wound. Do you know what I mean?
It's not long, man. It's not long.
It's fucking mental. That's all right. It's not going to look good for her when we go to court, is it? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's the thing, because your daughter's seeing it all happening in front of her eyes, you know what I mean? As well, like, you know?
Well, this is it, you see. I said to Betty that workshop is now hers. Yeah? So she's obviously gone back and said, no, Daddy said that's my workshop now. So now she's just ripped it all. And I know it was Deacon, actually. It wasn't her that did it. It was Deacon who did it. Oh, and we all know the fucking situation with him, like, so do you know what I mean? Yeah, we don't have to go into that. So it's being vindictive, mate. I think what they're thinking, what they're kind of thinking is, oh, this'll get him, like this'll upset him. But I'd already cut my losses with that, though. Do you know what I mean? It's like I already knew that was going to happen. I'm surprised that she hadn't had it pulled down sooner, to be honest with you. It's all right. I'll be ringing the council on Monday about the fucking environmental health and fucking saying there's rats there, and like there was. Like there is rats there anyway. Because she leaves the dog shit in the garden and all the rest of it. She doesn't clean up after the dog, or wasn't doing. So when I went picking the motorbike up, it was like fucking careful as you step. I couldn't fucking walk around the yard without fucking standing in dog shit. You know what I'm saying? How's Betty supposed to have a garden for summer when they've done that? It's dangerous now. Look at it. And that when I showed that, honestly, you should see the garden. The garden's just covered as though a bomb, like Sue said, it's as though a bomb's just been thrown in there and kaboom, and blown apart. Stephen in the house, Mr. Yemps.
All that fucking work and look really fucking tidy, and then that happens to it, like, you know what I mean?
Well, this is life. This is how life goes. Like I said, I cut my losses with it a long time ago, to be honest. A good few months ago, I cut my losses with that. You know what I mean? I was gutted, obviously, but, you know, it is what it is. Not meant to be. Glad I'm out of that relationship, to be honest with you, mate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
It's one of them. Done a very big learning curve with that.
Thing is, you know, life, shit happens, doesn't it? You know what I mean? That's the thing, you know? You just got to fucking brush yourself off and get on with it, like. Exactly right there. Well, same for me, mate. Been there.
It's wrong, Sue, and I'm not going to allow it. Watch, I'm not going to allow it. I've got right. So it is the situation with the 1-bedroom flat, which is only down the road anyway. Like I said, I really stuck to my guns on trying to get that as well, and it's really interesting how I've gone around doing it and what I've done to actually, because it's not the same anymore to try and get a fucking place, right? So I had to fill out this form, and it's from a company called Vouch, and it's basically so the landlord knows that he's got somebody there that's actually going to pay the rent over. Do you know what I mean? So on and so forth. So you go through it all. You have to prove your income and all the rest of it. You know, because Sab's Workshop is now a limited company. Literally. I've actually been able to put that down as kind of, you know, I'm self-employed and I've got a company and all the rest of this. You know what I mean? You can see it on the company's house and whatnot. I'm there, like, yeah. So, but anyway, so I've managed to pass most of the stuff. The two things that I got caught out with on the form, and it won't let you carry on the form unless you put the information in, or you know what I mean, or whatever, like, yeah. All right, so you have to put something in and then so on. Came to guarantor. It wants a guarantor.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Who am I going to get a fucking guarantor from? Like, who owns their own property and all this shit? Like, and I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway, so what I did was, listen to this. I put my housing officer down at the council at the town hall. I put his name down. I'll put his name down and I put his phone number and I put his email address in there, and it was like, yeah, sorted, right, we'll skip on to the next bit. And I was like, fucking brilliant, like, yeah. And the other thing I got caught out on was proof of where I lived previously, because like I said, she didn't have me on the tenancy, so she thought she had me with that. But I've been off today, and look, I've got a fucking massive bag of paperwork there and a massive bag of paperwork there. And a lot of this, even this, that dates back to 2016, 2015, that really did. So 10 years worth of paperwork I've got in them bags. Check that out. So obviously that shows that I moved into a place in about 2017. Right, so I've literally got letters, HMRC, I've got all sorts of official stuff in there to prove that I was actually at that address, like, yeah. So then I can go back and I can to and fro on Monday and actually get that sorted out. So the guarantor situation. Now listen to this. Oh, Rick's in the house. Hey up, Rick. So there's a little scheme that runs in the background with the council. So me doing what I did and putting the fucking housing officer's name down actually worked in my favour. Would you believe? I was just doing it as though, like, just fill that bit in and it'll fucking, you know, it'll get me on to the next bit, like, you know, one of them, like, yeah.
Yeah.
But as it happens, my support housing. So I got two. Obviously, the guy in the council who sits in the office in the town hall, his name's Stephen, and the guy who comes and sees me on a Monday and Friday, his name's Stuart. So Stuart actually kind of turned up on this Friday, yesterday, right? And he's yesterday, and sat with him, and I said to him, because the other thing, right, yeah, it's left me fucking broke, man, and I'm not even joking when I say that. I had 200 quid left in my bank, right? But that was to pay for the storage unit, you know, travel expenses, you know, money in my bank to keep me going for the next couple of 3 weeks, like, yeah. So I've got like 2 weeks or so until I get paid. You know, one of them.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's the same for me, mate. It's the same for me.
Right, so you know what I mean? I'm not just going to fucking squander all my cash, obviously. I'm trying to keep some money to one side. I had to put £174 down for a holding fee to show that I was serious. And I was like, well, do I get that back? Obviously, yeah. Do you know what I mean? And she said, well, if the landlord pulls out, you get that back refunded. Like, but if you don't, then if you pull out, then no, you don't get it back, sort of thing. And I'm like, well, I'm serious. I want the place. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, and I was like, so what happens to that holding fee once I've got the place? Because I can get the bond and I've got the like bond and rent sorted out, like, so to speak. I've got 2 months rent and a month's bond ready, like, you know, from the council and that. I've been very honest with them at the estate agents about my situation and what's going on. I've not lied to them, because I know if you lie to them, it's just going to catch up with you, and then it's going to bite you in the arse. You know what I mean? Yeah. So they know exactly what's going on. Anyway, that just goes towards, when I move in, they were like, no, that just goes towards the rent and that. And I was like, well, that don't fucking help me now for this next 2-3 weeks. Like, I'm fucking stuck now. I've got like fucking 20 quid left in the fucking bank to last me now. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I'm like, what the fuck? And anyway, I said this to the Stuart, my housing support guy, and I was like, listen, what's on Friday yesterday? And I was like, so I said, I put that money down myself. You said that you were going to fucking help me to do that. You said, as soon as you get it sorted, let us know. We'll have the funds ready for you. Right? Where have you been all week? Where have you fucking been? I've been messaging you since fucking Tuesday. And now you turn up on Friday. I was stressing about it on the Friday morning. I was like, mate, I need it today. I need it sorted out this morning. I've put them off for fucking 3 days already. It's going to look like I'm taking the piss if I don't sort it out today. He's like, oh, I'll see you at 2 o'clock. And I'm like, what? Do you know what I mean? So he would have left it until 2 o'clock in the afternoon to come and see me. And then he would have been like, oh, yeah, we have to apply for that. We'll probably get it sorted on Monday.
Yeah, you got that right, mate. You got that right. That's exactly what these people are like in the council.
Are you taking the piss, like? You know what I mean? Oh, stressful, man. It's proper stressful, this shit is. So I was like, no, mate, don't worry. Before you've even got here at 2 o'clock, I've paid that fucking money down. I've paid it out of my fucking pocket, out of what I've got left. Yeah? No, I've got nothing left. So are you going to help me out? Oh, we can get on to like the homeless people and that and see if they can help you out. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, we'll talk to Trudy. We'll talk to warming up the homeless. And I'm like, mate, I know Trudy Hampton personally. I have her personal fucking number. Well, I can speak to her. What the fuck would I need you to speak to her for when I can fucking speak to her myself? What part of me? I don't like begging for shit. It's not begging. It is begging though, isn't it? When I'm fucking asking for a handout. Man, what the fuck? Do you not understand who I am? Seriously, man. You know, I'll show you the text messages to prove it as well. Like, you know what I mean?
They just did have to do that. I understand this. Their way of thinking is quite moronic, to be honest.
It's backwards, mate. It's like, fucking what you doing? Like, I've sorted it. I've done all the legwork. I've filled out all the fucking forms. I've done your job for you in the space of you actually turning up. Like, so anyway, it kind of doing the guarantor thing, and I put the guy down as from the housing office. Kind of works out in my favour anyway, because they don't tell everybody this, and they've only done it for one person in the past fucking nearly a year, 8 months. They've only done it for one person previously in the past 8 months doing this, it's called a third-party guarantor scheme. Basically, the council can pay £900 for an insurance policy that covers you on your rent for a year. Makes sense?
Yeah.
So it's called a third-party guarantor scheme. And I was like, well, you can see I'm serious about it. And it's not even just me. As soon as I've got this one-bedroom flat, as soon as I've got it, I'll have Betty come and staying with me. So it's not just me, it's my kid as well. Everything I'm doing, it isn't just for me, it's for my kid.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm saying to him, because we've gone through all of this and we've gone to see if we can apply for it and all the rest of that kind of stuff. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it should get sorted out on Monday. But I'm not going to put all my eggs in one basket. So I've been looking elsewhere, other similar sort of price places and all the rest of that. See if I can get something else sorted out. But yeah, your man's like, before he's leaving, Stuart, he's like kind of, so yeah, if this falls through, we've got some lovely one-bedroom, single-room occupation places. I'm like, look at me now in the fucking eyes, Stuart. Look at me. If this doesn't go through and I can't get somewhere that's for me, solace and grace, I'll be gone, mate. And he's like, what do you mean? Like, said, if it wasn't for fucking me having Betty in the first place, you wouldn't have even met me. I'd be out in fucking France, or I'd be off and away helping other people around the country. Yeah. I'd be doing something fucking completely different. I'd be off and away, like, yeah. I'd be like living off grid on my piece of land and turning that into a fucking homestead. I'd be doing what I'm fucking doing, like, yeah. And he's like, okay. And I showed him as well everything about what I'm doing in other little things. I'm not going to talk about that here on YouTube because it's not YouTube. I'm not sharing that on YouTube, and we all know why as well, because there's vindictive, horrible people out here as well that like to mess things up for you. So yeah. So I've got other little plans that, you know what I mean? I was like, listen, this is, and I showed him exactly my other little plans and that, and he's like, fucking hell, actually, yeah, you're proper on it. And I was like, yes, I know. What makes you think that I actually need you other than me sorting a place out for me and my daughter? That's why I'm here, like, yeah. And he's like, all right, yeah. But what about a studio? Oh my, just fuck up, just go, just fucking leave me, just go, because you're fucking winding me up now. You just don't, you're not taking in what I'm actually saying to you. You're not listening to what I'm telling you. You've just got your own little box that you want to fucking tick off, and then that's that. You know what I mean? I'm being vigilant with him, mate. I'm like, no, I'm not putting up with your fucking shit. I'm not taking your fucking shared house, fucking single room, fucking shit. Like, no, it's not what I need. It's not what I want. Fuck off with it. Honestly, mate. Seriously. They just don't listen. You're just another number to them. You're just another fucking. Yeah, well, we help this man. Yeah.
Statistic, innit? They want to make you a statistic.
Mm.
So it looks good at the end of the year when they fucking have to show their work off. You know what I mean? That's what it's about. Like they don't genuinely give a fuck about anything, to be honest with you. Most council people. It's like that around you. Exactly the same around you with these people are.
And Mum's playing games with me with Betty, not letting me see her and that. So, because I said that she's not even replying to any of the messages, and you can see as well. We've used a certain app so the courts can read all the messages. Like, just one app. Just one app.
I was going to say, is that any of that going? Any of this? So she's not letting you see it, but is the court seeing that's happening? Like, okay, there you go. Well, she's digging herself a hole, isn't she, at the end of the day?
She is, and I've kept everything civil with her. I poured my heart out to her on there, and I fucking said, listen, you know I was a good husband. You know I was a good dad. You know I never did anything wrong. If anything, I helped you with your inhibitions. I helped you with your fucking nearly 40 grand's worth of debt that you brought to the table. I never done none of it. Do you know what I mean? I never. Yeah. What the fuck, like? Come on now. I said, if anything, can we not just be fucking friends? Just for Betty's sake. Can we not just be friends for Betty's sake? Seriously, what the hell? But no, she's just no answer. And you can see that it comes up like, you know, like you get the double tick when you send them it and you know they've read it. You know, like that, like, it shows that instantly. And I'm like, I know you've read it. Can you reply, please? No, nothing. No reply. So I messaged her like yesterday saying, right, on Wednesday saying, I'd like to see Betty on Saturday. I'll be at the end of the drive for 10 o'clock. She wasn't there, was she? She just wasn't there at all. Nobed was in there with his bike on the front. You know what I mean? But nobody else, like. Takes the piss, mate. But it's court ordered that I see Betty on a Wednesday and one day at the weekend. Well, if she's not going to play ball on a weekend, then I'm just going to have to see her at Wednesday, aren't I? I'm just going to have to turn up on Wednesday and take her out to school a little time, 10 minutes early or something like that. Like, do you know what I mean? That'll bugger her up, won't it? Then she'll have to fucking speak to me then, won't she?
Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, and I've got other little plans in order as well to actually go and see Betty, if that makes sense. Turning up at the school in the morning for when she gets dropped off. I'll be there on Monday morning, ready for her.
Just make sure she knows you're there. That's all it is, isn't it? You know.
That's all I can do. That's literally all I can do at the minute. Like, well, she's dicking about doing that. She's meant to be at club. She's taking her out of club. So I'm stood there waiting for all the kids coming out of club, like the after school club things. You get like, instead of coming out at 3:10, they come out at 4 o'clock. Do you know one of them? She's in the after school club for an hour. And so I've been turning up for that all the time.
That's just using your daughter as a weapon.
Exactly that. Exactly.
Weaponizing. It's weaponized. I seen it. My parents were guilty of that. I know that when they got divorced, when they split up, they were guilty of it. It happens in most divorces and relationship breakups and things. You know, when there's kids involved, it's wrong.
She thinks that she's going to get away with it, but I doubt she is. I doubt not in this day and age, mate. They don't stand for that in court anymore. They don't put up with it. No. They frown upon that really badly. Like, she's trying to, because she in court last time, she's trying to say that she wanted her mum. Oh, don't want him anywhere near me. Oh, it causes me stress and anxiety. It's like, what? Why? I'm like, what grounds do you have for me causing you stress and anxiety? You don't have any grounds for it, like, yeah. Anyway, and and her mum's been causing loads of trouble for me as well, like literally in the background. So I'm like, I don't want your mum doing the drop-offs for the contact. I don't want her doing it. I said, it's not even your mum doing the drop-off. It's you in the car. You're driving the car. Betty's in the car, and your mum's in the car. Your mum gets out the car, takes her out the car seat, and then says, "Off you go." Then that's not your mum doing drop-off. That's you doing drop-off, and your mum just getting her out the car. Like, what are you talking about? For God's sake, honest to God, man, it's just wrong on so many levels what she's doing. I know, but what do you do though? This is a typical scenario, like you said. She's trying to provoke me to make a reaction from me so she can use it against me. That's what she's trying to do.
Well, my parents were this, like I said, my mum used to say things to me like, "Oh, tell me," because my old man split up, he left my mum for another woman. It's different circumstances, though. You know what I mean? To yours, but I was only young. I remember my mum saying, "Tell me everything you know. Dig." She was going to dig for stuff. You know what I mean? Dig, just to cause fucking trouble, like, you know.
Yeah.
Tell me everything that's going on down there. I used to go down to Cardiff, like probably every 3 weeks or so on a weekend. Spend a weekend with my old man and his missus, like, you know. She used to say, "Fuck." I remember, and I used to. After a while, I got as you get older. When you're a kid, though, you cotton onto it. You just realise, you know, people are just fucking. Some people are really bitter at the end of the fucking day and really fucking coarse and nasty, like. Especially when it comes to that sort of a thing like this. You realise it as a kid, you realise it, and you just think to yourself, you get it then. You sort of realise, well, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to open my mouth. You know what I mean? I'm not going to. I remember going down there, and she used to say fucking horrible things to me, like things like, did you know when you go down there, you're sleeping on the settee, because I used to have a sofa bed downstairs in his house. Can you hear them doing things and all upstairs and things like that? You know what I mean? Really fucking horrible fucking shit. Like, that's one person I do not miss is my mum, to be honest with you. Fucking horrible she was.
Oh, if my mum was here, she wouldn't be standing for none of this. I tell you, she'd be putting grands. She'd be literally putting grands in my pocket to go and get it sorted out. And she would, mate. I know she would. I know for a fact she would. Yeah, it's hard work dealing with that, Tim. Yeah, I feel
it happens so you know, it just happens. Like I'm over all that, and I'm at an age now where I just look back and I just think, fucking, I'm glad I'm not like that. You know what I mean? I'm glad I'm glad at the end of the day. The other thing is my dad was, you know, he just didn't, he still looked after me. He still fucking helped me and things like that. You know, at the end of the fucking day, he made sure that he paid his maintenance and all the fucking rest of it. You know what I mean?
Oh, don't even get me going with that shit. I'll still pay maintenance for my fucking son. He's he's coming up 14 this year. Do you know what I mean?
But my old girl would have that maintenance money and she'd spend it on fucking bingo.
Yeah, that's what she does. She brags about spending the money on weed and shit, man.
I look back at it and I just think, fucking hell, I'm glad I ain't one like them two, like. Just, you know.
Fucking wrong, mate, I tell you. Well, to answer Ricky as well, that's a very kind offer of you, sir. But I'm here for my daughter, mate, at the end of the day. It doesn't matter. And if shit hits the fan, then I've got alternative plans, which is still in this area, they're still down the road, and I'll do what I need to do to be here and to see my daughter at the end of the day. Yeah, I will do. I'll be here, mate. So thanks for the offer, but I can't leave this place. I'm not going to leave this place. Seriously, I'm not. And plus, I'd need housing, and plus, I'd need, do you know what I mean? It's, oh, mate, I've got so much stuff here, like, unbelievable amount of stuff like I've got.
Still got all your tools and stuff of it. Yeah, you got all that out from it there. That's good.
£12 an hour? Can't afford me, Dan. Dodgy Spike in the house. Welcome. Here, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me invite guests. Copy the link. Copied. I'm on my phone as well, so how do I fucking chat on here? How do I chat? And post a comment. There we go. StreamYard. There we go. I've done it. Good evening, Spike. It's just hard work sometimes, you know what I mean? It's just hard work, man, and I just have to keep my cool. I have to bite my fist. I have to cry myself to sleep at night time and just wake up all refreshed and ready to fucking go. You know, one of them.
It'll get better. It'll get better, Sab. You know it will. I can see you know it as well. It'll get better. You're working at it. You're getting it fucking. You're going for it, like, so that's the main thing. You know?
I've got a perfect job, Daniel. I've got a perfect job. I'm the director of my own fucking limited company now, mate. So when I do work now, I can genuinely invoice people and all the rest of that. Like, I've even been and got my Monzo business account now, so I can do things properly.
Fucking hell, I might have to get a new bank, I think, soon. Fucking hell. Santander is shutting all their fucking banks, you know about that?
Yeah, and what's the other one now? The other one's shutting down as well. My dad was saying, oh, what's it called now? NatWest shutting loads of theirs down as well.
So, yeah.
Loads of banks are shutting down now, all across.
There'd be like one fucking cash point in town soon. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh, Barclays ain't even here no more in town, in my town. We had them here for like fucking good 40 years, something like that. Just gone. He's frozen. Yeah, Ali. Yeah. That's it. It's all about fucking cards now and plastic and that. It's same in all the shops now as well. It's all bloody gone to shit it has. Got literally like one person on a counter. You've got Tesco's here and there's one person on the counter all the time and that's it. And the rest is all, you know, card machines. Pay with your card bullshit like. Gold.
Yeah, she's up in Sheffield. She's been on one of my live streams before. You probably remember her from about a year or so ago. It was when I was doing on the Parascience. I don't know if you saw that.
I watched Steve on Nocturnal Frequency on I think he was on somebody else's channel, him and Alex. Did you see that the other night?
No.
It was quite good. I can't remember the name of the bloody channel. I've looked at it now. It was quite good though. He seemed quite at home and happy. I think it's that Michelle. I don't know whether you watch them now. Well, you haven't got time, I suppose.
Not really. I do watch some stuff, but just.
It's the 2 o'clock. It's being awake at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's the fucking problem, though, isn't it? On a weekday.
There we go. More comments. Oh, I've missed some comments. Right, let's read what was. Yeah, only post office left. Yeah, that's what it's getting like everywhere. There's no banks left. There's just post office. There's no banks in my town here as well. There's nothing. It used to be in NatWest here, and it's what used to be TSB, but no, they've been gone now a long time. I was watching something the other day, and they were saying that if you've got savings, take them out bit by bit, and then put them in a safe place in your room. Otherwise, they're coming for them. Yeah, that's right as well.
Fucking, I remember my first bank account was with Midland. You remember?
Oh yeah.
That's a long time ago.
Exactly that, Rick. That's what I keep saying to her as well. My messages, yeah, I'll read the messages I put to her today. Because obviously I've messaged her, and I'm keeping it kind of civil, though. Makes just a sense. You know what I mean?
Like a bank. God.
Do you know what, Ali? Yeah, that reminds me of a story. Who was it now? I got a friend of mine, and he was clearing out his mum's house. And on the bookshelf, she had 3 Bibles on one shelf. And he's like, hang on, why would you have 3 of the same Bibles in one shelf? And as he's opening the Bibles, money starts dropping out of the Bibles. It was like she was putting like £10 notes and £20 notes and £50 notes in between each page. There was grams and grams worth of fucking money stashed in these little Bibles in between the pages. It's like, wow.
That's cool.
You could borrow my interweb. No, mate, you can keep your interwebs, mate. You got a shocking service of interwebs you have, bro. You can keep it. I think it's the laptop just having a dicky fit, to be honest with you. It's been on constant all day, so you know what I mean? It's one of them. It needed switching off and turning back on again. We'll turn it back on again now, look. There we go. Oh, look, Mick Spanner in the house on my laptop. We got Night Terror TV on my laptop here. We did have Secret Vault sticker, but it ripped off when I was putting it in and out the bloody case thing, so I'll have to put a new one of them on and then laminate it on. And good evening, sir. How are we doing, Stephen? Not spoke to you all day. I usually chat with Stephen on the daily, but I haven't spoke to him all day today, so.
Get up here, Steve.
Right, let's see what it's doing. Okay, seems a bit better now. Cooled down a bit now. Yeah, it's cooled down now. It's stopped being so hot. You know what it's like. Right, it's going to echo a little bit as we go. Put that over there. That's better, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's that noise? You got like a helicopter noise in the background too.
No.
Yeah, I can hear it. Mute your camera, mute your thing. Give a second.
Might be, I don't know. Might be the mic. So I'm using a crappy little camera on my PC. Hang on.
Yep, definitely you. Right, let's come out of this. Hang on a minute, Rick. Let me just take that off. Yeah, because that's working again now properly. Right, so let's go back to the video where I was.
Reduce mic background noise. There we go. Is that better?
Yeah, that's a bit better. Shed starting to be ripped down. Look at that. And pulled out by the looks of it. I'll go around the back and I have a look in the back garden in a second as well. Watch this. No answer at the door, see? The dog's out the back, so somebody's in. His bike is on the front there, so that means he's in the house. The drug dealing son is who I'm talking about, yeah. I walk over into next door's garden, so I'm not walking in our garden. All gone.
Fucking hell.
Fuck me.
That's another big mess. Stace of it.
What is that? Holy shit, that?
Yeah, that's my workshop, man. Wow.
Yeah.
That's workshop.
Fucking hell.
Shows you how much material I put in that.
Speechless, man. Fucking.
Yeah, but this is what happens sometimes with fucking relationships when they break up and all that. And you know what I mean? Some women and men as well, both of them. You know what I mean? I don't know the situation, so I'm not really gonna. I'm not saying fuck all about it, but I do know one thing, that sometimes when things go bad, man, fucking hell, it can go bad. Go bad in a fucking bad way.
Watch this. I'm going to zoom in on that now in a second. Watch this.
It's just a big mess now.
Ready? Here we go. Let's zoom in on that garden. Watch this. That's where the workshop was, guys.
Pile of mess now.
Look at the state of it.
Fucking mess. It looks like a fucking disaster.
It does, doesn't it? That's what I mean. They haven't even done it properly. I mean, I wouldn't mind if she had a skip there ready to throw it all into. Do you know what I mean? I don't think they understood how much I'd put into that, because I hadn't done just one wall. I'd done fucking 3 skins of wall, mate. I'd done like an outside wall, insulation, and then OSB boarded it all out, and then insulation, and then I fucking panelled it all with the literally, what was it, 70 odd pallets of wood, like, do you know what I mean? Like, you can imagine how much fucking pallet wood I ripped down, and 6 months it took me to build that, man. Seriously, bro.
So what's the plan for getting rid of all that stuff then?
I'll have to ring the environmental health on Monday, won't I?
Fucking hell, man. Well, it's like a fucking bomb site.
It does, doesn't it? And she's got children there, and she's got a dog roaming around in there and all the rest of it. It's not safe, mate. It's not cool. It's not safe. There's rats and all the rest of it there because she doesn't clean the dog shit up. I'm just going to report it on Monday, and then she's going to have to fork out for it to be fucking all moved again. And that begs another question as well. Because if she's in debt and she can't get credit anymore, right, because she's in so much debt, she's saying that she's financially struggling. That's what she said in court last time, that she's financially struggling and all the rest of this. Where's the money coming from to sort all this shit out? Where's the money coming from for a barrister in court last time? Where's that money coming from? From her fucking drug dealing son is where it's fucking coming from. I'll tell you right now. So next time we're in court, I'm going to actually point out and say, can she prove where that money's coming from?
Is it a council like that, Sal?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm not trying to be thingy here now, but in situations like that, does the can she not get onto the council and like kind of request that they get rid of all that shit?
They still charge you for it.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how it works down there, but I know at this end, if there's people who've got like, I don't know, fucking couches or beds and shit, what they want to get rid of.
They charge you an arm and a fucking leg here, mate. They charge you an arm and a leg down here.
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't like to say on the volume of what it is, what's going on, but I know up here, if you've got like a few, you could have a few fucking wardrobes or a bed, an old couch or something, and if you get in touch with council, they will do that stuff. I mean, I've never actually been personally involved with it, but I know that it does happen. But anyway, fuck it, Sab. Don't let anything like that. Well, I mean, you can do whatever you want. I don't want to try. I'm not trying to tell you what to do or anything, but I like it, man. I fucking love you. I think you're sorry and whatnot.
This is what I'm saying. That she's.
Don't let it fucking stress you.
They're trying to be vindictive. They're trying to be vindictive, and they're trying to poke the tiger. I know exactly what they're doing. They're trying to get a reaction out of me.
Yeah, you just go forward. You just move forward with your own life.
Exactly. I've already cut that out. I'd already cut it as a bad loss. I got all my tools out. Like Adrian was having a mad fucking panic attack about it. What about all your stuff inside the workshop? And I was like, don't worry, I'm fucking getting it. So that's what I did. I turned up on a Monday when she was at work, and I spent all day. I spent 7 hours, mate, bagging up and getting all my stuff out the workshop. And I got pretty much most of it, not all of it, but most of it I got out of there. All the stuff I need to get. Do you know what I'm saying? Mate, this is what I'm saying, look, right? You wouldn't even realise
But look, yeah, I literally fucking went on a mission, man, and I got a cupboard downstairs and I filled it. The cupboard's like filled up with stuff as well, like, yeah. And I got the storage unit full of stuff as well. And I got loads of stuff up at the farm as well, man. I got loads of stuff left over. Like, trust me, I'm ready to set up shop again. Like, do you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, that's all you can do, sir.
I need to sort this flat out first.
Whatever's anything. Sorry, I think I'm interrupting, but it keeps stalling a little bit.
Go on.
I've never do anything what you're going through now, ever. But I've been through loads of other fucking stuff. And also is, when you go in your life, it's simple stuff. Don't focus on the negatives. Focus on the positives. Focus on yourself. Go forward for your own stuff. And everything else, when you're doing it, will all just fall back into place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, mate. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm saying. They think they're trying to get out of doing this.
I know that we don't know, and I know that we don't know each other really well, but I do know this, and I've been listening to you and watching for like years now, and you've been all over the fucking show, so nothing is going to keep that down. It's just something that fucking trips you up. Nothing will keep them, man. Not all over fucking stuff. You.
Yeah, man, that's it.
Before, when who was it before? He was saying what you need. Who was it? I think it was Joel saying what you do and sound the other. It's all right. Everybody else telling you what they think you should do. They don't fucking know, but they're not living in your shoes. They're not living your fucking life. And at the end of the day, people on fucking YouTube or whatever, they're just rocking fucking bullshit. Not really important. Just your life, your family, moving forward, and even if things not looking proper at the minute right now, it's just a matter of time until something starts happening. And like we were saying about things then, we've been cut. I've never had to go through shit like that. I praise the fucking Lord or whatever you say. I've never been put through that. I know lots of people what they always seem like everything's against the man, kids involved and stuff. But when you keep in records, you start looking at what you're doing, you know, whether going to school or just checking up at school, making sure how she doing, what's going on, is she on time, is she clean, whatever, and you keep a log of that. The school is already around people a lot. These things. So then when you do go to court, you know what I mean, I've left everything, well, it's never actually, but I've got a real good friend who has, and he went through all this, man. He fucking challenged everything. He was on top of everything, and they ended up
we lost him. No, but yeah, I know what you're saying, mate, and that's what I'm doing as well, to be honest. I'm sticking to it. I've been up to the school. I've spoken to the head teacher's assistant, etc. He knows me very well. Like, you know what I mean? You've all seen it. Like, I'd take Betty. I used to be the main carer for the fucking children in the house because she was working all the time. I'm going to university for a fucking degree in that. Like, so they know me pretty well. I've been to the school this week, like multiple times this week, and I've been like, she's playing games with me. She's not letting me see Betty. He's pulled me to one side and said, like, listen, this is what you need to do to like sort it out. You know what I mean? So yeah, I've been doing everything like that. I've been sticking to it. I've been going up to the school. I've been seeing the teacher's assistant and whatnot. Do you know what I mean? The guy, Mr. Shelby, who knows me, like, yeah. See, that's the thing, Ricky.
No,
school.
The thing went off then when I was just trying to say what I was saying. Because my signal's fucking shit. But we're not living in the fucking 70s anymore. We're not living in the fucking 70s anymore. Where everything was fucking pretty hard nowadays. I'm not saying this because I'm just saying, bad situations when people like they're doing fucking browning and they can do whatever. I mean, that's why there's people, dads swinging off fucking, I don't know, black people fucking dress up in Batman outfits like ads, this for dads or whatever. It's not like that anymore. Things have moved forward. So as long as you're doing everything right, Sam, for yourself and everything, I'm telling you, you might be going through a fucking patch, but it'll all work out in the wash, man.
Bro, I've built a life here. This is what I'm saying. I've built a life here. All the neighbours and whatnot know me. They've all seen what a good dad I am. People who fucking there's loads of people who actually they've seen everything I'm doing. Like the school have seen what I'm doing. I've got neighbours here. Right, there's a guy I bumped into today, right? Yeah, he met me when I first came down here. Literally, like I was 2 years living here. So what? Nearly fucking 12 years ago. He owns a coffee shop in Old Town in Hastings, right? Yeah. And even back then, I helped him because there was a guy in the house where I was living at, and there was an occasion where he threw the empty dishwasher out of the window, and it landed all over Andrew, like, yeah. And Andrew was going into the back of the shop, and I was like, right, we're going to make a fucking thing. We're going to get rid of him, like, yeah. Ian, his name was. And we did. Within a week, mate, I put in complaints, told him that he was doing this. He's running. Mate, he was running up and down the house naked and shit like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, being a fucking, one of them, like, he was mental, mate. He was absolutely mental. We got him out of the place. Within a week, mate, we put a petition in. All the neighbours, everybody, we put a petition. And so Andrew was like, I owe you one, Sab. You know what I mean? 12 years. I've never pestered him, never asked him for anything. Told him my story today. He's like, oh my fucking God. Told him I sorted out business. I've been doing this, I've been doing that. And he's like, fair play to you, lad. Do you know what I mean? And I was like, and he's like, can I help you? Is there anything I can help you with? Do you need money? Do you know what I mean? And I'm like, no, I'll tell you what you can do. Here's my business card. If you want any work doing, let me know and I'll do some work for you. Do you know what I mean? And he's like, well, yeah, I need some work doing as it happens. And he lives just down, literally just here, 5-minute walk away, like, yeah. So he's seen me with little and all.
When I was saying that to you earlier on,
but he's
about, I wasn't saying it. I knew what your answer would be. All I was saying was, if you find yourself back up north for some fucking bizarre bastard reason, I'll fucking sort your job out. I'll give you a job tomorrow. And that's not me, because people don't, on here, they don't know fuck all. All they see me as is someone who gets pissed, takes my clothes off, acts the fucking prick, but you don't see anything else what goes on. This is just like what I do, just because I'm fucking bored or something.
Just to let you
don't see anything. You don't see what I do. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to make it out that I'm anything, but if you're ever fucked up, I can help you out, man. I can help you out. It's not like I'm not gonna start. I could help you out with a few quid or something, but I'm not one for sending fucking dollar all over show, because it's all bullshit. And the fool and his money are easily fucking parted. But I could do a lot of other things.
I know, mate.
And I mean that sincerely.
You know, I have a bigger perspective on. Do you know what I mean? I don't just think what this is as well. You know, I have a bigger perspective on what people. You know what I mean? Yeah. We've got a bigger life that we lead on the outside of here. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, just look around here now, and I don't mean to try and change the subject or fuck all, but I just see things in black and white. Just look here now, with the people. I don't know the new person who's dropped in. I don't know. But just with us three, this one here, fucking crazy cunt. But just with us three, where people have had relationships, I don't mean relationships, I mean where you're talking to people on this fucking thing, and look how many times people end up falling out.
Yeah,
when they all thought that they were so good fucking friends to start off with. Yeah, and it's bullshit, man.
I know.
It's bollocks.
I've been the mediator for the past 2 weeks. Have you not noticed, Rick? I've been going around and it's like people were taking the piss out of Joe on Crazy John's channel, and they were having sly digs about the links, and I stepped in and I was like, oi, Joe's going for a bit of fucking shit at the minute. Can we just stop with the sly digs and that? He needs a bit of support. It's different.
because these people are fucking, some of these people are so fucking shallow that all they've got to do is, I mean, don't get me wrong, I had a right go one time at Finger. What's his name, him now? Hang on a minute. What's his fucking name? I can't remember his name, but he was just moaning all the fucking time. You know what I mean? In with bald head. You know what I mean, Tim? Because you mentioned it about how I was giving him so much of a fucking hard time.
What's his fucking name?
Nocturnal frequencies or something.
Talking about bitchiness, check my avatar
What's
out.
his name? This is what I mean again. You know what I mean? Everybody are friendly at first, but then sooner or later, people start falling out for fuck all. And I never put myself in a position to fall out with anyone because I couldn't give a fuck about the situation in the first place. I'm here. I don't know you from fucking Adam.
Yeah.
I'm just here because I like listening to you talking or whatever. But when everybody starts bitching and, you know what I mean, like the thing what was said about, I don't know what the fucking beef has gone on with in different individuals. And I'm not really arsed because what does it fucking matter?
Yeah.
I've got a fucking shitload going on in my life rather than worrying about why Tim might be fell out with fucking Barry or Barry's got a problem with you because Tim's on or fucking and Joe won't let you on because there's something where it's all a load of fucking shite.
So right on this note, let me
it's like watching a fucking episode of Coronation Street. Right.
Shush Tim. Let me introduce Joe because what you guys don't know is this woman right here has known me since I lived in Stoke-on-Trent. She's known me for 20 fucking years, mate. We have been. This is like the life I had before I moved to fucking Hastings, like 15 or 14 years ago.
I've known Sab decades over. I was thinking about it earlier after I spoke to you. It's over 20 years.
22 years this woman's known me for.
Yeah. Sab is one of my longest established relationships as an adult that I've still got from way back when.
Yeah.
And generally speaking,
we've been chatting about this. We were saying, Rick, most of the groups that we used to hang around in, you know, smoking weed and taking drugs and fucking being off your head and all that kind of, you know, just living for the weekend and fuck all else. Like, that's pretty much what it was like. Some of the stories. And, you know, when I've told you all the stories that I've told you about previously living in Stoke-on-Trent, this woman can fucking back me up on as well. Like,
well, this is a different thing. This is a different thing because you've got your friend Joe who's underneath you, who you know outside of the realm of fucking YouTube.
Exactly that. Yeah,
you get the meaning?
Yeah.
It's when I mean, I have had a bit of. I'm not going to say words. It was on that fucking Discord, and I've never started no shit, me. But when people start going on about just because I had a picture of my fucking dick out when I was working in Germany, it caused a load of fucking bother. And then people are going on about shagging me fucking mum and this, that, over and wanting to argue and stuff. So obviously I'm going to have a little pot back, like, but I'm not arguing. I'm just you look like a right fucking dickhead. You know what I mean?
So
I'm not going to go into the names because there's no fucking point. But you know what I mean? All I'm saying is like, Luke, instead of acting like a fucking child just because of a picture I put up, fuck me. I was spinning my fucking dick round on your channel fucking a week ago or whatever it was. It doesn't mean fuck all.
You missed it. My birthday.
What it is, things just upset people. But things just upset people because I don't know why. If you don't like it, then you don't like it. But you don't have to start going on about shagging my fucking mum and all this kind of stuff to try and put me down. Because you'll never put me down. You're just making yourself look like a right cunt.
Well, that's what, hey, Joe, this is what we're saying, right? This is what we're talking about. Because so Tim's story, let me explain Tim's story. Like, even Rick as well. Rick's seen this happen as well. Rick's been part of the cruise for what, nearly 5 years now. I've been streaming with you all.
Knocking on a bit now, man.
Yeah. So, and Tim's been part of the crew since I started streaming about 5 years ago with this massive group. You can see there's 10 people watching. There's a few people over in chat. Well, there was 10 people watching, and so it's built up. It's, you know, we've got these little groups and we've got these little subsidiaries and like loads of other live streams that goes on around the world, etc. Like, and we're all interconnected.
Just let me interrupt just quickly. You know, one of the biggest problems on here is what I see. Because if someone's got a problem with you, this is why I got fucked off Barry's Discord. Because a few people have got a bit of an issue with something you might, and they don't agree. And half the time, I'm saying things why I always said, don't take me serious because it's a fucking virtual world kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But then, if you was to say, Sab, I don't like Ricky anymore, me. Then other people feel that they have to say, well, I don't like Ricky because I still want to stay friends with Sab. I couldn't give a flying fuck, me. When people start falling out with each other, I couldn't give a fuck what they fall out about. If I want to, you know, if I want to say all right to you, I want to say all right to whoever, I can do whatever the fucking hell I want.
Situation with Tim and Joe about 2-3 weeks ago. How long ago was that? A month ago now, ish. We'll call it. Was it 3 weeks?
I would have thought that like, you know, that a certain person would have got over all that shit by now, you know.
Exactly.
And all the rest of it. I got over it. And I was
Tim was ostracized out of the group, and he was basically he was shunned from one end, and then the other end that actually had him there, they fucked him off as well. Like, Tim ended up in hospital. He was sat in hospital for a few months, like, yeah. He lost everything, the dogs, the pigeon.
That's health.
So can I just ask you this then? Is this
he lost all that.
Is this because of the reason Joe said that you couldn't go up on the live that night?
And it took literally me, little old me, to be like, hey, Tim, you want a spanner for the chat, mate? Get your ass back in here. This is your second, this is like, everyone deserves a fucking second chance, do they not? Right?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? That's what I said. Everyone.
Yeah, but I can't understand why people are falling out in the fucking first place.
Don't fuck it up, Tim, because this is your second chance, and don't fuck it up because otherwise you will just get kind of like, you know what I mean, ostracized. And he knows
this thing with social media. I do a lot of live streaming over on TikTok with like family groups, and because like I blog about substance abuse disorder, drug addiction, funnily enough. And amongst many other very contentious topics, some of my videos will have tens of thousands of views, some will have a few hundred. But some of the comments on there, you have got to have skin thicker than a rhino's horse and don't take on the crows. Ignore them. Fuck what they say. Some of the stuff they say about me is disgusting. It is. And they'll come for my gender, they'll come for my race, they'll come for my religion, they'll come for anything and everything, thinking they know all about me because they see this much of my life on social media.
Exactly.
10% of it, but they think they see 90% of it.
It's not even 10%, Joe. It's not even 10%, Joe. It's fucking
very small percentage, indeed.
Well,
like Sab said, he's known me over 20 years now.
All that they want to do, Joe. I mean, man's from starting, so I'm interrupting and everything, but people jump on these little clicks where, because someone falls out with someone, then you're expected to fall out with them. And I think it's all fucking childish as fuck.
They're all faceless. They're all faceless. They're all nameless. They've got no content, next to no followers, next to no following, no real fucking name. Anyone would think it's a bot, but it's not. With most of the comments, do you get what? And this,
I don't get any followers, and I don't really give a fuck.
No, I don't.
I'm not asked about subs. I'm not asked about anything.
If anybody gives you shit on social media, just carry on with what you're doing on social media and fuck me.
Here's an analogy for you, Joe. I said this one about 2 weeks ago, so this is my analogy on that right there. This massive thing that we're in right now called YouTube is like a big pond, right? And we've all got our own little lily pads, unless it's like Sab's workshop is a lily pads, like Tim has got his own. We've all got our own little lily pads that we tip on in this pond. Now you're obviously in this pond, you're gonna get snakes, you're gonna get fucking frogs, you're gonna get all sorts in this pond because that's what it's all about, like, yeah. And every now and then you're gonna get a little frog that jumps up on your fucking lily pad and starts going rabbit, 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 rabbit. Yeah, and even sometimes they won't even come onto your lily pad. They'll sit in the water right next to you, just with a little mouth out the water.
Hanging on the fucking leaf, Try and upset your boat.
That's the analogy, like that's what I put it down to. Yeah. Maybe sometimes you'll kick them off your little lily pad, and they'll go off swimming off somewhere else, and they'll go sit on somebody else in the lily pad. You know what I mean?
It's also about they are jealous that you are doing what you enjoy. and they can't fucking find the balls to do what they enjoy. And as long as you're not hurting anybody and everybody's consenting, then what you enjoy is for you. And they ain't got the balls to find that in themselves, whereas you found it and they don't like it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's how it's right, Daniel. Social media has brought out the absolute worst in some people. Some people, I was saying to a mate today, some of the comments, she was looking on some of my videos, and I said to her, to be on social media, you should have to verify your identity. You know, like whether it's your NI number, your NHS, that number we all have several of them. They're never going to change like your date of birth, are they? Do you get whether it's your driving license, whatever, photographic ID should be uploaded to verify your account.
I've verified my YouTube channel, so I've got the tick up next to my name on YouTube. Do you know what I mean? I've done all the verification in that.
Yeah.
TikTok,
for example, I'm verified.
Let me explain what Stephen's talking about here. So I've been chatting with Stephen on like WhatsApp and whatnot, right, recently over the past few weeks. You know what I mean? Quite good friends and that, like, yeah. And I had a dream about a week ago, and it was a proper vivid dream as well. You know, one of them ones, like, yeah. And I woke up like, that was a dream. But I had a dream that fucking Stephen he was a ghost, and I'd been having a paranoid schizophrenic moment where I'd been believing that I've been chatting to somebody on WhatsApp, but I wasn't actually chatting to it. And I went in my dream, I went and checked my WhatsApp, and I was like, "Oh, I'll give Stephen," and then it's like, there is no Stephen in here. What's going on? Like, I was like, oh, it was all just a figment of imagination. Fucking mental it was. Like, so I told him like the day after.
But yeah, if anybody gives you shit on social media, just keep scrolling, because the way you can look at it as well is actually doing you a favour. They're increasing your analytics, and this is YouTube, Snapchat, whichever platform. You're more likely to come up in the FYP. I'm a bugger. I can spend days on YouTube. My telly very rarely goes on. I don't necessarily watch, but I listen to a lot of stuff. So if they're commenting, it just puts you on the FYP. They're absolute fucking idiots. They're doing you a favour without realising what they're doing. They're boosting your content.
Same with the likes and the dislikes.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Exactly that.
They've got sad lives and bored thumbs. So that's up to Wi-Fi.
I think he's changing over to his phone.
All right.
It's done it to me again. It's done it to me again. Look, something went wrong. I'm like, fuck you, you bastard.
Have you got a range extender?
Fucking Wi-Fi's there. Look, it's literally there. It doesn't need extended. It's there in my room. It's like 2 meters away from me.
We live like troglodytes in this country for Wi-Fi signal near big train stations, dead spots in fucking city centres. You go to college buildings, government buildings, massive office buildings, and your Wi-Fi signal evaporates. No signal on your actual normal phone. It's like we're fucking troglodytes.
But yeah, keyboard warriors, I do fuck with them. Mate, I had a keyboard warrior having a dig at me fucking couple of weeks ago when I was over at the allotment about 3 weeks ago, and I was sleeping in that fucking shipping container at the allotment. Some guy was like, just H or whatever his name was, like, yeah, starts leaving, and I'm not joking, he left me about 30 comments on 2 different videos. He's like, look at you. You look like you're a crackhead. Oh, I'm reporting you and all of this. Like, yeah, I'm going to report you for doing the work that you've done. I'm like, fucking do it. I've already declared the fucking money through my self-employment. I've done that already, you dickhead. Like, I've done it. I'm above board with everything I do. Like, so you go and report it. You go and boast to the job centre that I'm doing really good for myself, basically. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Cheers, bro. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, you do you, bro. And then it got to a point where he was leaving such vindictive comments and all the rest of this that I was like, I reported it all as harassment and bullying, right? Yeah. And then he starts having a kick off about, oh, why are you deleting all my stuff and all the rest of it? And I just literally all I started repeating. That's when I came up with the analogy of the pond. So all I kept repeating then was every comment he made. I just replied, ribbit.
Sometimes
another comment, ribbit.
Yeah, I leave comments, but other comments, if they go too far, I will get rid of it. Do you get where I'm coming from? Because it's not just me who's going to see those comments, it's other people as well. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
And I've got thick skin, not everybody else. Some people on social media, because it trolls, will go and do. And that's what it amounts to, unfortunately.
See if this one works, Ricky. There you go.
But yeah. I just rise above it, man. You know what I'm like, Joe. You know what I mean? What like you say, walk up the back with
fail to post.
I tend to mock them, I do. But I have been known to give it all this on videos, because over on TikTok, you've got to be careful. So it's like, go fuck yourselves. I can get away with more on YouTube than I can over on like Facebook and what have you.
But no, I'm doing okay anyway. I'm still sorting my stuff out. I'm still plodding on. I'm getting shit sorted out. I got the flat and whatever. Yeah. Luckily, I had the money there to actually put down for the holding fee and everything. Do you know what I mean? So hopefully, come Monday, I should be able to sort it out. And actually, once I move into that, then I'll be able to start traveling up and down the country again. Do you know, I'm doing what I need to do, going visiting people.
Yeah,
I can't
like
do that here.
Earlier, you're always welcome here.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. I will come and visit you, but I just need to fucking sort myself out here first.
No,
you know what I mean?
pressure, Sab. Do what you need to do. Just know the offer is always there. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, thank you. I'll come and see you. I'll come and visit you.
And I've got a 20-foot back garden. Big enough for tents, big enough for it's got a patio. I'll send you some videos in daylight tomorrow when it's stopped pissing down.
Right, Sab's Workshop 3.0 is being built in Joe's garden. Here we go.
I've got a 3 meter wide drive.
And if the signal goes again, I'm not fucking trying again.
All
It's
right,
big enough for a Mercedes Sprinter van.
Have you got a spare room, Joe?
No, but I have got space and I will make space. If you ever turn up, Sab, don't you worry, there's space, mate. There will always be space. You'd love my garden because I'm a semi.
Here's one for you, Joe. Here's one for you. There was an event on last year, and the year before, actually. I didn't manage to go to it the year before, but last year I was able to go to it, and it's called Urbageddon. You see a lot of like the explorers and
I've always looked at them and thought they look really interesting, to be fair.
Well, there's an event and there was like 200 odd people turned up to that one. I went to it, so I've actually met a few people like Daniel there. You see Daniel's comment there. You see, I've met Daniel. I've actually met Daniel Ullock in real life. We've had we've had a pint together, so to speak. It's like brilliant. So not just that, but like this YouTube, we do actually have certain events around the country every now and then where people can meet up and all the rest of it. So I managed to. Well, that's when she did what she did to me. Is when I was up there, and the fucking bitch of all times for me. The first time I've been out in 5 years. That first time I've been out in 5 years, Joe. Seriously, I hadn't been out to a pub, not a club, nothing like for 5 years. The first
Every time I have spoken to you for years, you were, and this is absolutely no disrespect, because it's a brilliant thing being a house husband, housewife. It's a lot of unpaid labour. But you always had kids with you. I never heard you say, I went for a pint with lads last night. Or I went to theatre to see some 80-year-old guy talking about frost nip on his nuts. Yes, I was listening to that in the theatre, done. What's he called? Rand Fines. He got frost nip, like frostbite in the Arctic on his balls in the 80s. He's right up your street, to be fair, Sab. But you always you never had your own life. There was no self-care involved.
I didn't mind, to be honest with you. It's what I wanted. It's what I wanted for so long. Do you know what I mean? Having family life and being at home. Yeah. But yeah, she did it, and literally what she did was she waited until the Saturday afternoon when it was like midway through the fucking event, and 4 o'clock she sent me the text message like saying "Don't come back" and all the rest of this. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you actually for real here or what? Dan's talking about fucking X here. I think it's a war zone. I feel my brain cells die slowly and painfully. He doesn't like X. I don't do X either, though. I haven't even got an account for it. I genuinely don't have an account for it. Or Instagram. I don't have an account for Instagram anymore, I don't think.
So I've deleted my X, formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah.
I've got big issues with that platform. I'm not resting.
TikTok, I don't have an account for TikTok, or if I do, I don't use it. Do you know what I mean? I don't remember.
No, you've never popped up, not even in my suggested contacts on friend. It comes to add people.
Yeah. No, I don't have it. YouTube has been my thing, man. That's all I've used is YouTube. That's all I've done is this, like, so you know what I mean? This is enough. I think this is enough, like.
Yeah, it's one
Same
of
as me, Saf. I don't do all the other fucking things.
Yeah, no point.
Just do this one.
Man. It's just distractions. That's all it is. You know what I mean? It's just more distractions in life. It takes you away from what you're meant to be doing. Why is my laptop having a dicky fit? What's going on?
You've got to be careful with social media. It has its downfalls.
That's what I was trying to say, mate.
It does, all of them.
People get...
Again. I think his signal's playing up.
Yeah.
I know.
Lost him.
At least it's not like frozen out like I do with my tongue hanging out my mouth or something. That's what usually happens when I freeze and I've got my gobble and I look like a right dick.
All do. We all do.
Have you got something you can perch your phone up on so you don't have to move your phone? Oh no, you won't be able to hear me spinning.
There's a delay in that, isn't there? Look at that delay in that.
Yeah, there is.
It's like there's two of me. Look, no, there's two of me.
You've got a twin tap.
Chatterbait. Oh my God, Stephen.
Get up here, Stephen. Why are you sat in the chat?
Because his internet's crap and his microphone's not working.
Excuses.
See, when Daniel saw me that day, I knew something was going to kick off. I knew something was going to go down that day. Honestly, I really did, because the way that she acted, for the week before I came to Armageddon, what she started doing was, like, when I was giving her a kiss goodnight at bedtime, she'd pull away from me. She wasn't accepting kisses from me anymore. And when I was like, "Love you," there was no reply. So I felt it. For that week beforehand, I kind of knew that something was going down. But I didn't think that. I thought she'd waited until I'd come home, like, and then talk. Do you know what I mean? I thought she would have been like, "Yeah." Which one's which here? All right. This one's the phone, isn't it? Yeah.
When something's off, Sab, it's that gut instinct.
Yeah, it was. It was that
you
gut
don't
instinct.
know what it is. Yeah. You'll know something's up.
Yeah. So, but I didn't think she'd do it then. I would have thought that she waited until I come home and then fucking did it. Like, do you know what I mean? And be like, right, I've had enough. You've got like a month or whatever to get out. You know what I mean? Sort your shit out and off you go. Like, that's what I thought was going to happen. But then I got the text message and I was like, fuck's sake. I did say though that day, I said to everybody that day, I've got a funny feeling she's going to fucking boot me while I'm away. Like, I've got this funny feeling she's going to be really fucking sly about it and actually fucking take this opportunity while I'm away to actually say, that's it, we're done. Because she's like that.
That is very sly to do it when you're out of town.
Cowardly.
A long way from home.
It's cowardly, Joe. That's what it is. Yeah. It's cowardly.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
100%.
No worries, Rick. Thank you for being on anyway, Rick.
Yeah, it is.
It
You're
is, it's
right, dude.
nasty.
It is cowardly.
It's nasty, Sue. That's exactly it. Oh, I can do it with both now.
It's
So I can click it on
vindictive,
there and click it off there.
especially what she's done to your workshop. I fucking I was floored when you showed me that. Like, literally.
And like everybody, see the YouTube side of things as well. Everybody's watched me kind of like, and there's been big fucking bants and fucking all sorts about. The first workshop I built was just from scrap stuff I got from the building site on the last job I was on, like, yeah. So I kind of just threw it all together, like, yeah. I literally did just kind of threw it out. It was wonky, it was unlevel, it was the wiring was fucking like Indian wire. Everyone took the piss out of it, somewhat rotten, like, yeah. And I was like, I didn't really care. I was like, well, this is my little solace and grace. I don't care what you say about it. It's, you know what I mean? I'd like to see you all go and fucking build us a workshop like this, like, yeah, out of fucking scrap stuff. I'd like to see you go and do it, like, you know what I mean? So that's the sentiment I had. But then I thought, do you know what? There's loads of bitchiness going on in the background here. People are all, this is where Tim kind of knows as well. Tim saw all this fucking happening as well, like, yeah. And they were all like sat in the back streams and shit like this, and being sly and nasty and fucking horrible and all. And I was like, I don't want to be part of that. I don't want. This is not what it's about for me. So what I did was,
we've seen all where that all went one time. To me, I won't say what it was about and all the rest of it, but that one time, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. So what I did was, I took 6 months away, Joe. I literally took myself off the YouTube, as in like streaming and all the rest of it. I used YouTube as like a learning device, as like doing, you know what I mean, learning new stuff and doing all the rest of that stuff. Like, yeah, that's what I used it for. Learning some new skills and do this and, you know, informative stuff. That's what I was using.
There's plenty to be gained from on YouTube. I give YouTube that. I honestly, like, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of skills and things that you can learn off it, you know. But that's the only reason I got it, to be honest.
So yeah, in that 6 months, what I did was I went off and I was working loads as well. I was earning the money, etc. Like, yeah. And then I went and bought all of the materials, all of the stuff. I spent nearly $5,000. I spent, no word, $4,500 I spent on building a new workshop. Double skin, triple skin. I had music room, craft room, toilet, sink, running water. Even the electrics was all fucking sheathed electrics with proper wiring as well. And it was on RCDs, you know what I mean? It was all broken up, so it was all done properly this time, like, yeah. Concrete floor, screeded, studded walls, you name it, like, I fucking did it properly. It was all leveled out, it was all fucking done perfect, it was all waterproofed off, everything. Big woodworking shop, tools all up on the fucking walls. Like I said, singing room, Betty had her own room with a skylight on top of it for that. It was fucking banging, like, honest to God. And then when I came back to YouTube, I was like, right, now try to take the piss out of it. Look what I've built now, you bastards. So it wasn't, see, I didn't even see it as a bad thing. They did me a fucking good turn. They helped me to go off and actually spend that time to actually build something really fucking good, like, fantastic. And
what a lot of people expect on social media, you know, fucking Karen and Bush were giving it this, is that everything has to be instant and look Instagram perfect. They don't want to see progression from this to this to this to that. Does that make sense? Like you said, how your workshop was when you started, and with time and effort and skill, it's not just about money. Do you get what I'm always saying to people, Sam? You know, if you ever start some weird little commune, you're at the top of my list. You've got skills. Do you know what I mean? You'll be getting a quite rather sharpish phone call.
Everyone says that, Joe. If shit hits the fan and the world goes tits up, like, I want Sam in my crew.
yeah. I'm not that. It's not even a question. You're on my side, mate. You're getting yoinked whether you like it or not. But they don't like to see progression and that kind of thing. They don't like to see people trying one way and then deciding, oh, this hasn't worked and I've made a mistake and I'll do it. They don't want to see that. They want Instagram perfect, and that is not life. That is not real. No. That is not, I have fucked up and I will do again, but I'm going to reflect and rectify and move forward in any context, unfortunately. And all the platforms are like that to some degree. It doesn't matter which one. All of them. They will always find something to bitch about. You know, whether it's your makeup, whether it's your camera lighting, whether it's progression, working through a project, they'll always find something to bitch about. You do it for you. If you enjoy doing it, then you do your channel.
Yeah, and that's what I did.
There you go, Ricky. Wishes do come true.
I turned that negative into a positive, Joe. That's exactly what I did.
Yeah, you have to, Sab. You have to. Sorry, needed to adjust.
I can't leave one without the other here, can I? And I've just looked on YouTube as well. Queen Nessie's live and Son of Krypton's live as well. Everyone's been missing Dave. Everyone's been missing him. He's been away for a while, right? So there you go. Get over onto Dave's channel and have a look on Dave's. He's back again. He's doing a Saturday night quiz. Right, there you go. You can time each other out in the chat now.
Spanner War.
Spanner Wars.
Oh, that's it. I'm gonna have to get my AI editor on the go now, aren't I? Spanner Wars. Oh,
yeah, get on a video. Yeah, Dave's live. Go over and check him out, man. Go and say hello in the chat. Close the door. Dang it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, how it goes over
bunch of comments here. I've not seen them. Fucking hell.
Right, hang on. Let me get the link for Dave's channel. Let me go over. Look, I'm on YouTube at the minute, so.
And when Spat's
I'm not even bothering.
Doing Charlie Dimmock at the minute, I've got to move some patio slabs. I need to lower and raise the grass in certain sections because it's on a very slight slope, and I'm going to gravel part of the garden, but I'm going to leave some of it because of tents and equipment checks. That's the whole reason I wanted a garden. So because I wear in an 11th floor flat and it's hard work. You've tried doing tent checks in a flat, Sab. It's fucking hard working it, checking your kit for hiking. Do you know what I mean? Little gas stoves on the 11th floor. Fuck me.
I've just been over and I literally yesterday went over and got my camping gear from the from the allotment. I've actually got here a Vango Hyena 2, 5,000 hydrostatic head on that tent, Joe. 5,000 hydrostatic head. It's one of the most waterproof tents you've ever fucking come across. That is.
You stand on the Niagara Falls, though. That's the test.
Fucking look at the
getting wet.
Fantastic, man. Huh? Beautiful. And then I got my camping chair. Look, and I got here's my little look. I got all my cooking stuff in there. Look, and a little funnel as well. Proper little metal funnel so you can do your kettle and whatnot. I've got all the kettle and that downstairs. Dry bag, one of them dry bags to keep all my dry stuff in, keep socks and undies dry. I've even got, really, to be honest with you, where is it? I think it's upside down. Is it upside down or is that right? There you go. I've even got a proper camping cooker with it. Yeah,
I've got one of them as well with the gas and
yeah, the gas ones. Yeah, but not just that. But look at this little gas one as well. You put the tin on the side there, and it opens up.
I've been looking at
I prefer that one. I genuinely prefer that one. It actually burns a lot better, and it's got a little. It's got little things to get it good. Yeah, it's got little. Yeah.
I've got about 4 different stoves, and I have got a jet boil, but they boil really quick. That's the benefit, but they fucking take loads of space to jet boil.
Camping stuff, more camping stuff. I've got quite a bit of camping stuff, to be honest. Now I've actually kitted myself out with all the camping stuff. There's more camping stuff in there. Look, I love camping. I've got loads of that in the yeah, I got loads of camping stuff. Here, I'll show you. Hang on, I think I've got some Have I got some stuff downstairs as well? Let me check.
I can't, yeah.
I'm not on the Wi-Fi now. I'm just on my mobile data. So. Let me check. Where's my other camping stuff? Oh yeah, there's my flask there. My big litre and some flask there. Where's my camping kettle? Yeah, I got them. I like dog bowls, but they're brilliant for washing. You know, to wash it. Yeah, for doing washing in. They're like big bowls for doing your washing in. They're pretty good actually. Yeah. Oh look, my camping kettle's here. Look, there's my little camping kettle. I tried cleaning the bottom, but oh my god. Hang on, they did say to me I wasn't allowed to keep compressed gas in here. So, hide that. We'll just hide that behind there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I've got like cans for my glamping stove and then various sizes of other cans.
Because I went and got my camping stuff, I've been washing it. So this is all my sleeping gear I was using for camping and that. This is what I was doing. I got sleeping bags, more sleeping bags. I've got my fucking more sleeping stuff there. I've got to sort that out. Oh my god, look what I've been doing, seriously. So not just at the storage unit, but fucking have I got some fucking gear, I'm telling you, man.
Hey, go on. Alhamdulillah, you got your camping gear. It takes a long time to build it up, doesn't it? You know,
fucking right. And to get some good,
I'll throw it away and I can use it. But yeah,
to get good stuff as well, though. Not it's like that tent was 120 odd quid. You know what I mean? Like nearly 130 quid just for that tent alone, like. And then the sleeping mat was like 30 quid. Do you know what I mean? It's them 3-season sleeping bags. They're like 20 odd quid each. They are. I got 2 of them. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh yeah, when you start putting it all together, like. The little cooking things, they're like 10, 15 quid each. Like, I know it's not that much, but look, I've got a bag full of fucking. I've got all my camping. There's a hammock there. Look at that, oh, my hammock. Got a proper nice little hammock that needs washing as well. It was in the fucking. Look, it got dirty while it was over there. I just stashed it all in a fucking shed at the allotment because I had to take it all out of the shipping container. Didn't I? And give him the keys back. You know, one of them. So. I'm like, look, I kitted. Look, I'm pretty kitted out, right? So I know I spent what I had left of my money on doing the deposit for the place, but I'd obviously been off and I bought fucking loads of food. You know, I got a proper coffee machine there. I've got an air fryer there. I got a fucking. That's all. That's my stuff. That's the only stuff that the council left in here was that. That's all they put in here. Like, oh yeah, you got loads of cook. He said to the new guy who moved in yesterday. Oh yeah, there's loads of stuff in the kitchen. Just use it as you want. Like, and I'm like, you ain't got a fucking minute. No. Yeah, that stuff, mine. Like, yeah. Nice sausage stew I did there yesterday. But look, yeah, it's not like I'm short. I'm not short of food and all the rest of it. You know what I mean?
You've always been very domesticated, Sab. To be quite honest with you.
Pineapple, apples. I think them bananas are pretty much done now. But yeah, I've always been. That's what I'm saying. I've always pretty much been like that anyway. I like to look after what I've got. You know what I mean? It's just as simple as that. Oh, actually, while we're here, in the dark.
Work boots. Light bulb at the top of my stairs went earlier. It was like, you're kidding me.
There's my other one. There's my next one. I've done my pillow out the washing machine. There we go. See. Let's go and put it on the radiator. Might as well just sit that on there like that. Put you here while I do this.
Yeah, I need to jiggle my sleeping system about a little bit because I've got osteopenia, which is early stages of osteoporosis in my right hip. And when I come back from Ramirez in May, my hip were aching a little bit, and the ground was lovely and soft because it pissed down the entire week. It was like monsoon season, fit for ducks, kids running around in bare feet like little hobbits, bless them. But I learned my lesson. I'm not in my 20s anymore, and I've been using the same sleep system for about 30 years. Do you know what I mean? Need to make some tweaks.
Is that Ricky sausage in that, Stu? No, it's not. Oh, see, I'm all right on that behalf, Joe. I haven't got none of these problems. You old foggy, you.
Okay, Fucking menopause, people. Menopause. It's exactly what that fucking is. You give me wrong HRT for 2 years, and you weren't supposed to take that one that they gave me. If you've got a uterus, well, this mug ain't got no uterus. So now I have to jiggle things a bit. Not that it stops me doing fuck all.
Right, anyway, so that is Dave Llewellyn's chat. That's there. That is Son of Krypton. He's doing a quiz tonight, so if you'd like to go over and see him there, I've just posted that in there. Queen Nessie is also live tonight as well, this is very strange because hardly anybody's been fucking live all week. And I start a live stream and then everybody else fucking starts a live stream. Oh, yeah, pack of bastards.
So it's always that. You do one live stream and there's nobody in sight and you can't find them anywhere. And then all of a sudden everyone's on a live stream at once.
And a lot of people, you know, they get arsy about like, oh, well, you're at my channel. Why are you going off to other people's channels? Like, oh, it's like you're being some sort of like, I don't know, two-foot. You know, I'm like, no, look at my chat now. I don't care where you go. We all float around YouTube. If you don't want to be here, go somewhere else. You know what I mean? There's 2 other people within our group that we talk to. You know what I mean? So,
and it's not always about not wanting to be in the group or in the chat or watch it. You might just be scrolling. It's as simple as that, just looking what's about. Folk are very pretentious about the social media channels, even when it's not their damn channel.
I just shared your live on my live, Nessie. There you go. I said hello in there as well. Yeah, don't bother me, like, you know what I mean? So I'll go over. Oh, look, Yogi's fucking live as well, and Survival Sounds is live as well. How many live streams do you need, Sam? Geordie's Den's live as well. Oh my god, Exploring with Fighters is live. Oh, see, they got beef. Have you seen what Dan's talking about on Exploring with Fighters? He's talking about Andrew, Proven Demon.
Oh, is this Beardo thing that's been going on?
I don't know what the hell's going on.
No. Andrew made a video about Beardo or something because Beardo had debunked him or whatever. I haven't got a clue, something like that or whatever. But
yeah, Beardo keeps taking the piss out of him with his salt gun situation. When he had that salt gun and he was doing that paranormal investigation, and he's going around taking the piss, going, "I'm going to shoot the ghosts with my salt gun."
yeah. He's one of the Winchesters, isn't he? Off Supernatural. There we go. Yeah, you know. Yeah, there's a bit of beef there, I gotta say it like.
Ooh, should I make Ali a managing moderator? You know, because she got left out in the first place. I'm just gonna press managing moderator there. See, so now she's a managing moderator. Oh my god, you better watch out now, folks. Oh, Ali got the big spanner. Anyway, right, so there's Geordie's Den. He's live at the minute. I'm not going to share Dan's because, you know, he's quite capable of looking after himself on his channel. To be honest, he's big enough and daft enough to have enough viewers, really. But his Survival Sounds, this is who I was sharing when I first started. Is his channel as well. So go over, give him a like. It's his birthday today, by the way. It's Bodder's birthday. Him went over and said hello.
Yeah, I subbed as well. I don't even know the guy, but I subbed to him. He's a very good DJ, I gotta be honest.
Happy birthday, whoever's birthday it is.
Bodders. DJ Bodders.
DJ Bodders.
Yeah, probably the message. See, I need 500 subscribers now for my YouTube channel to be monetized, and I've only got just short of 200. So I'm just trying to get out there and put myself around, and do you know what I mean?
So
I've noticed there's a few channels that have all of a sudden, I'm not going to mention names, but all of a sudden have gone from like 800 subscribers to like about 2,000 subscribers, all in like about a week. So I think views are being bought and subscriptions are being bought as well.
Yeah, it's all a bit. So there's loads of people live tonight for some strange reason. But yeah, there you go. There's some for you in chats if you want to. You know what I mean? I don't care which way around we all do it. We all end up in each other's live streams eventually. I'll probably do one midweek as well, to be honest. You know, one of them. Yeah. I'll do a live stream. Florida Claimers Ted. Hey,
there is that saying from Wayne's World too, isn't it? If you build it, they will come, Sam.
Yeah. Are you live at the minute, Ted? Daniel's in the background bouncing around.
I am listening. I'm sharing this live with somebody for us.
Let's go to his channel, see if he's live. No, I don't think he's live at the minute. I was just about to show your channel out there, but I'll do it this way. I'll go to your main page.
Yeah, look, I agree with that, to be honest with you. That's pretty much how it is, isn't it?
I'll put Ted's live stream. Ted's channel is here as well. So if you want to go over to Florida Claimers Ted, then go over to him. We have good bants over there, to be honest with you. He's over in America. I can't think which state you're in, actually, to be honest with you. Are you which part of America do you live in? Well, it's Florida. Oh, duh, it's obviously Florida. That's Florida Claimers Ted. Yeah. No, one moment. He's in Florida. That's where he is.
The key word, yeah.
But then again, you say Florida, but then when you don't know, obviously you just think like us, for example, we don't. It's like saying someone's from London. You instantly, if you're from London, you're like, what part of fucking London? London's a big fucking place, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
There you go.
And a lot of places in US have got the same place names we have as well. Preston, Christchurch, Manchester.
Oh my God! Go look at Ohio, right? Yeah, Ohio, even. Sorry, right? You got to look at Ohio. Go look at some of the names of the towns in Ohio. They've got Egypt. They've got all sorts of mad stuff. In Texas, they've actually got a London in Texas as well. They've got a place called London in Texas. Like,
all right.
You know
I'm pretty sure there's like a town called Israel over there as well.
I visited London. I have a picture of it. What is it? A fucking double-decker bus? Big Ben.
Big Ben.
Well, did you fly over the top of it? Wow, that's amazing.
London shit. If you want to see the UK, don't be going to London. It's just a tourist trap.
No, do visit it, but don't just visit London. Yeah. Go around a little bit. Like, there's plenty of places to go.
Yeah, come away from tourist areas.
Hello, Mr. Bengal. Good evening, sir. Hello. What's going on here then? Isn't it? Yeah. Well, I don't know about going on a night out with you, Dan. You fucking probably end up in a fight somewhere.
I was in Newcastle in May. I went twice to Newcastle in May.
What for?
Must have been to see. Well, I've got a weird little hobby. So first of all, the normal stuff. I went to see Bear Grylls.
Are you sure you want to share this? I've got a weird little hobby.
The next bit. So, and I've been to a couple of these events now, and I actually took part and ordered a tray of body organs. I went to see my second live autopsy. I've been to 2 now, and I took part in it and dug in. I had to split a trachea. Surprisingly difficult to split a trachea, you know. Really hard. I nearly lost my fucking thumb down inside the windpipe.
I'll leave that to the water.
Daniel, I can see Daniel being all over that. Daniel could be all over that sort of stuff, I reckon. He's always talking about doing
Yeah,
brain. So yeah.
It's like a walking medical encyclopedia, isn't it?
Yeah, he is.
You
Like,
get a continuous professional development certificate, so it does. You do get some, but it's so interesting. If everybody else had mental under the nose, I'm just sat there with my cup of soup and my chocolate muffin and a bottle 6 foot away from me. Now it puts me off my tucker. Nout, but it's so interesting.
It is happy hour. Yep, it's got his name written all over it. Joe.
Yeah, it's an events company. I want to go see because you can take part in. They're doing a tour of a live murder trial. So it's like a mock-up of an actual murder trial based on true stories, like different defendants each time, and you can be part of the jury. So I want to go do that next. Yeah, I know that sounds right up my street and all. Yeah.
I mean, it's not for me, but yeah, it sounds interesting.
Yeah. So when I say I'm going to the theatre, I'm fucking sure as hell not going to see Swan Lake. Nah. It'll be Surround Finds will be up your street, Sab. He's an adventurer. He was in the SAS. He's been to Arctic.
Did he do Antarctic as well? He did both. Yeah,
he got frostbite on his nuts, which
I'm not sure whether he's done Everest as well. He probably done Everest, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Yeah. He's really, really good. So the Rand finds is an 18 plus. There's an age limit on it, and when you see the content of what he's saying, it's all unscripted. He's just sat there on a little stool, little old white guy, but he's really funny. And I can see why he's 18 plus, but it's brilliant. It's definitely worth the 15 quid to go. I'd rather pay that than.
I do remember watching documentaries along like years and years. It must be about 10 years ago when Ralph Fiennes was doing documentaries and things like that. A long time back.
Yeah, he's really good.
Good, like.
Yeah.
He's like the number one adventurer.
Well, this is it. Now I'm free again. And once I've sorted myself out with a little base, then I can actually start doing shit. I've actually got tickets that can take me up and down the country right now. In my wallet. I've literally got an open-end ticket that takes me to Derby.
Hey, that's without giving me location away online because I'm not some sort of daft twat.
You're in
it's not far from me.
Just say you're in Sheffield. That's close enough, look.
Yeah, it's close enough. Yeah. It's good walking country, Derbyshire, Peak District, surrounding Manchester, Saddlewood.
That's why I got all the camping gear, Joe. Because when I go and see the little one in summertime, right? Yeah, I go and camp on the Staffordshire Way, which is like it's in like you talk to that way. Right? I go and camp on the Staffordshire Way, like, and it's beautiful out there. Like it's absolutely beautiful out there, and it's right next to where I need to be as well. Like so, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Joe, I've just seen my name, sorry. I've never thought about owning. Yeah, things like that are really good. Because I don't drink alcohol, so let's say I went to a restaurant instead of pub, 20, 30 quid, I've had a few pints or a meal, whatever my gig is. It cost me less to go to theatre, 15 quid for my ticket and then my transport there and back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matlock's nice, yeah.
Yeah, see, it's good, like that's what I'm saying. It's good up there, and it all depends on what you take from it. If you're going to just be in fucking scaggy little cities, you know what I mean? It's not going to be that nice, is it? But if you get yourself out in the countryside, Peak District, all of that sort of stuff, like you're seeing the beauty of England. You're not seeing the fucking skag. You're seeing the beauty of England. Like that's what a lot of people don't see. They don't get out of their little town. They don't go off and venture.
No, they don't.
I know
people who've like, and outside of a city farm, they've never seen a cow or a sheep, and it's like we are this country might as well be a field and hedgerows and little stone walls. Get out a bit. We're compared to places like the US, we do very well for trains. I'm not saying they're always the greatest, and sometimes they are expensive. But if you shop about, you use your discounts. It's you book in advance. You can get discounts. You know.
Tomorrow, Ali, I'm thinking about going out with my busking kit.
Are you busking?
I'm singing on the
All
street.
right, take me into that line. I'm coming down and give it all this for you. And do you know what I mean? Analytics job. Get it in that like button, people. Get tapping, no
I've been
sidestepping.
singing. Look what I've knocked up. Here, I'll show you what I've knocked up. You ready? Move that Wi-Fi box because I'm not even using it anyway. So I got myself. It's all in a bag as well, ready to go. Look at this.
I thought he was going to pull out an accordion then. Oh my god!
So, oh look, and I found my adapter as well. I actually found my jack from my adapter, so I can plug it in properly this time as well. So it sounds actually clear and properly this time. That's what I was waiting to find. I found it in all my gear earlier. So I've got. Look what I've set myself up with now, Joe. You'll be intrigued about this. What I've done, like proper little microphone holder as well, and I've got spare phones and such going on in here as well. So I can actually do. Yeah, I got headphones and all my jack leads and stuff like that going on in here. I got loads of stuff in there.
That's cool.
I got an inverter, a power inverter. A 400 watt one, and it runs off the battery, and it probably still. Do you know what? I haven't charged it, but I reckon. Yep, it's still working. And and I got the camera. I got one of them cameras as well now, so I can actually film it as I'm going as well. I can mount that on there. Yeah, I can actually mount it on there.
Yeah,
I got the mixer. I got a mixer on there as well, little mini mixer. Yeah, that's all right. It's quite good, and it's got all the jacks on the top as well, so I can do 2 condenser mics. I can do headset, monitor, accompany, 2 lives, and and a Type C charge port on it. I've got power bank in the drawer that powers it all as well for that top bit if I need to. Where is it? It's in there somewhere. There you go. There's my power bank. 100% full as well, so that powers the all. It charges up the spare phone and stuff like that. So yeah,
30 seconds, guys. Give me 30 seconds, or I'll nip to Lou, and I'm going to take an earpod out. Nobody needs to hear that.
Got proper microphone as that as well now. So yeah, proper kitted out for it now. So I was actually thinking about going tomorrow.
That cube is nice. I do like that.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, that cube. Pretty good. Good little bit of kit, that, mate. It's loud as well. That's proper loud, mate. It does what I need it to do.
There's a guy in town who uses one.
Yeah, they are quite loud. For what they are, it's like it's a guitar amp, isn't it? So
yeah, that's what he uses it for. That's what I'm saying.
It's got everything on there that you need to equalise it all out and stuff.
Turn that back on. The guy who I know is going. He plays electroacoustic to us all the time. He's been doing it for years and years. Like,
The coffee song. What's the coffee song? What's the coffee song? I've got to go and look for the coffee song now.
I don't know.
Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. You should make sure you live stream that stuff.
Yeah, cause I'm singing away. Yeah, I love it. I don't know. You know what I'm like, Joe? I've always been a singer, haven't I? Right? And I know so many songs now. It's unbelievable how many songs I actually know. I might even take my laptop with me and have that rigged up through it all as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I can get a good hour and a half. I can get a good hour and a half out of this, just as it is on its own, like. And I can run it off. I can put my I can share my hotspot through my phone and actually put the Wi-Fi onto it as well, so I can run it on. I can set it all up properly, like. So, so what I did last weekend was I just went and sat on the beach to try, to just try all my new rig up out and see how it kind of goes and that. And it didn't sound too bad, but because obviously I was on the beach, I didn't have brilliant signal. It was a bit crap signal on it, so So what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to go into town.
Yeah.
And I got it. Look what I did as well. I put it in that bag like that on purpose because I'll show you why. Oh, here we go. Front door open. Because look what I got. Look what I've done. It all fits inside of that box, which I've put onto the back of my electric bike.
That's well done, mate, isn't it? Yeah.
So yeah, look, and I've even got my phone holder on here as well, so I can literally pretty much rig it up through onto this. And then when I've got the amp in there, it leans backwards, so it's kind of the amp's pointing upwards and outwards. And then I've got the battery and the inverter in the bottom section here. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I've got it kind of sussed out at the minute, like, so I can use this as my little station to actually sing from, if that makes sense. Nobody's going to pinch it, are they? Do you know what I mean? It's not like they can just pick bits up and run off with it. Like, do you get me? Like, and then I set my phone, I can turn that phone holder around like that. Yeah, and then I can have it pointing that way, like that, off the phone, off the front of my bike. So yeah, I'm going to do some more busking, but it's just setting it all up and getting it doing. That's what it is. And I did do a little, well, you saw it last week. I sorted it out, so I was on the beach and I tried it all out, and it works okay. It works brilliant. So I'll put the battery on charge tonight, ready for the morning, and then and I'll go down into town Sunday. That's when everybody's going out and about around town, aren't they? Like before the week starts. You know what I mean? So if I go down to like the main square, if I go down to the main squarish bit, and I just put my hat on the floor and I sing for about an hour or so, then it's going to draw a crowd. It's going to be live on stream and that. Right? I'll do it all properly. That, you know what I mean? So. Yeah, I'll get on to it. I'll do it again. It's another thing I wanted to do. Go on.
I would also suggest, and hear me out, it might not sound like your gig, but you know, you've got your YouTube going. Get your TikTok account going and go live streaming over there as well, because people can send you live gifts as well, like a gift you while you're in the live. Now, I do earn from it. I don't earn a lot. I'm not saying I earn stacks. Because I don't always have the time. I can go a couple of months without doing a live stream or putting a video up. I've got a fucking life. I've had a lot going on over the last couple of years because of post DB stuff. So there's that as well. But I do earn anywhere between 50 and 100 quid a month.
That's not bad, actually, yeah.
And that is through gifts on my lives and my content. If your video is 1 minute and 1 second long, obviously above a certain amount of views, same kind of principle as YouTube, you will start earning.
That's not bad.
Does that make... Because I do a lot of mental health stuff.
That's pretty
And buskers are really popular over there, Sab. People doing night walks around cities and towns, that sort of stuff. As well as really popular. So when you do start traveling again, if you can get your signal when you're in, I do it when I'm in Arse End of Nowhere, if I can get a signal, or like when I'm going for evening strolls down Canal and what have you. Yeah, body doubling. That's a lot of what I do. I would seriously think about that as well. You'll be able to earn a bit from that, because by the time you finish earning a bit from YouTube and a bit from TikTok, and then your LTD business, all this income will mount up for you, Sab.
All adds up to that now.
Inshallah.
Well, once I've got a little card, I'll get a little card reader. I'm waiting for it to be sent out. I can actually have my card reader, and then I can put like minimum £2 tip. You know what I mean? £2 tip on the thing there, and then they can just scan the card on it. You know, because many people nowadays they go, I ain't got no change. So I ain't got no change.
Yeah, because we live in a cashless society. I see a lot of people in
Manchester, it's going like that.
At Busking, and they've got card machines. Most of them have now. 9 out of 10, I'd say. 8 out of 10 have got a, because we don't.
We only got to look at all the high street banks that are closing. You know.
Yeah. And a lot of places don't take any cash at all, do they?
Like I was saying to Sab earlier on, in the Tesco's that we've got in where I live, there's one counter that takes money, and every other counter is card. They're all about phasing that counter out. They're all about taking that counter out, and you know, another person who's unemployed there. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, those message requests on fucking TikTok, ignore them. It's just usually in my experience, it's people who are a bunch of fucking morons.
Hiya, Gareth. That's Abandoned and Forgotten Wales. His name's Gareth. He lives in Wales, obviously.
He's the mine master. That's right.
Yeah, I'm gonna start expanding. See, it's just a matter of time now, though, Joe. I got to sort myself out. I got to once I've settled down, watch me take off, watch me fucking fly now. Because, like I was saying, that is one thing I wanted to do for 5 years. She wouldn't let me do it. She constantly just used to put me down and all the rest of it. When I used to say to her, when I used to say to her, I'm gonna go and do some busking in town. You know, that sort of like, and she was like, no, you're not. You're not doing that. And I'm like, yeah, I really want to go and do it. Like, I love singing. I'm really good at it. Why not get myself out there? Like, I don't want to be famous or anything, but it's just something I really enjoy. If I can't go to fucking karaoke anymore, I want to be able to share this and bring that joy to people. Like, do you know what I mean? Because I sing some really nice songs as well. I don't sing dickhead songs or anything. I sing stuff like Dub FX, Love Someone. Do you know what I mean? My little one loves to listen to me sing as well, like, so, you know what I mean? I really love doing it, like, but she would always pull me down. She would always make it so, like, no, you do that and that, no, you embarrass me.
Work. Yeah.
She would. That was because of her own personal insecurities. That's what it was. Her own personal insecurities were stopping me from doing it.
Don't follow. Don't follow your dreams. Rhetoric. Yeah, I know.
She never got involved with the workshop, did she? She never helped me. She never fucking helped me. She never promoted it.
What I seen, not at all.
No, she held me back from it all. So this is what I'm saying. All that money she got us in debt with, that could have fucking helped us. That.
The lady asking about my IG, it's this.
Oh, Sue and Ali. Sue and Ali are asking about it, yeah.
Hussein Fats with a Z 79. If you type in hashtag Sober Gang, up will pop my mug. Everything I post on TikTok also goes on to Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, and my WhatsApp status, all simultaneously. I don't post. I post on one platform, or I'll use a platform to make the video, and then just post across everything. I am slowly coming onto YouTube. I post about mental health for guys, for women, DV, domestic abuse, drugs. Yeah.
You said earlier.
Harm reduction. If I'm told not to talk about it, I'm going to find a way to talk about it. But no, she's been doing that on purpose, Sab, because it undermines your confidence, saying, no, don't do this, it's embarrassing, I don't want you, you need to do this, and I, blah, blah. I remember I took my ex-husband on a walk, Sab. Now, me and you both know me and you can walk for fucking 30 miles in a day with a 20 key pack.
Tell them about the Weymouth experience we did.
I will do. So I took my ex-husband, we'll call him Schmeichels, right? Took Schmeichels to near Filey, the Cleveland Way.
Yeah, I've done that walk. I've done the Cleveland Way walk. I've done it from Scarborough all the way up to Saltburn, yeah.
Yeah, so you know where it comes down like Filey and all that side.
Yeah, Filey's beautiful. I love Filey, yeah. And I can tell you I can explain that little town to you now as well. So you got coming from the town where the shops are, you've got like a pound stretcher, and then you've got the church on the left hand side as you're going down towards the beach. And then, and then you carry on walking. It takes you all down, and that beach is pretty fucking beautiful as well. It's all open sand. It's like a big long,
stunning. It's a lovely course. Well, we booked a Haven van. So Haven, for those that don't know, is a static caravan site. It's family based. You can book play and stay, which is like a full catering van or lodge, and the kids' activities, or just book it at a stay. And I like Haven because it's cheap out of the school holidays. And I use it as a base to go off walking. They're fully self-catering. I don't need access to kids' stuff. And I walked him down the Cleveland Way. 5 miles, and I'm one of them. I don't stop. I just slow down. It's because of lactic acid and stuff, and I've got other health issues. So I find it hard to get going. And I said to him, if you need a break, and I kept saying this, and I say it to everybody, you need to tell me because I'm not going to stop. I will walk with my soggy sandwiches. Oh, I'm big and hard, and I'm the man, and I know how. Don't you tell me what.
I know.
5 miles in, he sat on the floor like a 5-year-old and cried, and then walked off in a tantrum. I just left him. I carried on what I was doing. It's like I fucking told you to tell me. Oh, but I needed a break. Well, why didn't you speak up? So I left him on Cleveland Way, Sab. But Weymouth, yeah, we were all in his 20s, living in a homeless hostel. So there was like me, Sab,
YMCA.
At the YMCA, and a couple of 3 other people. There was like 5 of us in total.
Dan and Nikki.
Yeah. And we went from Stoke-on-Trent all the way down to the South Coast over a few days.
We bunked it literally over 3 days. We bunked it all the way, and we walked a bit, like But what we were doing was
a hell of a chunk, Sab.
Yeah, I'm telling you. But we stopped at. And I'll tell you some stories that I remember of it as well. This will spark your memory of it, Joe. So we got to Bristol Temple Meads, and we was gonna bunk the train. But as it happens, like we didn't need to bunk the train because the trains had been cancelled and the coaches were put on. So we went over to the guy and he's like, "I'm not bothered about your tickets. Just get on the fucking coach." That took us down to.
I remember that.
And then that took us
all the way across Bristol.
Yeah, we did. We spent about fucking an hour and a half walking across Bristol to do that as well.
Oh, it was like a forced march. We had to get there in time, didn't we? And it was like dark and busy. It's not like we could camp on the quiet and stealth it. God, yeah. I forgot about
and
that
then we got down to that. Took us down to Gloucester. And when we got to Gloucester, we jumped off and we didn't have a clue what we were going to be doing that day. So we was in town, right? And we actually pulled 2 coppers over and we were like, where can we camp? Like, what's working? And they were like, if you go down to where the bridge is, where the fucking Gloucester docks are, there's a gypsy field over there that you can camp in, like, and I was like, we were like, fucking brilliant. So we walked down to the bridge. It's where the River Severn runs past to the end of the docks, right? So you got literally the river. You had the river running at the end of the docks, like, Now I remember we camped there that night, and where the Gloucester docks is, they've actually changed all the mills, so they were like shops and like apartment blocks as well. So they changed them into a residential. And I remember it was all like caged off and stuff like. And I got in there and I had my fishing gear. I had a crabbing line. I had some really big hooks, right? And I had some ragworms. See, you remember that?
Oh, God, they were awful.
They've been in my bag for a couple of days, sweating out as well. So I was like, got to get rid of this.
I have nightmares about them things even now.
Yeah, I had some bird feeds as well. I had like a bag of bird feeds, right? Yeah. And what I did was I dropped like 2 handfuls of bird feeds as like, you know what I mean, as ground bait, so to speak. And I got the ragworm on the fucking hook on the crab line, mate. And no, listen to this. This is no word of a lie. I shit you not. I dropped that line in, and like not fucking 5 minutes later, I felt a snag, and I was like, "Oh, I've got some." And it was so heavy. Do you know what? I actually thought I'd picked up a boot or a tire or something. Do you know, it was that heavy. Like, no word of a lie. Listen to this. As I got the line closer and closer to me, a massive, and I mean, fucking catfish. The catfish's head. I could have put my head in the mouth of that fucking catfish. I am not joking you. It was massive. It looked like a fucking monster, man. Serious. It must have been about fucking 10 foot long, not even like, honestly, well, maybe not 10 foot, it was about 5 or 6 foot long, but it seemed like it was fucking 10 foot long. Do you know what I mean? It was a massive thing, it was. Tentacles coming off its fucking face about a foot, yeah. Honest to God, mate, yeah, massive thing. And just as I was like, fucking dinner tonight, lads, look at this. Like, this will be this. Just as I'm pulling it out and getting it out, I was ready to fucking, you know, under the gill and put your hand in the gill underneath its fucking chops there and start pulling it out. And literally just got hold of it like that to start pulling it out. 2 security guards came over and they were like, "Nah, you're not allowed to fish here. Put it back." And I'm like, "But no!" Yeah, and then what did we do from there? We trekked it right down to fucking pretty much we trekked it down to how did we get down there?
That guide, right? So do you remember when we landed in Weymouth and we followed what we thought was a coastal path at the dead of night? And we thought,
yeah.
I know. Well, it turned out it was somebody's back garden. We put down late. We left early. They never knew we were there. We were really quiet. Well, when we woke up next morning and jumped back over onto this coastal path wall, about 10 foot further down the path, had we have carried on and not jumped toward this wall and thought, you know, we're going to stay here, it's getting late, it's getting dark, it's getting cold, people are tired, we'd have fallen a good 100 foot. The path just went, boom, it collapsed.
It was all a landsliding, wasn't it? Literally,
all of us would have gone because the connecting path at the other side. Do you remember when we got down onto the beach and we could see where the path in the middle had disappeared?
Yeah,
we were all stood there with his mouths out for thinking, "Oh my God, we'd been washed out to sea, and no one would have known."
What's the prison over there? Is it Portland Prison? What is
Portland.
it? What's the Portland
so
Prison.
Now,
we could see the red light where we camped on the beach that night. We could see the red light on top of the prison. That's we were that close. Because that's like it's all sea. It's all like a little island there, isn't it? Portland Island. It's like it's like a little, you got roads that goes out to it, but when it's high tide, that road gets covered over.
Yeah, it gets covered over.
It's causeway. It's these days Portland prisons are YO.
Oh, we've done some missions, I'll tell you that. Yeah,
see, I'm not right good when people go fishing. I can't be quiet for long enough. I talk way more than Sab does. Way more than Sab does. If you think I talk a lot now, 20 years ago, my God, I'm mute these days compared to back when. Yeah, we were very lucky. I think I was about 25, 26, 25 maybe. It's over 20 years ago now, and I still have nightmares about them fucking ragworms. Do you know what I mean? They were awful. They were all them little fucking tentacles.
They can bite you as well, can't they?
I don't know. I never touched them. I'll let Stab deal with them. That fucking little shop we bought them in.
I remember the first time when my old man took me fishing down in Barry. And he got a pot of them out, and I was just like, "Hey, no, thank you."
Yeah, the ragworms, but they've got little teeth on them. Yeah, didn't bother me though. I love fishing. I do.
No, it didn't bother you.
Best fishing I ever did, right, is when I lived in Ireland and I was fishing on the River Fergus, which comes off the River Shannon, right? Yeah, it comes off on the west coast, right? Yeah. Oh my God, it's beautiful out there. I used to get my chest waders on. I was fly fishing out in the fucking middle of the river, like, yeah. Funniest story out there doing it, because I used to do it quite a lot. I loved it. I used to have a fly tying kit as well. So I used to, mate, the feeling of actually making your own flies and then going out and doing proper fly fishing. Now, look, I've even got the rhythm in my hand here where you're holding the line here to pull it all out, and you're giving it a figure of 8 and you're whipping it each time to get it a little bit further and a little bit further. And then you pull it, whip. And it's like you're doing this, like kind of a figure. It's a weird kind of like you got a flick here and you got a flick here as you bring it back. And then as you're going out, you got a little flick. As you're bringing it back, you got a little flick. But you're kind of doing
it's the enticement, isn't it? You're enticing it. You know what I mean? That's what
I fucking love it, man. But funniest story when I was out doing that, I'm literally in the middle of the river with water to my chest as well, like right up here it was, like, yeah. An American bloke stood at the side of the fucking bank over the wall. He's like, "Hey there, what you doing?" And I'm like, "Fucking dickhead." I'm plucking chickens, you dickhead. Oh, it was so funny, I swear. Like, "What? Hey there, what you doing?" Like,
same here, because we got all the mountains here and stuff, and you stood next to a sign that says the Sugarloaf Mountain, you know, in Abergavenny, like, you know, and an American will walk up to you and you'll go, "Can you tell me where the Sugarloaf Mountain is, please?" And he just like stood on the lane that goes all the way up to the car park so you can go to it. It's just like,
just points.
Yeah,
Just go.
yeah. But behind you,
Yeah.
there's this huge sign saying exactly what they want to know, like, you know.
I know they're quite dry, aren't they? Like, aren't they? Yeah. But anyway,
They just
so
don't get
but yeah, there's some really good fishing there as well in that River Fergus. There's some really nice fish. Like you've got brown trout, rainbow trout. You got, if you're lucky, you might even catch a salmon out there as well because it's coming off the Atlantic. It's all of that sea there, the Atlantic, isn't it? So and you get plaice, you get like there's the flatfish. What else was in there? And just because it was a river as well, you had like normal fish in there as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You get like fucking bream and stuff like that, like as well. Yeah, some really good fish in there. Really good fish. Eels. Has anybody ever caught eels?
Yeah.
No, and I've never eaten one either.
Yeah,
I've
a
no
couple of
intention.
times. Conger, I've caught conger and caught the usual normal, run of the mill ones.
I'll tell you something now. Them eels really strange. When you're pulling it out of water, it wraps itself around your arm and it gives like a slime, a secretion on your arm.
They are really slimy animals. Yeah.
When that slime dries, it tightens up your skin and it feels like, like when you're having your blood pressure taken and they put that, that's what it feels like. It really tightens up and you're like, fuck it, you have to wash it off straight away. And it's rock hard to wash off as well. So it's pure.
One thing you don't want is a conger eel doing that to you. Well, it's just trying to bite your wrist. Yeah.
And then eating them as well, the best way I found of eating them, cooking and eating them was with bacon and lemon, right? That was the best flavour I found because they're like anchovy, like kind of really strong fishy kind of smell.
Yeah.
But also, when you take the heads off, for literally 2 days after, it's still fucking trying to snap at you. Its mouth's still going, You're like, fucking hell, man, you've been dead for 2 days. How is this possible?
You wouldn't think I'm a fucking hiker sometimes when you talk about anything that's slimy. I'm not. No, do you know what I mean?
I mean, like, you literally walk from my home, like, got about a mile away from you, and there's a brook. And throughout the spring and the summer, it's full of brown trout and rainbow trout.
Trout.
There's even the river just down from me, which is the Usk. And it's, I'd say in the summer, it's quite full of salmon.
Yeah.
Catch them, and you can literally see them in the water. It's crazy.
You see, like, it's like a pink shimmer. You see the pink shimmer off them.
Yeah,
beautiful fish they are.
Got to watch it though, because the bailiffs. So
when I go fishing, I'm not really about like pond. Sitting at a pond and drinking beers and smoking. I'm not about that. I'm really not about it. I'm more active. I love active fishing, sea fishing. When I go out on the boat or on the kayak, it's active fishing. Like you're doing something all in the same breath. Like
you've never really been about sitting about though either. Sab, sorry, I've got something in my eye, guys. You've never really been about sitting about. You get where I'm coming. You've always, even way back when, you were always up and active and doing something and trying to be productive. And you've always, alhamdulillah, thankfully, whatever your gig is, you've always had that mentality about you, regardless of what has been going on with personal life, whether it be friends, family, whatever your gig is, you've always had that about you, alhamdulillah, that get up and go and. I'm not saying you haven't had your moments, we all do, but generally speaking, out of all of us, you're the one with the most get up and go.
I have. I was always out and about with you, like, weren't I? I mean, I always used to come visiting everybody else. And that.
You were always the one who was up for a walk. Me and Sab would be like to rest at group. Oh, he fancies coming for a walk, and we just walk for the sake of walking. Stop and have a bit of a mood, sit down, have a cigarette, keep walking.
Keep going
Yeah,
with the
that as
split.
well. And climb up on a climbing rock or two, dump somebody in a skateboarding board. Do you remember that night on Fozzie Park?
Yeah.
Giving it this to her. But he was always up and active and doing something. He went into sitting in and watching EastEnders and Corrie and Eldorado and fucking whatever else were on. Never Sab's gig.
Brain rot, all that, isn't it? You know what I mean? All that stuff.
Yeah, exactly that.
Brain rot.
Told you what I said, Tim. How long have I been saying it now? I haven't watched TV for many years, man. Many years. I don't sit with the TV. That's why YouTube's my thing. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, this is the channel. This is the one channel. You know, I'm going to worry about it all. Like,
if you've got a phone and or a laptop, you don't need a TV. You don't, because that's what our phones do. You can watch everything on your little screen or your laptop.
Yeah. I don't watch any TV stuff though, even on my laptop. I don't
watch anything to do with BBC One, ITV, Channel 4, S4C.
Don't got Netflix. I haven't had Netflix for
Sky. Don't care about any of these major channels that are out there, and everything that you need to see is practically on YouTube anyway.
Yeah. Your young lad who moved, this lad who moved in the room next door yesterday, he's giving it all like, I've got a Sky TV glass thing and all the rest of it. I'm like, good for you, mate. I've got a laptop. That'll do me.
Yeah.
It's just like, well, good for you. You painted the nose on a contract for it. So, you know.
Another thing I don't do as well, and I haven't done for many years, I've not owned a console for over 10 years, literally.
No, I haven't either. I'm done with gaming. I'm done with it.
Right. I've got to say I do own 2 consoles. But I can go for 6-7 months without playing it. Do you get where I'm coming from? It's not like I'm sat there day in, day out, and I can connect my PS5 to talk to people. I don't talk to anybody on it. So, you know, like Burnout, the old traditional games from way back, like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, quick blast every now and then. I'm not. I'd rather get up and go out and do something. I'd rather sweep my fucking garden.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where I live is so fucking hilly. Everywhere I have ever lived has been on a hill, and every time I move, it gets hillier. Do you know what I mean? Next time I'm moving to the top of fucking Snowdon or something.
Yeah, love it. Like I love all the hiking. It's like that Cleveland Way as well. I've done that. Well, I don't know how many years. I was with Nikki. I was actually with Nikki when I did that.
You'd have ripped my ex-husband apart for sitting and crying up flowing like a baby after 5 miles. 5 miles, Sab.
Even Nikki would have ripped him to bits because she even fucking kept up with me. And you know what I'm like? I'm trooper.
Yeah,
I'm super me.
Hats off to Nikki. She was like 5'2", and you know she was extremely physically fit. She could fucking walk more than most women you would ever meet. With a pack to match, not far off Sab's pack. You know, obviously within proportion to body weight and all the rest of it. But she kept up with him.
She was a trooper. She was. Oh, and just to put in context so everybody understands, like Nikki was like my proper first girlfriend that I had, like, and I was with her for about 6 or 7 years. I was with Nikki.
Yeah.
She actually came from Wigan. Actually, when my mum passed away, when I was like 21, 22. Yeah. When my mum passed away, and then that's when I'd come back to Wigan, and then that's when I got with Nikki. And then Nikki wanted to get out of Wigan as well, and she came to Stoke-on-Trent with me. So she actually moved away from Wigan into Stoke-on-Trent with me, and then obviously I spent about 8 years on and off in Stoke-on-Trent. You know what I mean? Even like about 2 years or so after I split up with Nikki, I was still in Stoke-on-Trent. So for the 6 or 7 years that I was with Nikki, we was always like we built a home in Stoke-on-Trent, like for the time that we were together, like really did as well. Like, and then things broke down, and she went off shagging somebody else, and you know, she went off shagging Simon, who was Geordie's mate. I remember.
Yeah, so do I. God, do
I remember the shit. It's weird how I remember everything. I do have a really good memory for stuff like that.
if you ask me and you asked me for an alibi for 3 days ago, I'm going to sit there for 3 months and run out of time to remember what I did. Ask me what I did 20 years ago. I'll tell you who were in the room, the clothes we were wearing, the pictures on the wall, exactly who were in the room. Short-term shit, it just needs to be filed into my long-term memory banks, and then we're all good. We're cooking on gas.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nikki was a trooper. She was a proper trooper with me. She really stuck it out with me. Like, we did some mad shit together. We did.
She never complained about the walking and the hiking and stuff and the
No,
weight.
that's what I mean. She never did. She never complained.
You know. And she always made an effort with her appearance. Well, you know, painted nails, makeup, hair done.
Yeah.
I'll give her a due. She did not look greasy and fucking scraped and unkempt and covered. I'm not saying she didn't have mud on her occasion, part of the gig, but she always had a bit of lip gloss on her. Whatever it was, she made it more accessible to younger women of her age that thought, oh, I can't do that because I'm not going to be able to look after. No, she fucking did.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, we had good times. It was good times in Stoke, really. Well, we made the best of it. Let's just say that, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
For Stoke, like we were saying earlier,
it weren't all bad. It weren't all bad. Some of it were, but not all of it.
Just because the area's run down and there's loads of fucking shit going on, like drugs and all the rest of it, like, you know what I mean? And like, for example, right, as we were saying earlier, we're lucky that we got out of that situation. Do you know what I mean? We're really lucky that we actually matured and moved on away from it, because look at all the people within our group that are still sat in Stoke-on-Trent, still doing the same old shit, still living the same old lives.
You worried about Daz, didn't you?
Daz is dead. Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Yeah, he'd been there for 3 days. So somebody sent me a picture of him, but this is before he died, and he was alive at the time. And it were a picture of his sofa, and I just thought it were a sofa full of like mess stuff, clothes, whatever it weren't. It was Daz, and he was alive, but he was completely. He looked like fucking Hagrid. He got
that way.
Unwell.
He got that way, unwell. But look at G. Look at G, still the same. He's still sat there. And the best way I can explain G, and I don't mean this in any disrespect to Joe, but he's a drinker, right?
He's my ex.
G's a drinker. Graham, his name is, but he's a drinker. And now, about 3 years ago, I was stuck for somewhere to stay for the night when I went up going to see Little and like, yeah. And I went to go and stay in the Crown Hotel in fucking Longton. Oh my God, it's a halfway house. I walked into that fucking hotel room. It stunk. It actually fucking stunk of fucking homeless. You know what I mean? I mean, like someone really scaggy, like, yeah. And I couldn't stay in the room. It was that fucking horrible, like, you know what I mean? There was a plastic cup with 1 sachet of sugar, 1 sachet of fucking coffee, and one of them tiny little kettles. And I'm going to reception like, is this for real? Like, I paid 40 quid for this room. Like, are you taking the piss? Like, oh, what? It stinks. And there's nothing in there for me to have tonight. Like, what the hell? What are you doing here? And she was like, no, take it or leave it. That's what it is. And I'm like, I can't stay in here. I really can't. So I went and stayed with G for the night. I reached out and I spoke to Graham, and I was like, he's in a block of flats next to the park, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in one of the tower blocks. I'm not going to say which one, but he's in one of the tower blocks next door to Hanley Park in Stoke. And I went to G's. Oh my God. Oh God. It was like going from one foot out the frying pan in the fire there. You know what I mean? I went to go
in my head thinking, good God, you'd have probably been better staying where you were.
Exactly. Honest to God, it was one of them, like, but I turned up at G's, but then I felt like kind of awkward to be like, I mean, I'm like, I couldn't just be like, nah, mate, I can't stay here. You know, I felt really like, so I ended up just keeping on the fucking floor at G's, like, I did, like, but oh my God, it was like, he was smoking neps out of the ash. He was like, the neps out of the ashtray he was smoking were already neps from previous fucking cigs that he'd been nepping. Do you know what I mean? It was like, you know, binges at the ashtray.
For context, he will smoke, you know, the dog ends of dog ends of dog ends, 4 dog ends later.
It stinks.
While he's got 2 ounces or 50 grams of brand new, genuine, not fake, genuine tobacco from Tesco or the off license or whatever. But he'll still smoke 4 dog ends in.
The bathroom, even we've spoke about it before, like, but fucking his bathroom was like a layer of dirt in the bathroom, like, you know, like he'd never used the bathroom. You know, one of them. It had just
Never cleaned
accumulated
it.
dust and
Never.
dirt. And, yeah, you could run your finger just half an inch and it would be black.
To write
And this
clean
is
me
gonna
on the
sound quite
door.
sexist.
Yeah, I know what you're
Quite,
saying.
it might sound quite sexist, but is a household that stands up, if you get where I'm coming from. When he goes to the bathroom in my household, we sit down. Even my son was taught to sit down. Otherwise, because like my brother has an issue where he's, how do I say this without getting us violated? It is the exit point for his urine is slightly off track, so it
spray everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't. He has to stand to the side. So I taught my son, sit down. That's not Graham's gig. He thinks that's.
I'm not monetized yet, Joe. You can say what you want, really. It doesn't matter. I'm not monetized.
I'm trying to keep your account in good standing.
when he went for a piss, it went cockeyed.
Yeah, and his urethra wasn't central. How about that for medical language? I don't want like bad standing on your account.
Well, don't use words like that. You'll have Daniel Lullock going off on one in the chat.
Look, cunt, bollocks, wank, dickhead, knobheads, fucking, I'll say it all, me, Joe. Don't bother me, honestly. Say what you want on this channel. Yeah, if we could have fucking Rick on last weekend, getting his dick out and doing a fucking helicopter, I'm sure we can get away with talking about somebody pissing.
Community standards on here is a lot less strict. It's easier to put your opinions on what you genuinely, conjointly really mean. On the other ones, you've got to use ridiculous language like blocked, bananaed. Facebook will become bookface. Do you get where I'm coming? You've got but YouTube's easier for that. But no, Graham's bathroom, it's just stuff of nightmares. It's not.
His whole place was, to be honest, when I didn't go again.
I took my mate round there, Maria, and she got sober at the same time as us lot, but she was in a different circle, and she was appalled at the bong water. She wanted to get up and pour it away and clean it. I swear to God, it was like this stick on top with fuck knows what. And I don't think it had been changed since the day he moved in the flat, and he must have been there in over 10 years by now. It was the most disgusting bong water you've ever seen in your life.
So the bong water had a life of its own, by the sounds of things, huh?
Had its own cultures and everything. Yeah, fucking tell me about it.
It had cash points and takeaways.
Ooh, that's rough.
Do you know what I mean? And it's like, if you're going to do that, at least change the fucking water before you end up with,
throw it away and get a new one, for fuck's sake.
God knows what oh my God. End up with Legionnaire's disease or something.
That's what I was trying to think of,
This is it, Tim. That's what kind of, because then and it was, I remember as well when you was actually with him when we was in Stoke-on-Trent, and he was protesting for about a year or so that he was going to, I've only got a year to live if I don't stop smoking. Do you know? Remember that?
I fucking do, yeah.
He's still going there, though.
He proper rinsed it because he got diagnosed with COPD. Lung disease.
I know.
And I'm not saying it. Look, we all know it's progressive, but it doesn't off you overnight. It doesn't. I know a couple of people with it. My mum had it.
It can take many years to do real damage.
He rinsed it. It was emotional fucking rinsing.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Do you know what? I remember a time when he was like, right, I'm giving up the ganja and I'm going to smoke this meadow mix. And it was daisies and chopped up bits of hay and fucking all sorts in there. I'm not even. It was a meadow, like a proper meadow mix of just like the meadow chopped down and like, and he was smoking that for about fucking 2 weeks. Why he was doing that, I don't know.
He will literally take anything and everything, Tim. He's not picky, not at all. Only thing he's picky about is how cheap can I get it.
Yeah, I've known people in the past who were like that. And
he knows what harm reduction is. he doesn't practice a single ounce of harm reduction. Things like changing your bong water so you don't get Legionnaire's disease it's basic harm reduction. No.
Well, see, I think that's like what you were saying about the cheapness of things.
Adrian.
The cheaper that people offer you stuff, it's like the cheaper it is, you know there's going to be shit. You know what I mean? It's going to do you no.
Yeah.
It's going to do you no favors at the end of the fucking day. You know?
No. Oh, this is back in the day when we used to smoke the inside of banana skins and fucking nutmeg and fucking all. We try everything and anything to get high cheap.
But Graham would take the stuff we wouldn't, though. The stuff that I would throw away, Graham would still sit there and take when he come home from work. And I'd sit there rattling for 3 days. Do you remember that bloody speed that we cut with Ritland that were going round? And it felt like you were coming up and coming down at the same time. It was awful. You know that scene in Train Spotting where he falls through the floor? This were at Denby Street. That was happening. Graham's gone off to work now. He took it intravenously and I took it orally. Now, don't get me wrong. I was mid-swing psychosis. I was very much an active addict. And I went out and I'd been agoraphobic for months. I hadn't been out. And I still managed to get my dressing gown on in my bright red Santa pajamas and put it down the drain in the road. So I couldn't take any more. Because you know it's like when you get desperate. He come home from work and started IVing it. But it's like, it made you feel like you were unaliving last night. And he still took it. And I waited for 3 days before I got some more stuff because I wouldn't get that stuff that had made me feel that bad.
Sue's got it, see. Sue knows what we're talking about. Smoking
if you're going to do it, stick with stuff that's fucking clean, innit? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of shit out. There's a lot of people just sell fucking shit.
I was
That's
picky about
problem.
what I used.
Oregano and fucking lavender in a fucking bag.
Crushed dandelions. Yeah, no, I was picky about what I'd use. I'd rather, I preferred to rattle than take poor quality.
You remember Spud, who I lived with for about 1.5 years? You remember that? That fucking...
Yeah.
Well, they're the family. That's the reason I had the angle of coming down here, to be honest with you, because when he passed away, his wife moved back down here again, and that's when I got on the journey and I did the fucking mad bike ride, and that's when I came down here. So that's what gave me the angle of being down here, to be honest with you. But Spud, now bearing in mind, I lived in his house for 1.5 years, and he would literally he'd be injecting in the arm and all the rest of it. He'd made most of his veins in his fucking arm collapse because he'd been digging it so fucking he'd been really heavy on it. Like, now that's what a lot of people here don't see, Joe. They don't see the life. I don't talk about it really that much. I haven't really spoken about it. I haven't elaborated on it. But my life was fucking stoked, mate. It was chaotic, mate. It was just drugs upon fucking being in that kind of like that world of, you know what I mean? Like, wow. That's why no, people don't understand why I did fucking 680 miles down the fucking country on my push bike. Well, no, you know why. It's because I wanted to get away from all of that shit and change my life and become the man that I am today. Like, and do you know what? I've been straight. I've not touched anything like that for 15 fucking years now. Do you know what I'm saying? I got away from it all and I feel so fucking glad and happy. Look, I wouldn't look like this, and I wouldn't be, do you know what I mean? I wouldn't have the physique, and I wouldn't have the mentality and everything else that I've got now if I hadn't have got away. I'd still be stuck in that little world. Yeah, waiting at the cash point 10 minutes before you get paid, waiting at the cash point before you
hoping your fucking your jigger goes into the, you know what I'm on about.
And the same day that you've got your fucking dig, it's gone, like literally gone within the first 2 days of having it, like, and then you're stuck for a month then, and then you're all begging and borrowing off each other, and you're all planning to go and do fucking stupid stuff to go and earn money.
My mates used to be like that, buying fucking ounces of fucking speed and shit like that, you know what I mean?
And then you're constantly on the trail.
That speed would last them what, fucking 4 days?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe 3 days at the most.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
25 quid a quarterback jobbies, you know what I mean? All that sort of shit.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. So that's why I came here. That's why I changed my life. That's why I kind of give it. That's what I'm saying. We are lucky. We're of a select of the group of the people that we was amongst. Like,
I've lost about 4 or 5 people in my who I came out of school with.
We have, yeah.
And they
everybody
all had hopes and ambitions of becoming, you know, they wanted to make a good life for themselves, and it just fucked them right up.
Yeah, there was somebody.
And that's part of the reason why I walked away from it. I just had to cut with it. I just thought, no, I can't do this no more.
Exactly.
When I was 14 and 15, I was like, put it like this: that's just going back to like the days of like fucking, you know, Pete Tong on the radio and rave and all this fucking sort of stuff. You know what I mean? Fucking, was it fucking? Oh, I can't remember now. Fucking Fantasia, rave, and all that sort of shit. It's gone back a long time ago.
I used to live. When I lived in Stoke, I used to live for the weekend, man. I used to go out around, no matter if I had money in my pocket or not, mate. Right? Yeah. I'd go mine sweeping, man.
Like, you know what I mean?
Just gonna pop the loo. I'll be back in a minute.
Get on the street, and it's just like I had to walk away from it because the people I was hanging around with, they were dropping like flies. They were going they enjoyed it so fucking much. They were literally just killing themselves. I mean, like kidney failure, fucking heart attacks.
I could see myself going that way, Tim. That's what I'm saying. I could see it going that way. That's why I was like, I can't do this anymore. I
go out on a weekend, and I'm not joking. I drop about 5 or 6 fucking ecstasy tabs.
I tried getting away a couple of times.
They fucking like plus the other things that I'm not going to mention.
Because when me and Nicky were together, Nicola Sudworth, go and try and find her on Nicola Sudworth. Yeah, I should probably change the name now, to be honest with you. I haven't even looked for it, to be honest. And exactly. That's what I'm saying, Gareth. But when me and Nicky, I tried getting away a couple of times. Like I said, me and Nicky, we went out to Spain. We bought tickets. You remember that, Joe? We literally bought tickets. We went out to Spain. We was out there for like a full season. March to September, we was out in fucking Benidorm, and I loved it. I really did love it out there. It's a totally different way of life. It was away from everything. It was like, you know what I mean? Yeah. But even then, we were drinking something rotten, like when we was out in Spain, because the beer is actually cheaper than fucking pop. Literally, you could buy a can of beer cheaper than you could buy a can of Fanta. Let's just say that. Yeah. So we were just, and it was no good for you. And then we went to Barcelona for a short while. And then things just didn't really work out. There was too many, what do you call them, like Polish and all the rest of it, Albanians and all. There wasn't much work there. Do you know what I mean? It was all inundated in Barcelona. And we ended up coming back again. And then we ended up back in fucking Stoke-on-Trent again. Like, you know what I mean? It was like, back to square one. Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
You climb out of hell and then you find yourself back in it. Yeah, I know. I've been there. Don't worry about that. I've been there.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally everybody, me and Sab both know from back then, are either still bang at it, whatever they were doing, they're still behaving like in the 20s and they're like in the 50s or some of them.
You can't do it. That's the thing. You can't do it. The older you get, it's not viable. The older you get, it ain't viable. It's not something you can continue doing. You know what I mean?
It gets too much, man. It gets too much.
Sadly, people get. That's what addiction is, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's at the end of the day.
And then the sad thing is watching. Go on, Joe. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying they'll swap one for another a lot of time. And
they'll compensate.
Yeah. I've seen people do that. I've seen people go from say, "Oh, I don't want to do it. I'm bummed out on heroin." You know what I mean? And they all of a sudden then they're taking loads of fucking speed and loads of coke.
These days it's
seen it myself.
Thank God, alhamdulillah, me and Sab got out when we did because of things like the synthetic cannabis is spice. That stuff weren't. I'm not saying there weren't stuff about. Yes, there was MDMA, there was LSD, there was all the rest of it, but not like there is now. There is. I don't want to use the word choice. There are way more options for usage now than there ever
cheaper
was
as well.
before.
That spice is like have you seen? You see some people going around Stoke, right? Yeah,
that spice it turns people. It's like almost like they're on fentanyl.
Zombie. It is. It's the English version of fentanyl.
I seen 2 lads, right? They were smoking it, right, and they were literally leaning against fucking thorn bushes. And not giving a flying fuck about it. Like, you know, they had t-shirts. I'm not saying they had t-shirts on, smoking it. I was just like looking at them thinking, fuck me.
They call it the zombie drug for a reason.
Yeah, like Joe's just said, they call it the zombie drug, mate.
When I got spiked, I had 2 drags of a cigarette, we'll call it, and I felt fine. I inhaled it like you would normally, and then on the third one, it was in my mouth. But you remember when we were pretend smokers when we were 12 and what have you, and you didn't really inhale it into you. And I didn't inhale it properly. And I thought, what the fuck? I feel really funny, So I put it down, and I started sliding like this. And by the time I finished, I was nearly on fucking floor and vertical. It was. I have got to say, and you saw me back then. That was the worst experience of my fucking life. It was awful. I couldn't move. I was completely immobile. It was awful. It was. But thank God that shit weren't available when we were all.
And that's how they get you, Joe. You see, because even if you're just a smoker and you smoke weed, do you know what I mean? Even if you're just occasional split smoker and you smoke a bit of weed, like, and people know me like this. That's been my comfort blanket for so long. It really has, like, do you know what I mean? From leaving all that in Stoke-on-Trent and having these 15 years away from it all, smoking weed was my comfort blanket. It was my little, and even that, I've knocked all that on the head as well now. Do you know what I mean? It's like,
the good thing about weed though is that you can walk away from it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And you can take the time. You can take as much time as you like, Sal, away from it. And if you feel like having a puff one day in years to come, maybe 10 years, you know what I mean? 12 years, 20 years, whatever. You can go and do it. You know what I mean? But that's the thing with the weed, and that's what's so great about it.
Yeah.
But anything else, this you know,
it's hard.
It's been made, you know what I mean, and all the rest of it. It ain't so great. You know what I mean?
It's not just about the drugs. It's about the lifestyle. That is harder in some aspects than leaving the addictive substances behind. The hustle, being in active use like we were, I've had this conversation with a few friends, like with my friend who got sober back when I did. I'll call her Teresa. That lifestyle is just as addictive as the substances, and it is a very sociable thing because you're going here, you're going there, you're seeing this person, you're doing this, you do. The amount of people we used to see in a 24-hour period, Sab, would be insane.
I know.
To the point I used to threaten to put a fucking toll bar on my front door at Denby Street.
I know. We got Stephen, we had Bez, we had fucking. Oh Lord! Just I could sit here and fucking name names all fucking day long. And then you had little hubs like the YMCA and the fucking Sally Army and all them little places as well. Like, do you know what I mean? There's all these little hostels and all the rest of it. You just go and hang around there for the day, and you'd go off. Mate, the amount of people that we used, just all intermingled. But again, they're all in the same circle, really, pretty much. And they're all just biting at each other's ankles to fucking try and get some. Do you know what I mean? You could never really trust. It was like, they're my mates, but you could never really trust them because you never felt as though you could even leave a lighter lying around because you'd be feeling as though it would be nicked.
Your clipper would disappear. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I know.
You know what I mean? Even down to a fucking clipper, mate. You couldn't trust anybody. You know what I mean? Like, I remember one time I bought a fucking half ounce of weed of hash, like, because there was no fucking green around back then, like,
no, they weren't.
And it was all solid, like, it was all fucking solid hash, and that's what we smoked.
Yeah.
And exactly, Tim. Exactly that. And I remember I bought half ounce.
That's a rarity for me because we don't get it up this way. It's just
I'd set off from the party. We'll call it the party because I can't remember. I do remember where it was, but I set off from the party and I got home again. And I'm like, oh fuck! I think, have I lost it? And I'm like, and then I'm thinking, no, because I didn't fucking. Somebody had robbed me fucking half ounce of fucking ash off me, like, you know what I mean? Basically, like, so yeah, it's one of them, like, but you cut your losses. Yeah, it was one of them. Yeah.
If it weren't nailed down, it were going to walk. And even if it were nailed down, certain people would have no issue in attempting to unnail it.
Sue was like, she didn't smoke it until she was in her 20s, gave up cigs about 7 years ago, still vaping though. I don't like vaping. You can get THC vapes.
I don't either. I don't like it. One thing I gotta say, I absolutely detest it. Is when you're walking in a crowd of people, and you and you end up inhaling what the other people are inhaling, and it's just like,
A big cloud of smoke.
I don't, you know, it's like, I don't want to be inhaling something that smells like fucking Vimto, for God's sake, you know what I mean? No,
Like you were saying, no, you can pick it up and put it down. So I've had 4 months off it, and then I had a little smoke for my birthday, and then that was it. It's like drinking. I don't drink. Hey, Joe, listen to this.
I haven't seen you drink. I haven't seen
exactly.
I haven't seen you drink in 5 years, mate.
I haven't drank. I haven't drank
apart from the stream that you did the other night when you know what I mean, and that was it.
I had four pints for my birthday. That's what I had. That's the most I've drank in
really
one
good,
night
man.
for
That,
5 years.
Fucking hats off to you. That's an achievement, is that, man? That's how I go in and out from where we came from. That's really good. That's for a lot of people that might be quite easy, but it's not.
And even that's 5 years ago. I remember.
I used to have a hefty drinking habit, and I used to throughout the week.
Yeah,
but I managed. But the reason why I calmed down is I had a blood clot in my leg, which spread to my lungs, so I can't do what I used to do.
Bottle of Malbec every night, this man.
Yeah. Well, and the rest.
And the rest, yeah, and a couple of tinnies and. Yeah.
And now it's just like a 4-pack of Heineken on the weekend.
Yeah.
I just thought, no, I ain't doing it anymore. I can't do it.
I haven't had a drink in 20 years. I reckon. But even back then, do you remember back in the day, I'd rather sit there with a brew and a joint than a can and a joint. I didn't, because I was speeding and I was actively using. Once I took my speed, no matter how much I drunk, I couldn't get drunk. I would stay at where I were with the alcohol. So for me back then, it was a waste of fucking time, weren't it?
Yeah, you're drinking, and you're not getting your money's worth out of your drink, when you want that. That's the thing.
It was a waste of money. I'll tell you something. One person who only ever drunk juice. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. Never drunk coffee. Never drunk alcohol. He only ever drunk juice. Do you know what I'm on about?
No.
No. P's husband.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Dave.
Yeah. I'm not saying he didn't drink. I'm saying when we were all at home and in each other's houses, he would only drink juice. He only ever drunk juice, didn't he?
Dave and Portia. Fucking hell, I forgot about them.
Still married, by the way.
Are they?
Name on it, Portia.
Yeah.
God.
She changed the name. To Portia. That's not her original.
I thought it might have been the parents, but if she changed her name to it, oh no.
Yeah, she changed the name to that.
The original name.
We used to take the piss out of her for it, you know what I mean? What was your name before then? Mercedes.
Rather.
Jean.
Yeah, it was Jean. Yeah.
She hated the Michael Jackson song Billie Jean. She used to go mad when it came on in pub, didn't she?
You used to take the piss saying, was she on a witness protection program and all? You changed your name because you're on a witness protection program. Dave was a sound guy. Actually, I used to work when we did the property maintenance with Gareth.
As far as I know, he's still into property maintenance. Yeah. But I haven't seen him for years, in all fairness.
Roger Howarth, that was it. Roger Howarth.
Dodgy Roger.
Yeah, well, he was the one who actually got he was buying houses with Alan Bourne, the millionaire. And we were converting houses, basically. That's why I lived in fucking something like 26 different fucking houses in Stoke-on-Trent, mate. I really did as well. Honestly, I'd move into one, we'd do it up, and then we'd move into the next one, we'd do it up, and then move into the next one and do it up. Honest to God, the amount of places I lived in Stoke was unreal. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful it was. And that's what, you know what, and these little things, it was right. So when I first went to Stoke-on-Trent, this is what's led me into what I'm doing recently, right? And this is my little backstory behind it. And this is what I'm going to give on my business profile about who I am and why it's brought me where I am. So like Roger Howarth, he pulled me when I was in fucking prison in Shrewsbury. You know, you remember I've talked about being in Shrewsbury prison, and I was only there for about 3 or 4 months. Shoplifting, that's what it was. shoplifting. Shoplifting from Morrison's, mate. I robbed a bottle of whiskey, a bottle of brandy, and a block of cheese with Nicky. And the funny story about that is, I wasn't even caught by the security at Morrison's. It was the guy from fucking B&Q on his break, mate. And I had a proper little fucking hustle with him as well. And I remember he dropped me down to the floor and I just fucking went kodunk on his fucking uppy ball sack. I just went, raw, and dropped him to his knees. And then this big lanky bastard came out and grabbed me. He was like, nope, you're going nowhere. I'm like, get the fuck off me. But I ended up in prison for that. Roger Howarth actually he came around and he actually offered me a nugget while I was there and said to me, I'm in the YMCA. My office is in the YMCA. And I'm like, oh, I know that place very well. He said, well, when you get out, come and see me and I might have some work for you. So from that, it was about 2 months after I got out and I actually went to the YMCA. I was floating in and out there anyway, but I caught him in the office. Yeah, you were. And I was like, you remember me? You saw me while I was there, yeah. And he was like, oh, yeah, come here, you. He was like, yeah. So he took me under his wing, mate. And he was like, right, I'm going to have you working with Dave and, do you know what I mean? Dave and Porter and that. I was working with another, and I was already intermingled with these people anyway. So it was like, hang on, I know half of these people anyway, like, yeah. And it was run through an organisation called the Salt Box, which is like a Methodist church in Hamley. Yeah, it's a chapel. They then changed into a church called the Church Without Walls because they went to various places and all the rest. It was like open church thing. Like, yeah. See, so yeah, I was part of the church and stuff as well, like because they were helping me out, like so to speak. They were giving me little nuggets of guidelines and kind of, do you know what I mean, trying to get me out of the fucking shit and that, like, and that's what led me into the property maintenance. Because Roger Howarth had actually been a millionaire, had several businesses, but then gambled it all away. Literally lost. Yes, all right, so that's why they called him Dodgy Roger. Then I just thought they were mocking him. That's what happened with Roger Howarth. He'd actually literally gambled something like $1.5 million away on the casinos. He went out to a casino and he lost it all, like gambling, like, yeah. And then what he did was he changed his life around, spent about 3 years. He became a minister for the church. And then that's what led him into being with the Salt Box, right? Yeah. So obviously that's why he got the privilege of going around to the prisons and offering these little support groups. So, yeah. And then what he'd done is he'd gotten into cahoots with one of his old business people. And he's like kind of saying, listen, you can buy a house for like 10 or 15 grand in fucking these little terraced houses in Stoke. Like, yeah, you can buy them for like 10 or 15 grand. We'll do them up. So we'll rip them out, like we'll do them all, you know, and we'll redo them, like, and then you flip them for about 30 or 40 grand. So you make, you know what I mean? Yeah. But while we were doing them up, what we did was it was like halfway houses. Now this leads into the story of like 3 of the different properties on the like Trubshaw Street down in Burslem, down that end. Right, you got Trubshaw Street. I had a heroin addict. I woke up one morning and he was dead underneath the fucking living room table. Oh, Roger, yeah, I found another one. There was like you remember Welshie, Stephen Dando. I remember when we were. I used to frequent. I used to be up early in the morning, and I turned up one morning and. Even Stephen, like he got pulled by the police. He was in the fucking police cells all night under suspicion of fucking overdosing one of his roommates, basically. Like, yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Because he was the night, like literally 2 nights before, he was threatening about kind of like, oh, I'll fucking do you in me and all the rest of this, like, you know what I mean, making threats and that. Other people had heard it, what was going on, and then 2 days later, this smackhead's dead in his fucking room. So the police had actually had him under suspicion of fucking murder, mate. Yeah, seriously, like. Yeah, I'm sure it was suspicion of manslaughter. Where else was it? There was a place in Newcastle under Lyme. I woke up and there was a guy dead. He'd done a snowball and he was dead under the kitchen table. Do you know what I mean? It's fucking hell, like, when you're witnessing, when you're living with this and you're witnessing. Probably. I'm saying this as somebody who is training and halfway to being a counsellor. So part of what I do on social media is I run a listening service. You can sit there, you can dump on me, and I'll just dumb an hour and. Do you know what I mean? I'm not quite at the counselling stage yet. Have you not got PTSD? I mean, I should have. Maybe it's there buried. Maybe it's there buried in the background.
Most people would have.
No, I think I've dealt with it. To be honest with you, Joe, I really have dealt with it. It's
You're
been
doing
away
very
from it
well.
now. When you've been away from it for 15 years, and I've reflected on it, and I've had all of these people here on. Do you know what I mean? I've talked about loads of stuff, and I've explained it, and I'm like, listen, I've had I've had a bit of a rough fucking innings before I got here. Like, I had some fucking major shit going on in my life, but I think I've dealt with it now. I've got it all out, and I've dealt with it. And I look back now, and I think, fuck me, I'm so glad I got out of it. It's what's kept me who I am now. I've become this man, and this is what. So this is where I'm going, like, yeah. So all of these kind of shit and everything that I've been through. When I was on probation, what happened was because coming out and that, you go on probation. Do you know what I mean? It was one of them. I only got 80 hours. I got 80 hours community service. But that probation place in Stoke was a woodworking shop, right? And what they did was, for the amount of hours that you got a specific project to do. So a bird table or a planter box or a bench, etc. Do you know what I mean? But because I only had 80 hours and I was like, you know, being who I am and that, right? He had me ripping down pallets first, and then like that got rid of fucking so many hours. And then he was like, there's no point starting you on a project, but because by the time you finish your hours, you're not going to finish the project. So I was literally floating around in there for like 2 or 3 months, like, doing whatever I wanted to. Some of the shit I remember, I was making Nicky. I was making a plaque with Sab and Nicky written on it, like, oh, Sab loves Nicky, whatever. Like, I was making like a little plaque. So I was on the bandsaw cutting out like bits of fucking pallet wood and making the letters for it. I remember he came over one time, he leaned over my shoulder, he was like, what are you doing there, Sab? And I was like, an S. He's like, what? He'd leave it. He went away for about fucking 20 minutes. He'd come back again 20 minutes later, and he's like, so what are you doing now then? And I went, like, an N. 1 week I was actually making swords out of the fucking I was literally making swords and stuff like that. Like, he's like, you know, you can't make that stuff here. That's a weapon. He loved me, he did. George, he fucking loved me, he did. It was brilliant, mate. Honest to God. But so that's what it was. These little things. When I came here as well, I just threw myself at doing community stuff, like volunteering and putting back into the community, because I truly understand and I appreciate how much it means to give a bit of time, to give a bit of solace and grace to people, to give them that little lending ear, to be there for people and actually kind of lift them up a little bit and give them that little push. Do you know what I'm saying? So now what I'm doing is, now this is where the business plan comes into doing what I'm doing. That's why I'm a limited company now. That's why I'm doing everything above board and fucking crossing the T's, dotting the I's. We've got an old abandoned toilets here, a redundant toilet. They've shut the toilet down, right? And I want to turn that into a community project where it's like that community service place. It's like
what's the rent on that? What was the rent on that? Because I remember you saying about
$5 grand for the year, mate. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I should get it funded through the organisations I'm doing as well. If I give them a decent business plan and I show them exactly what I'm doing, it isn't just a community wood workshop. It's my business also included with it as well. So it's a local business that they're helping to establish. It's a community project side of it is where I'm going to give 2 or 3 days a week so people can come in. We'll do, let's say, 5 people each week, 5 different people. You can only do it once, right? But it gives them the skill set, the knowledge. It gives them the competency skills. You know what I mean? It gets them doing something. It gives them that little spark like there, because that's doing that probation with George back in fucking Stoke. It gave me that, like, it really did. I think that's one thing that's lacking.
I think that's one thing that's lacking across the entire country at the moment.
Mike in the house.
It's places like that for people to go and learn and to better themselves. You know what I mean? The end of the day.
So that's the inspiration, that kind of, you know what I mean? And I've been look how long I've been holding that. 20 years I've been holding on to that for, like, do you know what I mean? 20 odd years I've been holding on to that aspiration. That's where Sab's workshop comes from. That's why I'm a general builder by trade. I'm a blue card, fully skilled builder now, like, because of that. Do you know what I mean? Because of these little things that were given to me back then, I just never had the opportunity to shine, if that makes sense. And even now, even with the misses and everything going on there, right? This past 6 months, I know it's been a bit chaotic, but Everything else in life previously has built me up to being able to handle these situations. All the like UK Urban Prepper there. Now,
Yeah,
as
man.
we was talking, as Joe and I were talking, we've done untold amounts of like traveling around the country, doing mad hiking expeditions, and you have to be prepared for all of them situations. Look how much stuff I've got now. I'm prepared for pretty much every situation. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know all the off-grid living, all the foraging, and everything else that I've done over the years. Like, it's all been a build-up. It's all been like kind of been building me up and prepping me for what I'm doing right now. And I'm lucky, really, that I've just been through everything I've been through. I'm only 44. I'm still young enough and daft enough to still make mistakes.
Hey,
but I'm
fucking hell, you're a nappy rash.
I know,
I'm 46 next month, guys. Fuck me.
Fucking I'm 50 this year.
Chicken. Fucking hell,
Happy
you're
birthday,
a
Joe.
chicken there.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Pre-birthday wishes. So look, even with the missus now, she's I know she's kind of in one sense she's held me back, but in another sense it's prepped me because I built 2 workshops and I bounced around a little bit. I'm in this area. I've got such a close connection with the neighbours and the actual community here and all the rest of it. Everybody knows who I am, what I'm capable of, like etc. etc. So when I go and do this community workshop now, people know that I'm a man of my word. Do you know what I'm saying? If I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. It's as simple as that. Like, if I say I'm going to do it this way and that way, and it's for community, it's not just me building a business. I'll have my own little shop there. I'll start doing everything else. It's just going to take a little. This year is my year to shine. I'm telling you, it really is. Like, it really is.
And take it, Sab. Don't let anything stop you. You get where I'm coming from.
So yeah. So it's kind of a build-up. Everything I've been doing is a build-up, right? Even having my kid there as well, my 6-year-old, having Betty there as well. That's what's kept me focused as well. Yeah. That's what's kept me going, right? Do you know what I mean? That's the switch. It's there. It's not just for me. It's for my kid as well. Yeah, claiming the land and all the rest of it that I'm doing as well. Can't talk about that here. I'm not going to tell you any more information, but trust me, the plans for that are fucking flying. I've done most of the
I know how you're doing it, and I've also researched it myself, and it is viable.
Yeah, and I've got all the paperwork.
It's very viable. If you can find the right little bit of land that nobody's touched, and nobody wants to fucking bother with.
I've even been on the land registry and actually paid for all the details, and I've actually put in for the applications and etc. So it will take me now 15 months until that bit is mine now. 3/4 of an acre. Think about that.
WhatsApp with details. I never getting one. I'll be like, oi!
It'd be a hell of a YouTube channel when you start to develop it.
Yeah, well, I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to share it all. I'm not sharing it all on YouTube until it's already done. Until the paperwork's done properly and I've got it in my name. Then I'm going to do the YouTube on it. Like, yeah, that's when that comes into play. Like, yeah, because you know what this place is like.
Yeah.
Oh, look, Mike's on it as well. See, but as you know, like when I first came down here, like almost 15 years ago, I was already on this situation of claiming land and doing all of that. It's only because I got with a wife that I put it off on the back burner. Do you know what I mean? There's a little place in St. Leonard's now. I built a hut on it. All right, it's an old development site, and the houses have never been built on it because there's a badger reserve on there. Right now, think about it for a second. I've actually got my hut still there. So technically speaking, I could go back to that hut now and actually say, I've had this hut here for for 14 years. I've had this hut here for now. Yeah. And I can actually say, well, I want to claim this bit of land now. It's been under my name. It's had my name on it. It's had this. It's had, do you know what I mean? Nobody's contested it or anything. Yeah. I'd like to claim it now, please. That's what I could actually do that right now.
God, what I wouldn't do. Well, I wouldn't do a lot of things, but you get where I'm coming from, given that, I've done a lot of things. What I wouldn't do is have a piece of land and start homesteading. Start gradually, bit by bit, work it. And bear in mind, me and Scab, sorry, I got your name wrong. Me and Sab have very similar skills in terms of, called the Scab. I'm really sorry, I meant Sab.
Scab. Clip it, guys. Clip that bit. Quick, clip it. Use it.
I blame the false teeth at the bottom, and I can't pop them out and show you. They've got dentine grip. Yeah, I do. I have no issue popping my teeth out on lives. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, what I wouldn't do because we have very similar skills. Do you get where I'm coming from? few animals,
So, right,
but enough.
I'll give a little bit of, this is how you kind of, right, this is how I sussed out how to do this sort of situation right now. Listen very carefully. So,
I'm listening. I just
there is multiple angles that you can go about doing this, but the way I've found about doing this is find a little development site that's going on. So, not far from me, there's a call. It's a what do you call it? A bypass. There's a new bypass being built right up there, and there's a farm that's just been sold last year. So in between the bypass and the farm, I went on Google Maps and I did a full survey of all down that road. It's a big long road as well. So I mean, you can go and search it yourself, but it take you hours. Literally took me hours to find these little spots.
I love a rabbit hole.
Right. And what I did was I've actually found 3 little bits of land. One's not very big. It's about 40 meters. Excuse me. It's about 40 meters in a triangle shape. The other one is just a little sliver of land. So it's like kind of 15 meters wide by about 30 meters longish, right? Yeah, you put that in perspective. But it's got loads of trees and fucking all sorts growing in it. So that's going to be a lot of work to do to make it like arable land or whatever, like, yeah. Now the other bit that I found in between is actually about just short of 3/4 of an acre. That's a big old bit of land, that is. Yeah, that's a big old bit of land for what you can put 2 houses on it with a nice big driveway. Let's just say that. Right? Serious.
Okay.
So what I did was I went on Google Maps and I outlined that little bit, right? Put a red line around it. I went onto the land registry and I paid for all of this as well. You have to pay for it. You have to pay to be a member of the land registry for a start. And then when you've done that, then you can apply for boundaries, boundary lines, previous occupants, people who have owned these little, do you know what I mean? Like so on and so forth. What else? I mean, I've got it all saved. I've literally got it all saved on there as well. All my documents, everything that I've done, I've got it all saved. So I can actually show this when I'm ready to do so. And I'll show it like, yeah. I can show all how I did it, exactly how I did it, like, and which way around I've done it. So after I'd done the research about what's what and who owns what and all the rest of it, I actually sussed out that where the farm is, I'm not going to mention which farm or anything because then it'll give it away. But where the farm is and where the bypass is, there was this sliver of land where he'd actually claimed that land himself previously, pretty much the same way I'm doing it now. So what he hadn't done, he hadn't claimed and done it properly, as in like he hadn't done like the square and like kind of right, I want that bit. Do you know what I mean? He'd just done where his little farm is and the field next to it. That's all he's done, right? So where they built the bypass and where his farm meet up, there's this 3/4 acre of piece of land that's unregistered.
There's a little land, I know you mean.
Nobody's name on it, like nobody's got claim to it, like. And I was like, ooh. So now the next stage, what you do is, so what I do now is I go and fence it off, and I put this is managed by me, and put a phone number on it. And it'll take me less than 2 years now. If nobody contests it, nobody puts a little thing in saying, "Oh, that's mine."
Yeah, you'll have a deed for land, yeah, basically.
And trust me, when I say this, I've put not this phone number that I'm using now in my phone. I've used a different number. I've got 2 SIM cards in my phone, right? Yeah. So one SIM card I don't use for anything else. It's just there in the background, like, yeah. So I've got like 2 signals going on here on the top of the phone. But I don't. The other one is literally just for that, in case anybody rings about it. It's just for that. That's all it is. So, and yeah, this is managed by me, and my phone number there on it. Now, about a mile, not even, but half a mile further down, they've just started doing industrial developments. You know, for like whatever, like building shops and retail or whatever, like And they've had loads of Harris fencing just thrown to one side. And I'm like, yep, I'll have a bit of that. Yep, I'll have a bit of that. So I've started fencing it all off as well and everything like proper. I've started putting posts in and all the rest of that as well. And I've fenced it off. Cool. It's half fenced off right now. With 15 months it's going to take me. And then I pay about 500, just about it was just over 500 quid for a solicitor to put in for the registering the land into my name. So if nobody's contested it within 2 years, basically, I can then basically go and put the registry application in, and that takes 6 months. It takes within 6 months that's done, like, as well. So if nobody contests that within the 6 months as well,
so it's about a 3-year waiting period then.
But let's put things in perspective so everybody understands what's going on here. No land is owned by anybody in the country. Did you know? It's all owned. All land in England is owned by the Crown. The only reason that you're able to do these little caveats and actually claim bits of land is because the Crown would rather prefer that land having an income from it rather than just being sat stagnant and not doing anything. Yeah. So my little plan is to be, and this is how you go about doing the rest of it as well. So my little plan to be later on is, once that land is actually in my name, which will take, 2 years, literally 2 years from now. I've already started doing it. I've already put the fence up. I've already put my name on it. So it's already there. Do you know what I mean? Then what I do is I make it agricultural. So I put a couple of chickens, a chicken coop, right? I put 5, let's say 5 chickens and a goat, right? Yeah. 5 chickens and a goat. It's agricultural land then. Within that kind of, so you got 3 years, up to 3 years to start doing your barn, right? Put the application in for a barn for the agricultural side of it, Now, once you've done that and you put the planning permission in and it's all gone through, that costs about, I don't know, it's about 700 quid to do that for the application, planning permission, basically. It's about 700 quid to do that. So then what you do is you put the application in to make a barn. You've got 3 years to start making your barn, right? Until you put your first post in the ground to start doing your ground. You've got 3 years. So then what you do is you save up some money and you get a proper nice little log cabin ready, do you know what I mean? And then 2 weeks before the 3 years is up, what you do is you start building your barn. And then when you come out to see what you're up to, you're like, well, I've only just started. So from that, you've got 3 years there to actually make all the land fucking proper nice and get it all kitted. Do you know what I mean? Make it all
get it ready,
do what you're doing,
prep it,
getting it ready. And then after that, after your 3 years, then you've got another 3 years to actually finish your barn. So that's 6 years after that, right? Mate, you flying.
With your skills, that's not a problem.
That's what I'm saying. So literally, within this 10 years, I'll have a little farm going. I'll have a little place going that I can live on. I can do it all properly. And that, do you know what, Tim? Everybody who's been watching, they all saw me up at the farm.
I've seen what you can do. I know what you can do. Wasn't even a month ago, Joe. I know you're a capable guy. As I was telling you this afternoon, Joe, it was literally not even a month ago that I was up living on a farm. She had 12 cows, 5 calves, 50 odd chickens. Yeah, by the way, everybody, she's sold them cows now. They've all gone. The cows have now gone. She's sold them. She's 70 years old. She doesn't want to be dealing with it anymore. She's kept the chicken. Yeah, she's kept the chicken. I knew she talked to me about it. I knew she was going to do it anyway. So, but anyway, she's still moving them about. She's still got a couple of cows left up there and whatnot. Do you know what I mean? But she's sold most of the majority. Yeah, they're going now anyway. So, but yeah, I think her son wanted to keep a couple and put them down on the marshland that she's just bought down that way. Well, she's got some money, but it's all tied up in the land. She hasn't got money in her pocket, but she's got fucking acres of land.
That's the thing with farmers; they tend to be asset rich and cash poor.
That's it. That's what it is. It's all in assets. Yeah, it's all in assets. But anyway, so but for 2.5 months, Joe, I was on that farm. I was up at 6 o'clock every fucking morning, not a day off. Literally every day, a month for Sundays I did up there. Do you know what I mean? Literally did a month for 2.5 months up at crack of dawn, going off, feeding the cows, rebedding them, fucking going sorting the chickens out, because the chickens were free range. You know what I mean? I'd go and let them out in the morning, put them back in the coop on an evening, and she loved me for it. She actually fucking loved me for it. She actually said to me one day, she was like, I feel like I'm taking advantage of yourself because I usually pay for people to do this. And I'm like, listen, you give me food and shelter and I'll be right. Trust me, I'll sort myself out. So this is just a stepping stone on where I need to be. Do you know what I mean? So don't worry about it. It's part of life. It's part of what I'm doing. It's part of earning them
It's
karma
that
points.
give and take, in it. You're giving her something she needs, and she's giving something you need.
That's
It's
what I
an
said to her. I
exchange.
literally sat her down for that.
Yeah. This is the thing, and this is what a lot of
Mutually
people don't
beneficial
understand.
at the end of the day, and it's a mutually beneficial.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Money's not
And
everything, and it's not going to solve your problems all the time, is it?
If you look back on my YouTube, it shows where the workshop that I built there, the little hut that I was sleeping in, and all the rest of it. It was wicked. It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. Like, a beautiful little place I had there. An old BT engineers box it was, and I kitted it out really good. Like, to be honest, it looked smart. I was cooking in there.
Certainly didn't. It's by the time you'd finished with it, it certainly looked I'd say 300, 400 times better than what it used to look like. You know what I mean?
I spent 300 quid kitting it out. Don't get me wrong. I bought all the OSB board and all the insulation. Do you know what I mean? I went out and like proper kitted it out and that. I did it nice. It was good. Like, it was nice. Yeah, all LED lights in there and power and Wi-Fi and everything.
You were there through the winter, Sab. So you know,
and it was winter. Oh yeah, I had Cala gas heater in there and everything. I had fucking I got something like I've still got all the gas bottles up there. I've got about fucking 8 gas bottles. What I was using, man.
People think that
warm.
kind of lifestyle and homesteading is really easy, and it looks great on social media until fucking winter hits.
Yeah, well, wait until I get this land a bit more. Wait until I get it all fucking going a bit more better, and then I can show it all off. Then I can show exactly what I'm doing.
I've got all these van life channels that you just see on YouTube, and they're out throughout the summer and the spring, and then throughout the winter you don't hear a head or tail of them because you know what I mean.
Yeah, there's only the hardcore crew. Because I follow a lot of van lifers and homesteaders, you know, that kind of alternative lifestyle. To me, that's normal life, you know, traveling around, living on the land, whatever. But for a lot of people, that's alternative, and you only get the hardcore crew that are out in winter, the ones that are really serious about it, or don't give it up, you know, living off the land and homesteading. You'll be surprised how many give up after a couple of years when it gets hard. And they realise the actual graft you've got to put into it, the constant early mornings, little sleep, going bed late,
breakdown, parts for the vehicle, but welding as well, all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, a lot of people don't see the true life of it. A lot of people don't see. I
wouldn't. I've got to be honest. I'm happy where I am now, but. Once upon a time,
like I said, I'd quite happily sell somebody's soul for that kind of life.
What are the Daily Star for, Mike? Mike should get up on channel as well because he knows loads about all this sort of stuff. I was watching him a couple of nights ago. He was prepping food. He was doing the vacuum sealed on the
I was watching that as well.
I was watching him. Yeah, he's proper prepping and that. Like the channel. Yeah.
Epic, man.
I'm gonna find you on that YouTube shit on me YouTube.
Yeah,
Mike knows his shit. I gotta say it. Like, he knows his shit. He's good. Like, he's good.
I'd love to get up on his panel one day and actually talk about what I've been doing over the years. Like, do you know what I mean? Because I know so much foraging skills. It's unbelievable. I could literally live off the land, man. I'm not even joking.
Sab is the shroom master.
Honestly,
I really am. I love it. Money doing that, Sab.
I love it. Like, I could literally, because I was looking through.
Don't mean magic ones either.
I'll show you something in a second. I'm just making the coffee. Hang on.
Yeah,
let me get the honey out.
Welcome back to another video.
Oh.
Get the honey out. Put the coffee. No sugar. Honey.
I check you when your health kick out.
high on sugar. That's what it is, isn't it? There you go.
Yeah, no. If you look on like YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, all that sort of stuff, Sab. If you once you get your land going, have a look into not just doing YouTube, do the other channels as well, and you will make quite a bit of money. And you'll start gaining traction. You make one video, you blast it everywhere. Do it. I have like a tripod that can hold 2-3 phones, so you have one live stream going with another one at the same time. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. You do want to do a podcast? That's right. We'll have to sort that out, Mike. We'll have to do the podcast. Like I'm going to show you something in a second here as well. So as I said about doing the community stuff and doing the projects and that. Oh God, let me find it. Where is it? Oh, here we go. I've got to find it now. Here we go. Let me put you here while I look for it. And I know I got it because I pulled it out earlier on. I was looking at it. I was like, fucking hell.
No.
I got 10 years worth of paperwork in this bag. Hey, look, there you go. There's one of my books, Living in a Wild Garden.
Oh, go on.
It's only a little thing I'm looking for. It's only a little thing.
So you got it out earlier, and now you're looking for your little thing. Oh dear.
I'm looking for my little thing there. Oh, I've got 10 years worth of bloody travel. No word. Look at this. This is from going to see my little girl. I've got 10 years worth of travel tickets and all sorts.
Gotta keep them, man.
Yeah. Taking her to the cinemas. When's this one from? 2022. 2022 travel up to Stoke-on-Trent. Oh, I've kept a good paper trail, I tell you. I've kept a bloody good paper trail. Here we go. Oh my God, pictures. I've got pictures here. Oh my God. Is that what I think it is? No, that's not what it is it? That's oh, that's the company I was working for last. Look at that. Look at me with my perfect set of gnashes.
God, yeah, remember that back in the day. Yeah.
This is in Stoke-on-Trent. Look at that. That's in Stoke-on-Trent.
Fucking hell.
Fucking hell, wearing a tie.
Yeah, remember them days.
That's my little girl who's got, look, she's proper older than that now, but that's when I was, yeah. Traveling. Oh my God. Wow. Some pictures there. Kept some stuff, man. What's all this? This is all motorbike stuff. Yep. Motorbike stuff. Check this out. This is on one of the last jobs I did. I was working with asbestos. These, Mike will be interested in this as well. You see this there? These are called face fit masks. They're the Force 8 masks, and you can actually, they're really good masks. And you have to have a shave. You have to be shaved, so it actually sits on your face. And the reason I got that bag on my head is because they sprayed like this fart gas stuff into it, and they were like saying, "Can you smell it?" Because if you can smell the fart gas, it means you're not wearing the mask properly. Do you know what I'm saying? So they are literally kind of like nothing else. You can't breathe through the mask other than through them two filters that are on the side. Yeah. Look, that's when my baby girl was born. Oh yeah, look, with my blue hat on in the hospital. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got some fucking stuff saved here. I was lucky, really, to get all of this. Yeah.
It's really I got photos, yeah.
Oh, here we go. I found it. So, oh look, my small living country. my small country living there. So this is what I was looking for, right? This is what I did. 6 years ago, I did this. And I actually set a little page up on Facebook and all the rest of it called Savage Forage Warrior in partnership with the Seaview Foraging Walks, a simple and practiced course offering educational on foraging, eco-living and self-sufficiency. Yeah, and I made a little booklet. There's me with a chicken of the woods, look. I went and picked a chicken of the woods. Yeah. And I was, what it says, I'll read it out to you. It says, we provide education on self-sustainability with a guide to off-grid living. On this course, you will learn how to readily identify, pre-prepare, and thoroughly cook a wide variety of forage foods. Learn some conservational skills and about the economical impact foraging can have on your current living standards. Want to learn more about how you can be part of this fantastic opportunity? We have a wide range of courses available all year round, which involve basic foraging courses, how to get started in foraging, identifying, preparing and cooking, the sensitivity test, learn what not to eat. The intermediate course was gain a deeper knowledge of foraging and rudimental hut building. The advanced course was for cob hut building, making your own cob hut with a more sustainable electricity running through with hot water and food supply. These are all hands-on courses with intense one-to-one tuition if required. And I did that through the Seaview project. And they are actually they're still going as well. Like, so yeah, it's all, do you know what I mean? This is all proper. That's what I did. Look.
Shorts to do with them. How many on your channel have got to do with the Seaview?
Yeah, you could also run events on, have you heard of Eventbrite, which where you advertise events? It's an app where you can advertise like foraging, art classes, whatever your gig is on that as well. I've been on a couple of foraging ones. I mean, I'm quite capable of foraging, but it's about being with your, like, people of your thinking, isn't it? Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah. But I've been doing this. Look, it shows I've been doing this for many years now. Like, and then when I got all my Google pictures that I've downloaded as well, 10 years worth of it, and there's untold amount of stuff that shows that I've been living off the. You know what I mean? I could genuinely live off. No matter what sort of like area I'm in as well. Coastal, meadow, forestry area, urban. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I cover everything.
Yeah.
Good night, Ellie. But yeah, see, so yeah, look, this is another thing that I just want to get into, and I want to be able to offer it out again to other people because we seem to have lost it nowadays. You know what I mean? Kids don't want to take on the allotments. It's all old people at the allotments. It's all grannies at the allotments. It's all who really kind of appreciate it.
It's like in this day and age, if everything went to shit, like with regards to money and the government and all the rest of it, everybody was left fucking, in the shit. Kids wouldn't have a fucking clue.
It's only going to get worse.
Generations that have passed since our generations, they wouldn't have a fucking clue.
Give me 1 sec. I need a pee again. Sorry, guys.
They're too used to making their incomes off social media and blah 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 and all the fucking rest of it. You know what I mean? And they wouldn't even know how to even grow some beanstalks.
Well, I've had the allotment over the road here. I had one of them, and I was going to take on that other allotment, wasn't I? Until obviously I slept in the container and got busted for it.
Oh, you are.
And then I got booted off. They were like, "No, we don't want you here because you just fucking slept in the container." I'm like, "Well, it was me." I'm like, "Come on, now. I didn't take anything. I didn't pinch anything. Nothing was touched. Like, come on. I actually sorted it out and made it look nice. Like, come on, now. Give me some credit." But nah. Never heard back from them. Didn't hear, but they said they were going to have a sit down with the commission board and whatever. They were going to chat about it and see what the outcome was. And we'll contact you and let you know what the outcome is. Not heard from them since. I just messaged them back saying, "Don't bother. I don't want to be part of a community that are really horrible."
You don't need that, man. You don't need that.
I don't want that kind of crap in life, to be honest with you. You keep that little community. That's fine. But look, yeah, even doing them. Look, I was actually doing I did four or five walks with them, taking people out. I had like up to 10 people coming out with me at a time. Yeah, it was really good actually. And that's what, when I was like in my 30s, that really, when you think about it, and I'm teaching people who are twice my age. That's some good skill set to be having. That, like, when you're teaching people who are like nearly double your age, and you're like, listen, you can live off the land. You know what I mean? I had people in the 50s and 60s turning up and doing this with me, like, you know what I mean? Now, the thing is as well, when you do these courses, I can actually, I can set them up so I do different ones, like I've just said there. It's like, you know what I mean? I've just got the basic, the intermediate, and the advanced ones, and teaching people how to live off grid, how to prepare. So, and, Mike, if you're still listening, look at this. This is what I've been working on for the past week. Let me just show you. Notepad. So I've been working on a book, Introduction to Off-Grid Living, benefits of it, energy independence, environmental sustainability, costs, self-sufficiency and resilience, how to stay connected with people. Look at all of that. Look at it all. Like that's just the first page of it. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, I'll put it into Word, and I've got a 28-page book now, and on A4.
Wow.
That's 28 pages of A4 that I've got so far. That I've actually I've done all the research. I've done loads of research, and I've done all these things that I got up here as well. I've been off because we live in this day and age of fucking AI, don't we? Yeah. So what I've done is I've been on AI, and I've kind of gone right. Environmental responsibility, connection between self-sufficiency, environmental impact, the answer, etc. I've also done. Oh my god, there's so much to this as well. Like
AI
foraging
is really
stuff.
useful.
Yeah, foraging stuff. So 20 recipes made from stuff that you can find in England and Europe. I've also got 20 medicinal things that you can make from. Do you know what I mean? Like that valerian root is really good for sleep aid. It's a really good sleep aid. Little things I know, like off top of my head, like for example, like right now this season we've got ramsons, we've got garlic mustard, we've got so much growing in spring. It's unbelievable. Most flowers that you can eat, like in restaurants in London, they actually sell like flowers that have been crystallized, so a bit of casting sugar on them, basically. Like, do you know what I mean? They crystallize them, and stick them on top of ice cream. They charge you 30 quid for a bowl of ice cream because they got fucking flowers on it. Like, you know what I mean?
One scoop at that.
Yeah, and it's just So and then we've got building ramp pump systems, all that sort of stuff, like free stage silage. You know what I mean? A free stage reed bed system that you can use. You can configure it and use it as like a sewerage cleaning system. You can get vertical floor reeds beds that are more efficient than horizontal floor. You know what I mean? It goes off into all of that sort of stuff. Making biodiesel from oil. So this is a good one, right? And it's really long one. This one, actually, this page is actually pretty long, and I've not embellished on it too much. I've just taken the basics of what it is, but it's based around the collapse of an economy and the society, the scenarios and timelines. What could cause shit to hit the fan situations? Yeah. So and it gives it like. The collapse of an economy and society could be triggered by a variety of scenarios, ranging from global disasters to systemic failures. While it's impossible to predict with certainty, certain events and trends could set in motion a chain of crises that might eventually cause widespread collapse. Below are several possible scenarios, the potential consequences, and an estimate of how long it could take for society and the economy to deteriorate. So, a global pandemic similar to the coup, you know what I mean, or worse. And it's got consequences, timeline. It's got economic collapse with hyperinflation, debt crisis or financial crash consequences. What would happen, the government inability to provide public services.
Mike's made a good comment there with what he's just said then, because
this is what
I
I'm doing.
I see it falling apart within the next 5 to 8 years. And maybe even nuclear war.
That's also that is the next
one.
I
don't like talking about it because it's a big downer and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I know, but listen to what you're saying there, Tim. So climate change is the next one, the environmental disasters, etc. So scenarios such as like extreme weather events, massive heat waves, floods, droughts, level sea rise, etc. Even agricultural production declines, which we can all see happening. That's all big in the news right now, isn't it? Agricultural production declines, leading to widespread food shortages, communities that are displaced due to rising city, etc. So, and then the next topic after that is nuclear war or large-scale military conflict. Yeah,
I think I don't think anyone's brave enough for nuclear war because we're all dumb. You press that red button, it's over for everybody. But I do think boots on the ground and military problems
Another one,
is what they'll do.
that's actually very prevalent at the minute as well is cyber attacks, technological failures, that sort of stuff as well. Look what happened this past couple of days over at Heathrow, the airports, the bomb threats and all. Do you know what I mean? Infrastructure.
And then all of a sudden, an electrical substation goes blowing up. Don't you know what I mean?
Exactly right. Yeah. So imagine if that happened all over.
I'm sorry, but I don't. I heard the news about it and all the rest of it, but
don't believe everything you read in the paper, mate.
No,
don't believe everything
it was
you read
blown
in the
up.
paper.
It was blown up.
Yeah.
Don't believe
so
even then,
other things.
Pictures do lie.
Well, no, in the chat. Hello. So,
you know,
next thing would have been like global food
going on in the world at the moment.
shortages.
That's obvious. That was an obvious thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With what's going on in the world at the moment, that was an obvious thing. It's not.
So,
they can, the news channels can say this, that, and the fucking other about it. The reality of it is, when
the news
it's war. It's a war going on, and people, they don't get it. Like they don't see it.
Yeah. So this past week, I've been compiling a book to put together and actually give a lot of people scenarios, how things are going to go down, how to.
If you get that book to publish, I will blast that constantly all over all my social
There it is,
medias. No problems.
Attacks.
Yeah, that's what he's saying there. Sabotage attacks happening all over the UK.
If a certain country is going to go for internet connections under the ocean and this, that, and the fucking other, you know what I mean? Well, I'm pretty sure that they're probably, and with the way that our stance is with regards to a certain place over in Europe, you know what I mean? We're going to cop it, aren't we? You know what I mean?
So, like, it goes. I've gone really in depth, as you can see there. Look, I've gone really in depth into like surviving a nuclear fallout scenario, and what preparation it requires, the knowledge you're going to need to know, and the ability to adapt to highly dangerous and unpredictable environments. Based on the principles of survival, here are 20 guide tips on surviving a nuclear fallout situation, and it goes off into it like understanding the risks, knowing your shelter options. Staying indoors immediately after the blast, etc. Sealing your windows and doors. Stay away from your windows and doors. Create a decontamination zone. Use proper protection. Do you know what I mean? It really goes into like I've gone really in depth on all these like kind of things. So, how to survive an EMP attack?
Probably, Mike.
You know what I mean?
Probably. I won't bet on it, but I just see it happening.
So and then I've gone on to like how to keep yourself and your family or people around you, your community that you're going to be in, how to keep that safe as well. So like conducting security assessments, installing high quality locks, reinforcing your doors and windows, creating a security perimeter, using motion activated stuff like cameras and lights and stuff, installing a decent security system, access points. Deadbolt, do you know what I mean? It goes
power.
Like,
so basically, solar power as well is something you've got to look into.
I go into all of the electric and how to do all of that as well.
If shit did go in it, the fan.
So then, what you're talking about is this page here is the benefits of personal energy systems. Setting up, it goes into solar panels, wind turbines, water turbines, all that kind of stuff, and how it can decrease your energy consumption and contribute to a cleaner environment. How small scale water collection can be an ease to public, you know what I mean? The role of home gardens, reducing food, off grid power model for grid resilient, personal waste management and its impact, connection between self sufficiency and the environmental impact. That's a big long page as well. Look, that goes on one like all the way down. Economic advantages of home-based sustainability systems, how localized energy production can improve, how sustainable practices can be shared responsibly in communities, the psychological benefits of self-sufficiency, the impact of localized systems. I've really gone deep this week, and I've done loads of research and knowing what I love. Like, so
there's another thing, about what Mike just said about
I've talked about that in here as well. How to keep mentally strong, and how to do the exercises, and how to keep a good community system going, and all the rest of it. I've touched upon all of that as well.
Yeah.
Even down to like as well.
I am watching comments.
So even down to like this as well, I've done the legal and ethical considerations about zoning laws and how you can claim that, when like land use restrictions, checking property rights, waste management regulations, wildlife protection laws, conservational ethics, etc. And then I've got this page, staying connected with others while being off the grid, using satellite internet, building your community scenarios, ham radios, scheduled calls, neighborhood communications, pigeons. Right, so then I've got like he's just put there. I've got this long ass page as well that I've gone into. Coping with isolation and mental challenges of living off grid. Develop a daily routine, having a structured schedule, create a sense of stability and purpose, and which helps with combating feelings of loneliness and disorientation. Journaling, write down all your experiences. It's a therapeutic way to process your emotions and track your mental health over time. Engage in hobbies, spend time outdoors, practice mindfulness and meditation, stay physically active, join an online community, keep close connections with family and friends, set achievable goals, cultivate patience, practice gratitude, create a comfortable home environment, learn new skills, gardening and all the rest of that. Animal companionship as well, volunteering work, develop a nighttime ritual as well. Look, and that's just the top half of that page. It goes on and on and on. That does. So I've really dug really deep into this. I've really gone deep into this.
I hope and I pray though that none of this shit that we're talking about now ever comes to pass.
Like you were saying, and like you were saying earlier, Joe. Like you were saying earlier, I actually touched, and I've done a big look. This is a big long page as well about this as well. Look, big long page on this, and it's drawbacks of traditional methods. So it says, yet despite this simplicity, relying on generators and wood stoves often comes with a significant drawback. Similarly, whilst romanticizing by many by the traditional charm, demands considerable effort. They demand considerable effort and commitment. In cold winter months, ensuring a continuous supply of firewood can indeed feel like a part-time job. You must gather, chop, and store wood to keep your house warm, particularly if you reside in an area prone to severe cold. Not only does this labor-intensive task require physical effort, but it also introduces a dependency on the availability of natural resources that can fluctuate seasonally. So that in itself, it teaches you how to, when you're seasoning wood and whatnot, you've got to make sure that you get enough during the summertime to last you for the wintertime. It's all about preparation and all the rest of that.
Firewood is life when you're homesteading, prepping, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, fire is life when you're homesteading. And what you get in the spring and the summer is going to see you through the winter.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly. Well, that goes with you know, a lot of people don't understand that goes with business as well. Like, because when it comes winter time or we'll call it Christmas time. When it comes Christmas time, everyone's thinking, oh yeah, I can sell. Things go dead in about from just after Christmas for about 2 months. Everything goes dead on your sales, because nobody's got the money to spend all the money. Do you know what I'm saying? So what you have to do is you have to
Jeff Bezos or whatever.
Well, this is it. So what you have to do, what I'm talking about is what I do with the woodworking and the landscaping and doing what I do.
Yeah, I'm just getting my food out the oven.
All right, go on then. You have to. What you have to do is you have to during the summer when you've got really loads of work coming in and you've got the money coming in during the summer. Don't squander it all. Put a little pot to one side for Christmas, and then dead 2 or 3 months that you're going to have after Christmas time. That's another part of preparing yourself and getting things in order so you can cover yourself in times of where it's going to be a little bit dead. Honestly,
you've got a little bit of backup, you know. So
and the drawbacks of such is embracing technology, solar energy solutions. We turn solar energy an increasingly popular method of power production that blends sustainability and convenience. Solar energy systems have gained a reputation for delivering nearly magical results once they're fully installed and operated. But the truth about it is they actually only do, like it reads here, they only actually do about 20% of energy. If you've got dull days and dark days, you're going to have to find another way of doing this. Now, one thing I actually touch upon within this is actually making bicycle generators. I've done videos on this. I've got videos of me making bicycle generators, car alternator, rigged up to a solar panel charge. What do you call them? Yeah, control unit, a solar panel control unit, and run it through that so you can charge your battery. And like say the kids want to, like, if you haven't got any electric coming in, but the kids want to play on the PlayStation and on with the TV on. If you've got, you know what I mean, you can say to them, right, pedal that.
Like you're on the bicycle, and then you
get
your pad in your hand, and then you can play. Yeah, exactly.
Get on the bicycle for an hour. Once you've charged that battery up for an hour, then you've got half an hour playing up. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that again, it promotes the kind of like the responsibility of generating what it is that they're going to be using. They understand and then they appreciate what it is that they're doing, like from them little things, like.
Yeah, I've seen a few homesteaders, you know, where they've got like working dogs, and then, you know, where like they create, you know, where they make the treadmill, but the dog's got to move it itself, it's not motor powered. You can hook that up to create an electric. You know, if you've got things like something like a border collie, a high energetic dog, when it's not working with the animals, it can be earning its keep, as it were.
Yeah, put them on a treadmill sort of thing, huh?
And then I'm writing I haven't finished it yet. I've only just started this bit, but it's I'm calling this chapter's called The Leap of Faith. And it's like myself personally, the biggest challenge of off-grid living isn't the physical demands or the occasional mishaps. It's making the leap of faith to begin with. So when I started installing,
it's that first jump.
So when I started installing like solar off-grid systems, I was confronted with my own ignorance and resources to sustain a family. It was a humbling experience, but one that ultimately propelled me forward on this journey. And as I look back on this, I realized that the slow and steady process of learning and adapting has been the key to making life easier when you're doing all of this. So I've just started that chapter on this as well. I'm going to embellish on that as well.
Hydropower is,
I'm loving the fact that you've spoken about mental health as well.
You have to think. You have to think about all of these angles.
A lot of people they don't consider it when they go make that leap. They think it's all lovely and romanticised and walking in meadows and
it certainly is, and it's a lot of hard work and a lot of graft.
Yeah.
And I've done a big section on the introduction there, so like, you know what I mean, it gives like a layout of what's going to be said in later on in the book, so to speak.
It only becomes easy if you prepare for it.
So I've done basic survival skills and preparation, all of that. How to prepare yourself mentally and physically for the off-grid living, creating a survival mindset with flexibility, problem solving and perseverance. The importance of understanding your environment and seasons, because people don't even understand. A lot of people don't understand sad. A lot of people actually suffer with sad. It's seasonal adverse, fucking whatever it's called. I can't remember exactly what it's called.
Seasonal something disorder.
Do you know what I mean?
Not getting enough
sunlight, basically. When the winter months start, when the winter months start kicking in and darkness starts coming in more, people get depressed.
Yeah.
We do. I think most people have actually fucking suffered with it. What have you got there?
Samosas.
Oh. Send us some
dip in vinegar.
Nice.
A dip in vinegar. Saracens do that. It's like a thick sauce, but it's very vinegary with some salad cream on. Seasonal affective disorder. That's it.
A seasonal affective disorder, that's the one, see? And a lot of people don't understand that. That actually affects all of us. Some suffer with it more than others, though. That's what the thing is. Some of us are we just gonna get on with it, and we don't even feel it, like, so to speak. But
I do feel slightly. I feel it is more depressing through the winter months.
Exactly. Everybody feels it. Everybody suffers with it. Everybody feels it. Just some more than others. Like, do you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Do you know what I mean? So you got to be mindful about all that sort of stuff. And if I'm reversed. He's the other way around.
Yeah, I just
So,
laugh.
right, so when you're living off grid and all the rest of this, what you've got to bear in mind is it is physically and mentally challenging. So the seasonal affective disorder is it's actually going to affect you a lot more, like especially if you have little mishaps where you haven't prepared enough wood, and then you're running around in the fucking really cold winter where you're trying to chop a tree down in the fucking snow.
Yeah,
know
and
what
it's
I'm
wet,
saying? Like,
and it's wet as
and it's
well.
wet,
The wood is
it's
wet as
horrible.
well.
Freezing cold, your hands have gone numb, your feet, do you know what I mean? Like, you've got kids, you've got your wife and kids crying because it's so bloody cold and that, do you know what I mean? They don't want
to burn
Yeah.
the wood and it won't burn and blah blah, you know, and all that. Like, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Not good.
So in which case, that's another, you have to prep. When I was out in France and I was living out there for about 4 months, I had to, because I was doing that during the winter months as well. I went out there at the back end of December and I was there till the end of March. Yeah. So I was there for a good, like 3 or 4 months, like 3.5 months I was out there. And what I had to do was, because I didn't have wood on tap, I used to go and pinch some off the fucking out of the barn next door. I was going to say she frozen on me, but other than that, right, I had to go and chop some trees down, like dead, the deadwood trees. And then what I'd do is I'd sit them logs on top of my open fire and let them kind of like dry out the previous night.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I had a rotation of wood going on all the time, like logs all stacked up around the fireplace.
Yeah,
and
that's what my uncle does.
yeah, exactly right. So you have them stat on top and down the sides and all the rest of it, and they'd be drying out whilst the fire was going from the. You know what I mean? It's yeah.
My uncle tries it all on his arc, and he got.
I wonder if you're using a freezing cold hand, does it feel like somebody else is doing it? If your hand's gone numb from the cold, I mean,
you took the words out of my mind then.
I mean, you might as well utilize that moment. Yeah. It don't mean a thing if you ain't got that swing. Do up, do up, do up, do up, do up. No, it don't mean a thing. All you got to do is swing. Ricky, 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 Ricky. Oh, that was so funny that night. He was lucky he got away with that, I tell you.
Helicopter.
And he was so lucky that he got away with that.
You wouldn't have got away with that on another platform, I tell you. And you'll be surprised how many people, whether it be van life or small pieces of land, are starting to come away from the system. When I went to see Ben Fogel about 18 months ago, and he was saying official figures in the UK, there's about 10,000 people doing van life, like living in vans full time. And as we all know, official figures are always that 10% tip of the iceberg. So you can times that by 9, 10, maybe. I personally think it's more than 10 grand as well. And more people are doing it because things like getting onto a property ladder is insane. It's not, you can pay 10 grand rent over the course of a year quite happily, no problems, but they won't give you a mortgage.
I just like I love the idea though of being able to just go wherever you like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think that's an awesome thing. For the freedom of it.
Yeah.
I think that's absolutely awesome.
Yeah. Life's not meant to be lived in one place.
You're never tied down to one place. You know what I mean? And that's just a good thing.
Yeah, life's not meant to be lived in one place. Can you imagine? Same town your entire life, 50, 60, 70 years, same 2 pubs and same 10 people. Never go anywhere. Fuck that, I'd be bored stupid in a week.
so sorry. I think I lost my service for a minute. I was so here.
Specs Live chill and chat is on now, so let me just go over to. I'm gonna go back to my channel. I'll share that out. Back to my channel. I don't like listening to myself.
Guys, I would love. I'm gonna head over there to Sam's. I would love to see someone nice thing. Okay?
There you go.
Because really, I'm gonna end my live stream anyway. I think maybe my internet is lagging. But I've had so much fun. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Okay?
There you go,
I don't
people.
know, you know.
As soon as I can.
There we go.
UK
Oh,
Pepper,
look,
I
there-
follow quite a few people who do van life with kids, you know.
there she is. See, she's live right now. She's been live for an hour and a half-ish. But well, no, nearly 2 hours now. Actually, thinking about it. There you go. Look. I'll put mine in her chat as well. There you go. Copy clean link and drop it in hers. So people are going to come over now from Specs channel. Oh, I typed that wrong. Much love. There you go.
Is that Russian that you just typed in there then? So.
I won't ever do it again, he says. That was Ricky doing the helicopter the other night, I swear. Honestly, it was so funny. I know you won't. I'll have to delete it again. Well, no, I didn't delete it. I didn't delete the live stream. I stuck it in private so nobody else can view it unless obviously you got the link for it. So, but if you want the link for that one, then I can send you the link for that one. You can go and watch it if you really want to.
Whenever I do, and this is on all platforms, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, all of them, when I'm doing a live or I'm putting my content up that I've recorded, edited, whatever, I put an age restriction of 18 and above. So I do not pop up on the FYP
Well,
of minors.
I do that for everything I put up.
Also from Birmingham, how am you? There we go. Welcome, Specs Appeal.
Hi.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Raid from Specs Appeal. Yeah, she's got a beautiful channel over there. I've been watching for about a week or so, but I've only just you know what it's like, Tim. You know, like when you're testing the waters on certain channels and that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like it's one of them, like so. And yeah, go and check out Mike's channel, UK Urban Prepper. We do all about living off grid and prepping for end of the world scenarios, etc. But it's not too extreme. It's practical. It's very practical stuff over there. So Kitty's my bestie. Yeah, well, you're all very welcome over here. So what I'll do now is as well. Give me a minute. Give me a second. God, you've got too much chat going on.
I know. I'm trying to type usernames here, people, because I'm in.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go to my channel and I shall give Specs I'm going to give you a spanner. There you go. And Specs Appeal now has a spanner. So I'll copy my link here as well. And what I'll do is I'll post a comment and I shall drop it in the chat there. There we go. There's the link for the StreamYard. You're more than welcome to jump up and have a little...
Yeah, pop in.
There you go. So welcome everybody. Welcome to my live stream. And I know I've been going for like 4.5 hours now, but
I don't bother me. It's like a sub. The longest live I've ever done is 16 hours straight.
Oh God. Yeah,
that was a long live. That was a long.
Yeah,
live.
once upon a time, Sab, yeah.
Hey, 4 or 5 years ago, honest to God, Joe, that we used to do the mega marathon bloody live streams. Honestly, we did that.
18-hour streams and all sorts of shit. Like.
Yeah, seriously, we used to do them often, didn't we? So yeah, you're more than welcome in. Well, yeah, you can join if you want. Ooh, should I join? You're more than welcome to join if you want to, Mike. You're always very chatty. It's always a pleasure to have you on, mate. I actually revere you to have me on my channel, to be honest with you. My little tiny channel that I got. No, yeah.
Your channel is doing amazing.
Yeah, it takes a while to build up, doesn't it? The thing is as well, what I've noticed about YouTube is your channel doesn't really build when you're doing a lot of positive stuff. When you're always positive and you're always doing the mic, you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I can remember the days when you didn't need over 1,000 subscribers and all this.
Exactly
nonsense.
That, yeah.
You know what I mean? You literally make money just from putting your thing up, but it's changed so much since then.
Yeah, this is it. And I'm getting there. It's building, isn't it? So. And I do. We don't do drama. We don't do none of the horrible stuff here. I mean, obviously, we do have a couple of trolls knocking about every now and then, but you know that's why I give spanners out. Like, there you go, Specs. And feel free as well, by the way, to drop people's links as well. Honestly, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Channel share all day long. Sharing is caring. Oh, someone's recognised you, Tim. Someone's recognised you. Oh, you've been recognised.
I used to be the pigeon man, but ever since I had a blood clot on a lung, and I'm not able to.
But there you go, see, because people love the drama. People follow the drama all day, and you.
The drama.
No. Life's dramatic enough without other people coming along and then making it even fucking harder.
Yeah, you don't need it. I love how I froze there with a bit of a and then I came back with a Oh, he knows you're from Joe's stream.
I couldn't find the hashtag fucking button on my laptop.
But yeah, feel free. If you want to come on the live stream, that's fine. Like I said, we don't do drama or nothing like that here. We're not about it.
If you post your social media handle, guys, I'll follow you all while we're on live. Drop your handles and I'll follow you.
Oh, hang on. I think I got a guest. I do. I got a guest. So, everybody, welcome Mike, the
legend,
urban prepper.
Hello!
Here's the legend himself has arrived.
As you can tell by the wig on my head, I wasn't ready for a live stream, but you know, it is what it is.
Well, at least you got here, Mike. There you go.
It's a late Saturday night. I've been putting I've been putting the live streams off this week, actually, to be honest with you, saving a bit of like the usage on my StreamYard, etc. So, and I thought, do you know what? It's Saturday. Tim did it. Do you know what? I set a live stream up and Tim messaged me saying, "Are you doing a live stream tonight?" I was like, "Has it happened?" Think, yes, I am. Literally.
I must say though, Sap, I've got to say it though, Sap, I was disappointed with your live stream last night. Because all I had was a clean mug, you're looking at me.
How are we doing, Mike? Anyway, what have we been up to? Go on, give us a bit of a lowdown.
No, I've just put a video up about an EDC tin and just been sorting all the preps out because we're moving to Scotland soon. And hence the reason I'm looking for land now. We're going to do the container home thing. That's the plan.
Oh, you're not moving up to Brian's, you?
No, I'll be in looting range of Brian if I need to.
You'll be in wheelbarrow range.
Yeah,
that's what we call wheelbarrow range. The wheelbarrow range. Yeah, you can get stuff from there to there.
The land prices, like here, I'm in the north of England, so it's not as bad. Down south, it's ridiculous. But
tell me about it.
The other day,
it's mental down here.
£20,000 I saw the other day up there. It was 3 acres with a river running through it with all the fishing rights for the river as well. And it was just this big square lot, completely flat. It was raised from the river bed by about 10 meters, so floodplain wasn't too bad. But yeah, that's ideal because you can have hydropower as well. But I mean, that'll be gone by the time but it's nice to know things like that are there.
Yeah.
I'm fucking out.
But yeah, because I mean, cost of living, I'm sure we're all feeling it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, very much so.
I have no idea how the fucking hell some people are surviving. I genuinely don't.
I've moved into a house that's got them bloody gas meters where you've got to top it up.
Mine are them,
And
they
I
won't take
feel
the
like
things out either.
I feel like every day I'm hearing beep beep. I'm like, how's that gone? Where's that
You're
gone?
literally topping your gas meter up, and then you press a button again, and it says like, you owe us blah blah blah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
So I've got a friend. Well, you know him anyway, Stephen Yemps, right? Yeah, he's been over on your channel as well sometimes, Mike, right? I've been helping him like kind of do a bit of consolidation for his head, etc. He's got a lot of stuff going on in his personal life, so we've been, you know what I mean, doing that, helping him with that, like. But he lives in an old house in Peterborough that's over 250 years old. Like the walls are about a meter thick, like, yeah. So his little conundrum is, he can spend literally 30 quid just warming the house up, right? And because it takes so long to actually warm the house up itself, like, yeah, because it's so old, it's so janky, let's say, and it's so thick and boisterous that it takes about 30 quid to just warm the house up. And then that only lasts for one day. Do you know what I mean? It kind of, with the cold hitting it from, it just cools it down straight away again. Like, so.
Mine's a terrace house that at one point was a mid-terrace house, right? But over time, they've gone. So I'm now the end terrace. However, it was never designed to be an end terrace, so the gable end's not insulated. So I can heat my house quite quickly. But as soon as I turn that heating off, it goes cold. It's just gone instantly.
Yeah.
So I've got to have it warm enough. Bear in mind, I've got a 18-month-old child. To have it warm enough, it's got to be just constantly on, and it's killing me.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah, I can't stand the heating being on all the time as well. It makes me feel like I've got a cold, or you know, one of them. It kind of really does.
I can sleep outside in the cold better than I can in a warm.
Exactly. Well, you've seen me doing it for the past 6 months, mate. You know what I mean? I've been doing that for the past
Yeah, it makes my head tight and it makes my sinuses all round here feel,
does, like,
you know, like stagnant air. I need that fresh air. I don't care how cold it is. My windows are getting opened, even if it's only the vents, a tiny little sliver, so there is air coming in. Otherwise, it goes all horrible and still, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. That's it. It goes dry air. You're breathing in dry air, and then I'm like, I wake up like it feels like I've got a cold or a flu. That's what it feels like. It takes me about an hour or so to recover. In the morning, like, I don't like it.
Nose and stuff. Yeah.
And what I mean is,
go on. I was saying I had an ex-partner who had the heating on 24/7 in August.
I know a lot of people
then she'd open all the windows, and I'm like, why are all the windows open? Because the heating's on, because I'm drying clothes. I'm like, it's fucking 30 degrees outside. What's that picture, Sam?
It's one of my nemesis off YouTube.
I thought it was John Lennon from Wish.
Well, yeah, there you go. A lot of people think that, actually. They see that picture, they go, "Oh, fucking that's John Lennon." Nah,
If you could order John Lennon from Wish, then that's what you'd get. Yeah.
No, that's a Timu John Lennon.
I'll be honest about it. Like I said, we don't do drama, so I'm not going to go into it too much. But he's a guy who kind of just like likes to instigate and likes to poke people and like kind of try and trigger them and whatnot. So like we're just playing a little game at the minute. Like we're just playing a little. He's another frog in the pond that jumps up on the lily pad now and goes ribbit and ribbit.
Twanging away, is it? Yeah.
I have trolls galore. They're fun.
They're fun. Exactly that.
No, I've got fucking loads of them over on TikTok. It's like I've got some radar coming round my head saying, "Every dickhead in town, come my direction, please."
Oh, that's how I met my missus, you know, TikTok.
Is it?
Yeah, we met through my TikTok lives, and she was just a lurker in the comments at first, and then talking and stuff like that. So
you're not backstage, Rick. There's no backstage. You're not in. There's no guest waiting to come on.
Backstage in someone else's live.
He's backstage somewhere else. Not mine. You're not here with me.
It's all fun and games for you, Rick. If you don't know which life you're going into, mate.
No, Ricky, you have to behave now, Ricky. Yeah. None of this. Do it. Oh no, Ricky. We can't have the helicopter tonight, man. No helicopter tonight.
Oh my God. That was a strategically placed name tag there.
It was, wasn't it?
Ricky's obviously got the scent of heat on.
Not it. Somebody's living it up, like living it up.
So yeah,
Like,
as we were saying there, like, before that nice interruption, right? Yeah, Ricky's a bit of an exhibitionist, as you can see. But no, when I first came here to the temporary housing that I'm in, like, yeah, the heating is on constantly. So I had to turn my radiator off and open all the windows, and I'm like, I can't handle it, like. And also another thing that I had to do was I couldn't sleep on this bed. I literally could not sleep on that bed. I had to take the mattress off the bed and put it on the floor. Literally, like, I was like, "No, can't handle it."
I don't think I could ever sleep on a single bed now. It would either be floor or double. I'd just fall out because literally 10 minutes in that and I'd be on the deck.
I've got like
I might be keeping on my couch, to be honest with you, on my bed.
I don't like it.
To be honest, when I split up my ex and I was like on my own for a year, the bedroom was pristine because I never used it. I just slept on my couch every night. I was falling asleep on the couch every single night.
Old sleeping bag out like in the couch. Yeah.
It was great if you ever pulled though, because they came back and like, "Oh, don't you keep your bedroom clean?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's never fucking just."
Yeah, I'm the same. Look, it's only because I've been off today and I got all my paperwork and I got loads more extra stuff from my storage unit. I'm pretty neat and tidy in here. Like, it has to be.
You've always been very domesticated, though, Sab. I will give you your due for that.
That's because I'm a domesticated goddess.
I always tell everybody that.
Do you want to peek behind the scenes of the insanity of the room I'm in? So it looks like a lovely studio, doesn't it? It looks like, I've got all my shit together. And then you just go like this. And you just go, oh, no. Oh, what is going on? That is absolutely... There's a video set up from before. The kitchen's in chaos. There you go. There's a peek behind the scenes.
It's organised chaos, Mike. It's organised chaos.
In my defence, a lot of this is gathered to go to the storage unit tomorrow.
That's it. That's what I... Look, honestly, that's my little conundrum as well. Like I was saying about doing the batteries. Here's one for you. So here's another thing that I've actually, as I was talking about before, this is what I've been doing. I did say this a couple of 3 weeks ago to you, didn't I? And it's only today that I've managed to be able to go off to the storage unit and actually get all this stuff and actually show what it is I've been doing. So here's some little things that I've been doing. Look, so I get old battery packs from drills, etc. I take the BMS board and I've been getting vape batteries and wiring them up through the BMS board. And that is a 12 volt. I can't think what wattage is now, that one, to be honest with you, but it's half decent. And look, it's got the charge port on it, like a normal, like pluggy in charge port. And then these two are the positive, look, P for P positive and P minus. So that's positive, that's minus. So obviously all I need to do now is stick a decent wire in one of them, box it, house it in a box, in a decent little box housing, and then I've got myself a battery pack. And see, look, that's an old battery pack. That's what's inside of one of them.
What's your output for? What's it for? Is it for charging random things, or is there?
Well, yeah. You look at these. Like, I've got the 18650 batteries. I've been making packs out of them as well. Like, so I've got them packs. Yeah, yeah. That sort of, and it depends. They're all for different things. Like, so, like I've been making double ones, quadruple, triple, quadruple, and then just I've been testing them and sorting them out. I've got another box. There's another box of them 18650 batteries there. I think there's like 15, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, there's 15 inside of that one. That one's a mixed one as well. So I've actually got 12 or 15 vape batteries. These are all vape batteries. These are. You can see I've got them out the old vapes, tearing them down, etc., and then building battery packs with them out of them. So, and I think I don't do more than 3 or 4 per battery unit. So what I've done is, what I've actually figured out is, them typical ones that you get out of the vape batteries, if you put 2 of them together, it's pretty much the same as having a 18650. You get what I'm saying? So like the capacity from 2 of them to put together is the same capacity as having one of them, if that makes sense. So if you replace, so if you have 6 of them in a battery pack, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you have 5 of them in a battery pack like that, that's basically 10 of them. That's how I figured it out so far. But the output of them is phenomenal compared to one of them ones, and it lasts a lot longer as well. These vape batteries, they're not just disposable. A lot of people think that they're just disposable. Look, I've got fucking loads of them, like hundreds of them, like, and I've got the nickel plated wire stuff to go onto it there. Where else is it? I got this battery pack box. This battery pack box I got for 30 quid on eBay, and it comes as a full set. And I actually got the. Oh, look, yeah, there's the testers. So I've got a little tester there for them batteries to check it. I got a little battery charger thing there. That's a 12 volts, 4.2, 8.4, 2.8, and 5 volt on that. So you can do multiple. And it's got like a little. Yeah, this is Unipal Plus. They're really good, these are. It's got a little display on it as well. And this little thing here, you can move it so it actually grabs hold of the battery and charges it. It's brilliant, that is. And I've got the battery. What do you call it? Oh man, I've got so much stuff to deal with. I've been delving into this for so long. Oh, there's another load of batteries there. They're for the 18650s. You can put one on top and on the bottom, and then clip them together so you can make a unit out of them as well. Oh my god, so much stuff. Proper wire as well. There's another BMS board. Oh, a solar panel control unit. Yeah, and a BMS board in there as well. Yeah, what's in here? I got so much stuff, it's unbelievable. Oh yeah, more of the 18650s, and God's sake, oh yeah, and an actual, like, you press that, you put on the 18650s, and the nickel stuff, you just click, and it connects the batteries up. I've been making loads of these though. Look how many batteries I've been collecting. Loads and loads of them, mate. So where
are you picking the actual batteries up from?
So you can pick the 18650 batteries out of drills. Now, where I've been getting them from is B&Q, the electrical disposal or recycling points at the back door, like the exit door of B&Q. And if you go and ask them in B&Q, the staff are not bothered about you taking the stuff out of there as well. So if you go and have a little word and you say, is it all right if I grab them couple of little bits out of there? They always said to me, because I always ask before I take stuff, they always say, don't do it with us, help yourself. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. So if you just ask first, then you never have a problem. Honestly, I've never had a problem. I've had laptops. I've had so much stuff out of there. It's unbelievable the amount of gear that I've had. Like, yeah, brilliant.
Generally, as a prepping rule, I've tried to keep everything double A's and triple A's purely for the simple reason, in a scavenging situation, that's the most common battery. That's what you're going to find.
Yeah, it is.
But the more I'm delving into different stuff, like I did a video recently on this, which is our UK Prepper Network Meshtastic module, which is basically text messaging and stuff without any internet, without any infrastructure, anything like that, just between the 3 people. They take them sort of batteries.
18650s, yeah, the 18650 batteries, them ones, yeah, they take one of them in the back. I did watch the review on it.
Luckily, I had about 4 from an old vape and stuff like that, but I need to look at sourcing more. But that's a good tip. I'll have a look.
So like, look, inside of that old drill, so they've just been thrown away, like, do you know what I mean? And it's lithium ion as well, as you can see, 18-volt battery pack. That, when you tear this down and have a look inside, and it's dead easy to open it with an Allen key as well. It's only got four screws there with an Allen key. That's dead easy to open. Splits open in the middle, and you just open it up, and it's basically one of them in the bottom of that, inside of that, with a, like I said, hang on, let me grab one, with one of these on top of it. So that was basically wired up onto the top of that, if that makes sense. Yeah. And then that is housed inside of the battery pack for the drill. So that's what I've done. I've taken that off. I've taken them batteries out of it. I've done a tear down of it basically. And then what I do is I start replacing them batteries, because you'll generally find as well, what happens is the reason people throw these away is because that first battery, that the number one battery. So you got B1, B2, B3, yeah, and so on and so forth. And then you got the plus and the minus that come out. So there's the plus, right there. B1, B2, B3, B4, and then the plus and the minus. So that plus will be at the end, and that minus will be at the other end on the plus and minus ends of it, like, yeah. And then these batteries, and then one battery per in between. It's running series. So like that one comes off to that, and then the back end of that goes to that. The front end of that goes. Do you know what I mean? That's the way they're wired up, like, so they kind of run in between. And it's a battery management system, BMS, battery management system board. That's what they are. So it equals out the usage of each battery rather than sucking all the power. But this is what happens with these battery packs. What you'll find is that number one battery that gets drained and killed because it's constantly running through that one the most. So that battery dies first. The rest of them, there's nothing wrong with them at all. I mean, you can even see the discoloration in that battery compared to them ones. You can see it.
Yeah.
You can see the different color of it.
It's usually the first one on the
because it's usually it's running everything through the first one, and then the rest of them are. You can see there's a bar there as well to actually separate it. So it shows like that's the main battery of this battery pack. That one's been killed. Yeah, that one's been killed. It's been drained. It won't charge back up again. It's been drained beyond its capacity of being charged up again. So, but the rest of them, perfect, because they've been on the battery management system board. So they're all perfect. There's nothing wrong with M4. I would suggest throwing that first one away. I wouldn't use that one. I'd be like, yeet, and get rid of it, like, because it's going to be dead. It's just, it's not worth messing about with. But them four, perfect. Nothing wrong with them ones. So take them ones out, start building a new battery pack. Dead easy to do. Get yourself a glue gun, like I've done there, and then as you can stack them on top of each other, and then put a bit of glue gun, yeah, just a bit of glue gun stuff, and then stack it, glue gun, stack it, and then once you've done all of that, then wrap it up. Make sure that you get the shrink wrap stuff as well, like you get the shrink wrap. You can get big rolls of it, etc. Make sure you insulate them and shrink wrap them, but also. With that, you've got to be very careful. Where is it? Where's my battery pack that I made up? Here we go. Let me just pull, because I wrapped them all up so they were nice and dry. But this one should have. Oh, it hasn't. No, it's not this one. Oh, without ripping them all open. So what I've done with this one basically is this is not like a sweet box. You know, from the shop, sweetie jar box, one of them. So buy the kids some sweets and then use the box. Oh, it has got it in. Yeah, it has actually got it in. So what I did was, in the end, I actually put a little 12 volt, 6 volt fan, something like that. That goes in the end like that.
The laptop fan.
Yeah, one of them mini laptops. So when you're pulling stuff out the electrical bin, see how many of them little fans that you can pull out of like laptops, old dead laptops and stuff like that. Right? And you'll find the fans will still run 6 or 12 volts and run that in with the battery system as well. Like you can see, look, like these. So I can fit 2, 4, 6, 8. I can fit 10 of the 1865 batteries into that. And then I put 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 of the vape batteries all run. And you can see what I've done there as well. I've put, what I've actually used there is, look, and I've just put them all with a wire on the top, look, see, so they're all connected up on the top and then they're all connected up on the bottom. That's what I've done with this one. I've just been messing about, playing around, but what I did was, these stirrers, the coffee stirrers that you get at Costa coffee machines. I put them running in between, so you can see it's got a nice gap. If you look through, look, it's got a nice gap running through. So when the fan's blowing, obviously, it's blowing a nice air current, and them ones are the same as well. Like they've got a nice gap between them and whatnot as well, running all the way through. So that's a nice little setup there. So obviously, once it's contained within itself like that, you put a little hole in the end here, and you put a little hole at the end there. Make sure it's sealed up and whatnot. Do you know what I mean? To make like a little mesh, a bit of cotton or something like that, to stop any dirt or debris getting into it. And then wrap it up nice and put the shrink wrap all around it, shrink it all up properly. And then you've got a nice battery pack with a BMS board attached to it as well. You know what I mean? Keep that kind of, on the top there, you see? Yeah, and have that all kind of like shrink wrapped down as well. Have your positive and negative and you charge a bit on there. Dead easy. Like, if you've got the patience and you can go out and scavenge the materials.
Yeah.
You've got yourself a decent little charging station there.
Yeah.
I've got a B&Q near me. I might pay a visit and have a look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like this, I paid 30 quid.
It's worth it.
I get job lots off the auctions all the time, and a few times they've had like the batteries out of drills and stuff like that, like old DeWalt's and all sorts, you know. So they've just sat gathering dust in the unit. Maybe I need to start taking things apart.
That's it. It's just having the patience. It's having the time and patience to do it. Like, it's having the time and patience to do it. But if we had a shit at the fan situation, then you are going to sit down, aren't you? Like, do you know what I mean? You'd get the kids on it and all sorts. Like, do you know what I mean? You have the wife doing it and everything. Like, you know what I mean?
Going,
yeah, do you know what I mean? You'd have a little production. That's what I'm saying. Like, you'd all sit down and have an evening of it and just be like getting them to just pull things apart, and then you actually start constructing. Do you know what I mean? So this is what I was saying. I wanted to, like, if we do a podcast, I'll show you exactly what I've been doing to make all this, like, because I've got a couple of them solar panel chargers. I've got, as you can see, I've been like, I've been really digging into it and actually investing in some tools to actually do it with as well. And you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's well worth it. I've got loads of phones as well. Like, loads of those phones.
Listen, open invite. You just need to message me saying I'm available Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday night, because we'll record it and I'll upload it at different times. So it's just whenever you're available for an hour to record it.
Yeah, we'll sort it out. I've got you on social anyway, so I'll inbox you and we'll sort it out. Right? Yeah.
That'll make good content with that.
And now I've been down to the storage unit today and actually got them kind of, do you know what I mean? All these bits and pieces. I can actually, we can sit down.
So catch me up, Sab, because you're in a house. What's happened?
Right. So, a couple of 3 weeks ago, I took myself.
I know you're in the last time I checked in. You had the allotment unit that you were going to stay in. I stayed in that for about a week, but then the man who left the keys in the lock for it there had a kick off with me because he was like, "You must have stole the keys off me," and I was like, "Hey, what? Are you for real? How did I steal the keys off you?" He was like, "You must have broke into my car." I was like, "Are you taking the piss?"
No, actually, they were lying on the floor and they sat with the lock.
I took a video of it, mate. I took it, and I showed him the video. I was like, "Listen, mate, I ain't lying. Look, you can see it. I got the evidence here to prove it." Like, oh no, well, you know, he was just being an arse. He basically just didn't. He didn't want to show face or grace about the fact that he didn't want
to admit to his own fuck up. That's what it was.
Exactly that. So I left. Right, I give him the keys back. Right, and I left. It was like as simple as that. There you go. There's the keys. I'm off doing my next thing then. And on that Friday, I got hold of the Rough Sleepers team, and they came out and seen me at the allotment on that weekend. And so from that, I got temporary housing. Right, so it's supposed to be like 20. Well, you get 6 weeks here, right there. In this past 2 weeks that I've been here, this will be the second week I'm here now. On Monday, I've looked at loads of places. I've been viewing even rooms, whatever, like studios, whatever. Like, as it happens, I got myself onto getting a 1-bedroom flat in Bexhill Town Centre here. So, and I've just put the holding deposit down for it out of my own fucking money. Like, I've paid for it myself, like, because waiting on the council to do anything is just a nightmare. They're protesting for the past 2 weeks. Oh, we'll help you. We'll do this and we'll do that, and we'll help you with funding and all the rest of it. I told him on Monday, I've got this 1-bedroom flat sorted out. I needed a holding deposit and I need like this, that, and the other. Oh, I'll see you on Friday at 2 o'clock. And I'm like, what? What do you mean?
And then Monday, I have to do a rest with on Monday. Yeah.
And then he turns up on Friday and he's like, oh yeah, well, we'll have to sort it all out and we'll have to put all the paper and do the application. I'm like, mate, I've done the application. I've filled out all the forms. I've paid the holding deposit myself. All you need to do now is cross the T's, dot the I's, get the rent and deposit scheme ready for me. So I got that ready to pay. And hopefully I should be moving, if all goes as planned, fingers crossed, I should be moving into my new place on the 1st of April.
Good stuff.
On it, bro. On
it. You'll miss the convenience of a bucket to shit in where you're doing a life. Silver linings.
Oh man, you don't realise though. For months on end, I was shitting in a bucket and pissing down a pipe. I was living in my workshop on the farm. Do you know what I mean?
I mean that brings up a fair point, because obviously my channel's all about me being in a smaller property. I'm not like a big homestead or anything like that. You're moving into a 1-bedroom flat. What are you going to do with that? I mean, because I saw how much stuff you had at the workshop and stuff like that, and all your projects. Where's all that going to go?
So I'm gonna go. The thing about the farm was, I had to step away because there was loads of aggro with somebody else. Like, yeah, he's sorted his shit out now, and he's pretty much gone. So now I've got the privilege of going, and the farm's, it's what, 20 minutes on the bus from where my flat is gonna be to the farm. It's literally a bus ride away, mate. It's not far at all. It's like you say, it's looting range. Do you know what I mean? I could literally walk. I could walk it within the hour of going there and there. Like, yeah. So
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's why I kept everything local, Joe. That's exactly why I've done everything I've done has been a grand master plan. Even my bit of land is within, it's within walk. From where I am right now, it's literally a fucking 20-minute walk, if that, to my piece of land. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah,
picture,
everything I've done has been kept within kind of like my distance range, within like 2 or 3 miles, so to speak. So once I've got myself sorted with the flat, I've already spoke to Chris, the farmer. And she said, yeah, he's got most of his stuff now. He's gone. I've got like 4 ton bags of machinery. Do you remember? Like Mike knows as well. I had loads. I got all sorts up there. Like, yeah, still on stash up at the farm. I got loads. I got a 40-foot container basically that I'm going to be renting up there. At the minute, I get this. Well, this is the privilege. This is what came around. Me doing all that hard work with her and getting up in the morning, doing the farmhand work and all the rest of it, and then me saying I don't want paying for it. I just want, do you know what I mean, food and shelter. That shelter was also privilege of that 40-foot container. It was basically rent paid because I'd done the 2.5 months work with her. It's basically rent paid for like 6 months. She basically said, well, I'll keep hold of that for you for 6 months then. You know what I mean? Keep all your stuff safe in there. It's down the bottom end behind the big gate and whatnot. It's nice and safe for you. Don't worry about it.
No, that's good. That's really good. Is that?
So
it's all. It's
karma points. It's all karma points. Yeah, it's all the karma points I earned from doing what I was doing. That's what it's about. You look after other people, they'll look after you. It's as simple as that. Her little, do you know what I mean? She's got like six or seven containers up there. So me just having one of them little containers was well worth her to keep me kind of, because she knows as well that once I've got myself established with the flat and that, then I'll be back up there again. I can give her farmhand work on a week. She's actually offered me 2 days work a week at £100 a day. That's what she's offered me. Yeah,
it's a steady income
as a proper job, as sorting out, doing odd jobs, mucking out, sorting. Because I met that chicken, them 2 chicken coops when I went clean. Because like she said, oh, the chicken coops need cleaning out. It was dark in there from the cobwebs. Yeah. So when I went in there to clean it all out, I literally spent a whole day with the brush on the walls, on the chicken, you know what I mean? On the chicken, and I did didn't bother me, Joe. I'm not bothered about spiders. Spiders don't bother me. Bit of cobwebs don't bother. I was snorting, you know when you've been working in an dusty environment all day and you've got black bogies? I had... shit, no, that's spider webs, that is. But yeah, so I proper cleaned them coops out for her. Like, they had not been cleaned like that for a good couple of 3 years. Like, if that, do you know what I mean? A good, 5 or 10 years.
It's good that you did that. It is good that you did that.
Yeah. So I put some effort in there and I did that.
Spiders are just free protein. You know, spiders eat, good eating.
Did the chucks like you though, Sab?
I had 2 pet chickens coming in in my workshop, didn't I? That Doris and Mavis followed me around the farm all over the place. I couldn't get rid of them bloody chickens. They were in my hut and everything. Like, I'm like, I had to kick them out because I'm like, you shit everywhere. I don't want you in here. Get out.
I can't believe you named them. I refuse to name something that I'm potentially going to eat.
I'd put it on the Sunday table. I'd put it on the Sunday table and I'd be like, Doris had a good life, didn't she? And now she's giving us a good life.
Name it once it's dead, but not while it's alive because I want to eat it.
Nah, it's all good. This was Doris.
Yeah,
She had a
this
good
was
life. Don't
horrid.
worry about it. It was.
Sounds
horrid.
like
Don't worry
You
about
made a good Christmas dinner. Yeah.
Sounds like you're getting.
I don't do
sorted then.
turkey at Christmas. I only do chicken. I have chicken at Christmas.
Shut up, Tin. You're interrupting Mike. He's trying to talk.
It's all right. You carry on.
Hi,
I was just saying, it sounds like you've got like a lot sorted in that short time. So, like, cheers.
Hey,
Well done.
man, cheers. Yeah, that's it. Like, that's what you do, though. A man of prep and everything. You know the score, Mike. When you have to do things, you have to do them, and you just. I'll tell you what. Right, I'll give you more lowdown. The best way I can explain this is everything I've done over the past 6 months has been a distraction as well to keep me from actually being depressed about what my wife's just done to me. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it was very sly and underhanded, and it could have. Do you know what I mean? If I was a lesser of a man, and I didn't have all of this skill set up here, basically, and I didn't use all of this skill set and keep myself focused, a lesser man could have done the worst thing in life. Do you know what I'm saying? So,
I know exactly what you're saying. I've been there. I sat on that railway bridge. I had that conversation.
Exactly, mate.
Myself.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. And I'm not one to do that. As Joe's known me for 20 odd years. Tim's known me for what, five years. Do you know what I mean? These
5 or
people
6
know me.
years.
Yeah, and I'm not a man to be broken, mate. So it's all just been like a big, not so much just a distraction, but like a grand master plan. I did have 2 weeks of thinking, oh my God, what am I going to do? And then I was sat with Mudder. You know, I got somebody who's really close to me. She's 60 odd years old. She's cracking on nearly 70 herself, like, you know, one of them. She's from Yorkshire. I met her when I first came down here. I class her as like my. I lost my mum, my original.
That's the lady that you was.
Yeah.
I remember seeing.
Yeah, Mudder.
Janet.
Yeah, Janet. She's a bloody good woman, and she took me as like a surrogate son. You know what I mean? About 12 years ago, she took me like a surrogate son. Because she's a northerner as well. I'm a northerner. We both lived down south. I was good mates with her son, who's 10 years younger than me. You know, we were thick as thieves at one point, etc. So she took me as a son, and she gave it to me raw, mate. She told me straight, you need to sort your shit out. You got a little girl there. You need to get a plan in action. And that's what I sat there for that 2 weeks, and I was like thick-headed for about 2 weeks. And I'm like, no, that's it. It's all no. But then after that 2 weeks of sitting with Mudder and actually having that perspective and that guidance and that kind of like sort your shit out, basically, that's when I thought, right, let's get all of these grandmaster plans that I've had in action for God knows how many years that I've not done.
Sometimes you need that person in your life, don't you? You know what I mean, Sab? You need that person in your life to kick you in the fucking ass sometimes.
Yeah. I need
make it your
You
time.
know, there's always that one person as well. There is always that one person who will do it, like, you know.
And I'm lucky. I've been blessed in life to have her in my life as well, because you know what I mean. Without her, like, I don't know where I'd be, to be honest. Like,
Yeah, make it your time to do what you want now.
Yeah, and that's it. Just keep me focused, mate. It just kept me focused, and I've still got the grandmaster plan in play, as you heard. Like, you know what I mean? I've still got lots of little projects and doing this and doing that. I'm just doing now what I've just been held back from for like a few years, if that makes sense. That's what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
Is the trailer still happening?
Yeah, I still got the trailer there. The trailer's still going, mate. Yeah,
I want to see that. I want to see that come to fruition.
The thing with the trailer, right? I've got you know, like a car trailer.
What am I missing? Trailer?
Is it a bit short though?
You missed so much, Joe. God, you've missed so much. It's unbelievable.
Trailer.
Can you actually fly in that thing and it'll take you from your feet to your head? That's the thing.
No, you've got to build it. So if that's your base, and you're too tall for it, you like build it out and up.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
So you can make it long enough for you that way.
It's got the wheelbase basically there. That's the thing on it. Yeah.
But as it happens, I got a new trailer that I can actually use as well, which is a 14-foot long one on a double wheelbase.
Wheels.
Probably
yes.
Build it into a house.
Right. So Joe, as we was talking about doing the agricultural land and building my barn and claiming that little so here's a little extra thing. What you can do is, when you're living on these said bits of land, so long as your living quarters is on wheels and it's movable, it's basically classed as like a static caravan. You know, like a caravan.
Yeah.
So if you it goes into the same classification as a caravan. And the rules about living in a caravan is you have to spend, is it 2 months or something? You have to spend about a month or so each year not living in a
about
van.
4 weeks, depends.
I ain't paying no council tax.
Yeah, I've seen people
Exactly.
online where they're converting like
Exactly.
horse boxes and stuff.
Exactly,
And
yeah.
it's a good way of doing it, because if they want to move
Exactly.
it to another part of the land, I'm not saying it'll be a walk in the park, but it's doable.
So
Do you get where I'm coming from?
Not for the purpose of off-grid living or anything, but just for the retirement plan. My auntie and uncle took a job managing a caravan park over in the UK through the summer, right? It pays peanuts, but guess what? Comes with the accommodation. And then the other 6 months of the year, they do exactly the same thing in Spain.
Yeah.
So their entire year is 6 months here, 6 months Spain, in caravans, all paid for. They get
There's a lot of savings in that, and there's a lot of savings in that.
Exactly, yeah.
Ooh,
that's awesome, man. That's absolutely awesome.
Here's one for you. Speaking of which, you know that bit of, that 2.5 acres of land and the cottage I was living in when I was in France, was actually bought by my friend Pete. Yeah. Now Pete doesn't want it anymore.
How much is he going to go for selling Apple then? No?
Yeah, what Tim said.
6 grand. 2.5 acres of land and a cottage on it. 3-stage reed bedded system onto it. A well, and there's other bits and pieces that I already did as well.
How much work does a cottage need?
A lot.
Yeah.
Well, it needs a new roof.
Will he take silver pieces instead?
In it, yeah.
if you got enough of them, yeah, I bet he would.
Now listen, what my point being here is, Pete's giving up on it. He's not going to go back out to it. So if I want to, I could actually go out there and actually put a bit of a dibs claim on it, if that makes sense. And the town, it all goes through the town mayor. So if you wax the fucking palm of the town mayor, they can sort the table.
Offering 3 to 4 grand for it. If you either take it or you won't.
The problem is, I mean,
I know you've got to find that money, but at the end of the day,
that sounds awesome. But you're in a similar situation to me when you've got a kid with somebody else that's tied to this country. You kind of trust me. I'd have emigrated years ago if it wasn't for them ties.
If it weren't for Betty, I'd probably be out there already.
Yeah, this is a thing, but I mean, it's all when you hear stuff like that. Even people like our American friends are complaining about the cost of living in the States, but you look at their property prices and what they're getting for their money. I'd snap their hand off for some of that. Spain, you can get like, if you're not going to the tourist-ridden areas, if you go into rural Spain, what you can get for the money is unreal.
Yeah.
I'm purely stuck here as a kid.
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, 15 or 20 grand you can get. Because when I was out in Spain, I looked at that as well. And in just outside of Old Town in Benidorm, etc., you go to the little outskirts, like you said there, and we're talking like it was 17. I was looking at one place, 17 grand, 3 bedrooms with its own swimming pool. A little, do you know what I mean? It was phenomenal, man. I'm telling you.
It's stupid over there because it's like whole towns basically that ain't even lived in.
£32,000 will get you a castle on land in Bulgaria. A castle. A castle.
I don't know about Bulgaria though. Too close to all that shit that's going on, to be honest.
Do you know what? I'd live in the right side of Ukraine instead of this country at the moment. The way this country's going. I mean, I don't. It's not doom and gloom, but you're right. What you said about Heathrow and the stuff going on, and it's all way too sus. And it's just, I hate it because it's good for me as a prepper channel. Because obviously people are looking into it, but the more people are looking into it, the more it's becoming mainstream. The fact that Daily Star had me in an article 3 days ago and they're running another one tomorrow tells you the interest in prepping at the moment. Which instantly alarm bells should ring saying, hang on, the government's released a prepping website. France are coming out with a new leaflet that's just been announced for.
Well, I gotta be honest with you. It's like it's not like the government ain't going to tell you or me or anybody if it's all going to shit.
No, we'll know when it's.
They're just gonna the false narrative. You know what I mean?
The thing is, it works though, Tim. It works though because everyone in this country is more interested in the football results and who's playing who this weekend than where the next meal's going to come from.
Exactly.
When all the power goes off, there'll still be people trying to order Uber Eats 3 days into a blackout. I'm telling you, because they'll have no idea what to do otherwise. Natural selection is going to be wonderful for this country at some point.
Well, the problem is just the generations, isn't it? Now, after how old I am. I'm 50 like this year, and I just look at the generations, and they're clueless. They're absolutely clueless.
Are you in Wales, Tim? Whereabouts are you?
I'm not far from Newport. I'm in Abergavenny.
All right. I used to live in Blanafestiniog in Gwynedd.
No, I know.
Yeah. I Blanafestiniog in Gwynedd.
We're saying that's that.
Where all the slate mines are.
Oh, it's not bad.
Gwynedd.
Honestly.
I'm not far from Brecon. I'm not far from all the military installations and Hereford, SAS camp, and this, that, and the other. You know what I mean?
If you get a motorbike, if you get a bike back, honestly, North Wales, the best roads for a bike. That was the best thing about it. I lived in Blythe and I had a Yamaha Dragstar.
I was literally looking at bikes earlier on today. I was genuinely looking at bikes earlier on today, mate. I was like, got to get myself a new motorbike.
I'm not allowed one anymore.
I am.
I wish my leg and my lung weren't so fucked up. I would buy one, actually, thinking about it.
It's a good prep. It's a good especially if you get something with a Kickstarter and stuff like that. It's a good prep and good tool to have a bike.
I just gave you a spanner, by the way, Joe.
A nice enduro bike would be nice.
Oh yeah, I'd love that. I enjoyed because I had the Yamaha Dragstar, so it's the cruiser style. I enjoy that kind of sit up and beg position. I tried my mate's sports bike, and I can't do the whole leaning over the petrol tank. I feel like I'm gonna go.
No, I know what you mean. You end up with severe backache as well.
Yeah. Whereas, I mean, like this, I did feel when you got off the bike after like 120 miles, you felt like Arnold Schwarzenegger because your shoulders were all stiff. But it was still a nicer position to ride.
Oh God, I can't stick those. Change it, Sam. Oh my God.
It's John Lennon. 20k, surely that's not easy.
John Lennon, but he looks like he wants to murder everybody.
What's that? What's he saying? Cardboard there. Sorry, 20k. Surely that's not easy. Up north, mine's 180k, 2 years, and it's all paying off. Are we talking about the land there?
Are you talking about the land on mainland Europe that we're on about in Spain and Bulgaria and stuff?
Potentially. He's thrown me. Sab's left us in the dark. We're just going to have to host this ourselves. The Travelling Sapper's in the house. Hello, Travelling Sapper. Travelling Sapper's also got a YouTube channel, so go and check that out. There you go.
I'll go follow that.
All right, Sab's back. I can stop pretending to be the host. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Buy my merch.
Yeah. Here you go. I'm well.
If you didn't know, I got some books for sale as well.
There's Staffer's channel. I've just posted in the chat there. If you all want to go over and give him a like and subscribe, etc.
I don't know what you're on about. I never promote merch shamelessly.
I think that's the whole.
I wanted to buy that hoodie as well this time round. I really wanted to buy that hoodie off you, but because I've just had to put pretty much what money I had left into putting on a deposit for my place and that, like I was like, God damn it!
And if anyone from Heineken is listening, thank you. Yeah, it's a very nice lager. I'm trying to promote you and
anyone from Marquet de Leon, I've run out. Come on, sort me out. What's going on? We're not promoting.
If Nike would like to sponsor my channel,
Eleanor, I've added you as a mod. I didn't realise you wasn't a mod, but there you go.
You've got more mods than viewers.
I'm only a little channel at the minute, and I know I can trust you guys. Like, everybody that I've given a spanner to, I know I can trust anyway, so that's good.
Yeah, you can never have enough mods. I will say that.
Well, maybe that cardboard guy. I don't know about that cardboard guy. Sorry, sorry, Ricky. I'm joking, Ricky.
Don't ever change, Ricky. Don't ever change.
Ricky was the one who came up and almost exposed himself.
It was thanks to StreamYard's strategically placed nameplate. We were saved.
He was lucky, mate. I'm telling you, you'll be getting barred.
Oh my god!
He was that close. That close he was. That close to it being like.
I'm always about that close. That's as far as I can get. I can do it with a shorter nameplate than him, clearly.
But yeah, no. Oh, but yeah, no, it'll be good. Like if we're going, like I said, let me get prepped up with this. See what I did there. Let me get prepped up with this introduction to off-grid living and all the complexities and all the rest of it. Like kind of, you know what I mean? Like I have been doing, like I say, look, and even down to foraging skills and practice. You know, what I mean, the mental health side of things, legal and ethical, considerate, everything. I really dug deep into it, so we can do a decent.
What about fixing tank engines? You're gonna have to learn that as well.
No, we're not.
You might one day need to have a tank.
And what we'll do is we'll break it down. So if you want to, you can break it down into sections, and we can spend like half an hour. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we can actually break it down and have a good conversation on each section that I've done as well. So you can break it over a few pods.
I've been watching a lot of Whiskey Diesel lately. I just need a cheap tank. Do you know anyone got a cheap chieftain tank for sale?
You can always get something good from millweb.net. There's always some. I've looked at a few armored vehicles. I'm telling you, I'd have an armored vehicle. If the thing is, I don't play the lottery anymore purely for the fact I know if I won, I'd be dangerous. I would. The missus would come home and there'd be an artillery piece on the front lawn and a ferret armored vehicle parked next to it.
I'm just going to get a drink, guys.
I wouldn't be able to help myself if I won the lottery. That's exactly.
It's.
Oh, I bought an A10 Warthog. Whoops.
Just in case, just in case.
Calm this in, Rick. No one's blocking you.
You like my latest prep? My latest prep, Sab. My little, it's a foraging pouch, just to hang off your belt when you go foraging and stuff like that.
I used to make them myself, actually. Yeah, I used to make them myself. But yeah,
I'm not sure how much I trust these little press studs, so we'll see how much weight it can take. But I thought it was a nice little. It was only like £6-7 quid. I thought I'd give it a try.
If you go, here's a little nugget for you on that note, Mike. Here's a little nugget for you on that note. When you go to Poundland, they've actually got mushroom bags and what is it now? They've got little fabric bags basically, and
like the netted ones.
No, not so much netted. It's like more like a cotton bag. It's literally like what you've got there. It's like that, but it's got a picture of mushrooms. I've got potato bags as well, pretty much the same as well. And they're literally like £1.50, and they're half decent actually. They've got a drawstring on it, and they've got a little zip on the side of it, so you can actually take stuff from the bottom of the bag as well, rather than just the top. Yeah,
I like that. Yeah, the reason I like this is because it folds up, so it can just be on the belt.
Compact,
it can just be on the belt. You wouldn't even know it's there. So it's like I'm just walking around in general, and I see something I want to forage, I can just whip out the bag. So
that's a good idea. Look what this man's just done, like bringing all this stuff over from Rye. He's just brought his little trolley over. Wicked. I love it. Oh, what should we have? I need something to eat. I'm really hungry. Good job I made him a little thing, isn't it? Look at this one I got from Lidl's, Japanese style cherry lemonade juice drink. Oh,
fucking hell.
That's shopping. Let's have a look in that. Is it nice?
And that Japanese, I don't know, I haven't tried it yet.
Very nice.
I haven't opened it yet.
Chuck a load of yeast in it and some sugar, and then leave it for a month or so, or maybe 2 months.
No, I'm all right. It's the size of that strawberry, man. Wow, massive. Wow.
Whoa. We did it. Oh.
Right.
It could be one of these fetish lives. This first you had somebody eating samosas in the camera. Now you've got Sab deep throating a strawberry.
Practically naked. Yeah, there we go.
Hang on, guys. I'm just going to go and get my pepperami.
Don't ask what he's doing with the cucumber. All I know is you got what's that little bottle of lube you got out there, mate? I mean,
always handy.
It's always got some WD-40. There we go.
It's
also,
if it's either masking tape or WD-40, you only need one or the other.
something else I've been looking at this past couple of weeks of actually making in the workshop is food smokers.
Oh,
really easy to make as well, like And so basically, where you do like your fire pit or your rocket stove or whatever, like the exhaust from it can actually run through the smoker. Yeah, so when you're burning natural logs, and you know what I mean, and you can do it so easily as well. Like, so you have like a fan system on a little burn box, and you don't need much wood as well. You can get apple, cedar wood, you know what I mean, whatever flavor kind of wood that you want to smoke with, and then you put it on like you kind of half char it, and then you have it burn, like not burning per se, but like smoldering. So it smolders in the burn box, and then you blow a fan system through, and then that fan goes into a bigger box. And you can hang all your meats and so on and so forth in the fish. Do your fish as well. You can do fish and meats, and you can dry cure as well as smoking your. So it's basically like another little prepping little thing. So you can.
I followed this channel the other day. It's Off Grid with Jake and Nicole, and it's this couple that have gone off grid completely in the States, but he's made a smoker. And it's almost like just like a wooden chicken shed, and he's actually put mesh shelves on it all the way up. And he's got so many in it, and it's so easy to do. So outdoor kitchen is definitely the on the cards for the container home.
They're pretty easy to make. Like, that's what I'm saying. They are actually when you've got a bit of noggin behind you, they are actually pretty easy to make, to be honest.
Yeah, I follow he lives out in the middle of nowhere in West Virginia. He's a prepper. He's on grid.
Mountain Mama.
It's called Napier Trough, and he started out in like like a trailer, and he's built up, and he's outdoor kitchen. He's got like a fully composting toilet with the filtered water systems, and he's literally started from the ground up. He's a good channel to watch.
I've started getting suggestions galore since I've.
Mine needs to be eaten as well. I'm going to do something
do this
tomorrow.
There's loads now because they're building a container home. Them off grid, the channel I've just posted there, the off grid living. That's how I found them, because I'm looking for different designs for the container home.
You can get flat pack houses sent over from China for like 15-20 grand.
I know, and I've looked at the German houses. I've looked at the German Huff houses as well and stuff like that. But to be honest, I did joinery and stuff, and the containers just feels like an easy one for me to do, to convert. And you can start at any level, so I can get 3 containers. We can get a living space, and then in a year's time, add a second story, add another house, add another
add something beneath as well.
Exactly. It's modular completely, so that's why we're going to go for it. So, and
I can't remember. There's a company, and it's an American company that does it with the container storage to do with bunkers. I can't remember the company.
Are you talking about Atlas? The Atlas guy.
That's it. Yeah, Atlas. Yeah.
Yeah, he reinforces them all for like underground sort of thing. I'll save the underground side of it. I might think about doing that at some point. It'll be good content, but
there's a lot of work. There's a lot of work and a lot of
it's a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's a lot of money as well, I suppose. Yeah,
I genuinely don't think without
to that standard though. This is about the standard, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Without a Euro Millions win or something like that, I don't think I'd ever try and prep for nuclear in that way. But I would like to have an underground as a basement, as it were. Just almost like almost.
There's plenty of other places that you can hide from it anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but a ground fridge, like basically an underground room that I could use as a fridge. That's what I want to do eventually.
So Steve made a pillow out of hops.
To help me sleep. Really works. Took a few days though. Really bad sleep issue. Interesting.
Prove it. Get on the live stream. Prove it. I want to see it. I don't believe you. We've had a running joke this past week. Yeah, we've had a running joke this past week where he told me about a little experience he had, and I'm like, no, you didn't get pictures. No, you can't prove it. It never happened. So just to keep that theme going, Stephen, unless you show me, I don't believe you. You're full of caca poo poo. Prove it.
Yeah.
I want to see it. Get your life up.
Eleanor's Adventures.
Ellen has got a point there with the Atlas one.
Yeah, dangerous air filters are useless. It's interesting. You've got to look into that a lot because I looked at the Swiss bunkers that they've built, and their air filtration systems are really interesting because they've got a manual backup as well, where it's like bellows.
The cheaper versions they mold up and stuff really badly, like.
Well, you just need to go down one of the old ROC shelters to see how bad
there's an ROC for sale just not far from where I live now, on a plot of land like they're selling.
If you get one of them and you're doing it for preparing for a nuclear event, all you're doing is burying yourself. So you're saving the government the expense of it.
You probably after the bomb goes off, you probably got about 2 weeks to live.
That's it. Yeah, you can die slowly instead. There you go.
Maybe probably less than 2 weeks thinking about it.
Yeah.
No, you can prepare yourself. No, Mike's about right. And we've got to think about is you can't leave that bunker because as soon as you come out of that bunker, you've contaminated your bunker.
Well, that's what made me laugh about the ROC in general when if a bomb went off, they'd ask somebody to go outside and measure, to do with the where the bomb had gone off and the blast radius and the pressure and all the rest of it. Off that reading, they got like a reader.
For the gamma radiation stuff like that.
You go outside and you'd be dead.
I'm going to start muting you, Tim, if you don't fucking give the ebb and flow, mate. You keep talking over everybody. And
there's a whole different school of thought, and there's a whole you can go down with that because radiation, depending on what it is, it drops by an order of magnitude on a daily basis. Yeah, there's nothing to say if something went off in a week's time, it wouldn't be safe to go outside. How much it drops, it depends where it is, how much fallout. Airburst versus ground burst. Bear in mind, lots of fallout is because it's ground burst and it sucks up and puts it into the atmosphere. So if it's an airburst, obviously all the electric's going to gone, but that radiation is not going to last as long. So there's all sorts of school of thoughts, and it's funny because you watch Hollywood and they'll show you everything. They'll show you people going out after day one. You'll see people a year in a bunker because of a nuclear war. They've had to stay down here for 20 years. No, you haven't. Don't talk shit.
Nah, don't work like that.
So there's all sorts of schools of thought on it.
So it makes me laugh about all the computer games the games that are out there. Wasn't what the one with Russia? Well, Fallout's one of them.
Fallout, yeah.
And that is an epic game. I gotta be honest with you, it is epic. But
the series
there's the other one in Russia. I can't remember the one in Russia. Is it Metro?
Yes, I don't remember that one. Yeah, Metro.
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous, that one is, to be honest.
But it sells, right? It sells.
That's it.
It does, yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, mutually assured destruction, we hope, takes path. But what you said before, Fats, was that nobody would press the button for that reason, right? My theory is you're right up until a point. Imagine you're Kim Jong-un, for example, and you're getting invaded, and it's down to the last. If his dictatorship falls, he knows he's gone. He's for the chop.
Yeah.
So what's to stop him in the last minute going, right, I'm going to take as many with me as I can.
That's
the biggest fear. That's the biggest fear. Backing people like this into a corner is the biggest fear.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you've got people like Putin who might just do it anyway. Because if he fires one, that's not mutually assured destruction.
Do you think it'd be more
tactical? If we retaliate. Yeah, well, it's if we
Yeah.
retaliate. And who would have... Do you think Starmer would have the bottle to retaliate?
No.
Do you think we've even got capable means to retaliate? The last 6 tried and tests have failed.
The means to take Russia on. I don't think.
Well, he was all over the papers the other day, wasn't he? Because he was visiting the submarine pens, wasn't he? Remember?
Yeah, but the last 6 tests have failed. Like the missiles just gone, woo, off you go.
Oh.
You know, it's like, well, this is a great deterrent.
Our military capabilities can't. In my opinion, and I ain't no military expert, but I'm not an idiot either. I don't believe the UK would be able to take. I do stupid shit, but I'm not stupid. I don't think we'd win against.
We have the best trained troops. We have the best trained troops, and we have the best troop trainers in the world. And I'll fight Navy SEAL fans from America on that all day long, right? We have the best trained and the best trainers in the world of troops. The problem is there's no appeal to join the military in this country anymore. You can get paid more.
I was just about to say that. That's exactly what we have.
Yeah.
So now we're stuck in a predicament where the RAF are struggling to get pilots. The army is struggling to get ground troops, etc., and it's all because not just there's many factors about it. One is kind of like where the kids just don't have the kind of, you know what I mean? They don't have the patriotism like we used to have. Yeah. So, and then the next thing is who are we actually fighting? Who's this war that we're fighting for? That's way over there. It's nothing to do with us. Like, you know what I'm saying? They have that kind of sentiment about it. Third thing is they don't have to get up and fucking go. They don't know what hard work is nowadays. They're all just too privileged and entitled. Like
100%.
It's a bunch of rich twats who aren't sending their own kids.
Well, it's not when I joined. When I joined, it was still appealing, right? So when I signed up, it was still appealing. It was decent money. It wasn't as good as some jobs, but you'd get decent money. You weren't paying for your digs or your food or anything like that. So every penny you earned just went in your back pocket. And there was real prospects and there was real career aspirations. Lots of lads that joined at the same time me joined the Signals Corps. So in 6 years' time, they could come out with a qualification that takes them straight into a 50 grand BT job.
Yeah.
But that appeal's no longer there. I looked at the rates of pay now. And
it's the same with the RAF and everything else. You know what I mean? It's the same. You know, it's just the same.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The RAF are struggling to actually get pilots nowadays because there's no incentive for the kids there. And like, look at nowadays. Look at what half of the kids are like nowadays. Even on a building site, they want to stand around and kick rocks all day for 200 fucking quid. That's what the centre. Honestly, I see it too much. Like even labourers, you can't get a decent labourer now on site. You just can't do it. I've tried employing labourers. They just don't want to put. As a boss, I have to chase the labourers around to get the work done properly, and then I'm thinking to myself, I might as well have just done the fucking work myself, like for the money I'm paying to them. I've spent half a day chasing them to do the work. You know what I mean? It's like
I had a rant about this on my channel the other day on one of my charge time rants, and it is basically it's our fault. It's our fault. We've spoilt a generation. We've brought them up in titles, And the
We've
reason
made a rod for our own backs, like, yeah.
It's ever since Blair was in power, and it's just gone downhill from there.
But they all feel like they're entitled to a job. You don't get good customer service. You don't even get a smile at the drive-through window from McDonald's anymore near me. They just think they're entitled to this job.
Yeah, exactly.
And that same generation is the one that they're going to attempt to conscript. Good luck with that, because if they do conscription, they'll have to consider mental health, which we all do. And I hold my hands up. I've suffered with it. I've helped people with it. It's a real thing. But when it comes to conscription, I guarantee you that 98% of the young people will suddenly have anxiety, so they can't go.
Yeah.
So conscription's going to get us nowhere at all.
No, I don't see that. Like,
I've said it, and I'll be honest, I've said this for years now, right? Yeah. If when leaving school at 16, 18 it is now, actually, isn't it, right? Yeah. So the kids should be given a choice nowadays. Now, I know this may sound a little bit extreme to some people, but I think it's exactly what we need in our generation society nowadays. When a child, they are still, to my eyes, an 18-year-old is still a child, right? They are still children at the end of the day. They're still learning. They're still at the beginning of their life. So come 18 years old, they've got two choices. You either spend until you're 21 doing an apprenticeship of some description and a degree of some description, right? Yeah. Or you do 2 years national service.
100%. 100% agree with you. It would stop this. It teaches them self-respect.
That I've said it for many, many years now. I'm an army brat. Don't get me wrong. I was born in the army. My mum and dad were both in the army. Their mums and dads were both in the army. And their mums and, do you know, I'm like kind of like third generation of army. And I'm the one that never went into the army. But I've traveled all around Europe. I've got so many skills under my belt. I'm literally a general builder by trade. I'm a blue card, fully skilled builder, from traditional style roofing to fucking tying the steel cages for the foundations. You know what I'm saying? I'm literally and everything in between as well. Like, so I can literally, as you've all seen, I can literally build a house from scratch just with up here. Like, I know all the materials, all the knowledge, how to get it written off, everything, plumbing, wiring, your dry lining, your studying, your painting and decorating, everything in between. Like, yeah, I can do it all. Like, and that's only because I've been on site for about 20 years on and off. Like, that's the only reason. But most of my jobs have actually been like Joe knows. 22 years ago, I was doing property maintenance. I'd move into a house, we'd strip it out, and we'd redo the place and sell it on. So even do you know what I mean? 20 odd years. I've been doing this for 20 plus years. I've been doing. That's why I'm a blue card, fully skilled builder. But I'm lucky in that respect. You know what I mean? I'm kind of like, in that sense, I suppose I'm kind of lucky because I had the military upbringing. You know, I was always taught at 13 years old. I had two paper rounds to start with at 13 in the morning. And then I spent 3 days mucking out horses during the week. On a Thursday, every fortnight, I delivered nearly 600 papers to our it's the Wigan Reporter, it's our local paper. That was at 13. By 14, I had 4 morning paper rounds. And I was doing 4, do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I've worked hard most of my life. I really have. I appreciate what hard work is. Like.
I know you exactly what you're on about with the Thursday. I had the Bolton Journal, which was the same sort of thing where it was like,
there you go, yeah. I was delivering that Wigan Reporter, mate. Yeah, exactly that.
It wasn't just one paper here, one paper there. It was every single house.
Every house, yeah.
Bolton.
I used to be. I'm not anymore.
Right, so I'm from Darwin, just down the road from Bolton.
All right. Well, I'm Burnley now.
Yeah, I'm not far from the originally, but it was a different generation when we were growing up, especially around in East Lancashire. We worked at weekends. We had milk rounds, we had paper rounds, we did morning paper rounds and afternoon paper rounds. We worked on the markets, we worked on farms. They won't do that these days. The Zoomers, that's what that generation is. They're going to conscript if that happens, and they're not. They won't get their hands dirty like we did.
And it's
get where I'm coming from. They're not about a hard day's work.
And it's weird because my son's like this, right? My son's like 19, nearly 20 now. And he lived with me from the age of 13, 14. So me and his mum broke up when he was young. He lived with his mum, then he lived with me. And I try to instill into him everything that has been instilled into me. Similar to Sab, you know, army background, all the family, stuff like that. And you teach them all the good stuff and stuff like that. And it's just not sunk in with it. I don't know what's going on in the education system or who you can possibly blame. But I've brought him up how I was brought up, but the work ethic has just not stuck. And I don't know what it is.
It's society, mate. You can do all the best you can do as a fucking parent, but when it comes to the rest of the kids and society around them, they're going to follow lead. Yeah. That's what they do. Yeah. It's what all the friends are doing. You can do your best, but all the friends are kind of like, no, you're mental, you are. Why are you doing it? Do you know what I mean? So they follow suit from what's kind of society, socially acceptable, all the rest of that. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Society itself has lost. We've lost a lot of the community spirit that we used to have even 50 years ago.
Imagine the generation after this one. Imagine the generation that this generation brings up.
Exactly.
I dread to think. Because by which point we're going to be the new boomers.
Yeah, none of us will probably be there by the time it really hits the fan, but that's going to be... Have you ever seen the film Idiocracy?
Yeah, no, man, that's a documentary. What are you on about, Phil? That's a documentary, man. That's a documentary, man.
When he breaks out of the prison and the machine guns shoot each other.
Yeah, honestly, that's the society we're heading for. We are heading that way.
That's a documentary, man. That ain't no film. That's a documentary. As it happens, I watched that film when it first came out, and I've been telling everybody ever since as well. Like since it was a good 10 years ago that film came out. Yeah,
I've watched it quite a few times, but it's
one of the, I got to say, it's one of the best films I've ever seen.
Good stuff. I am going to shoot off because it is 1:15, and I mentioned the young children do not have lions anymore. So, thanks for having me, Sab. Appreciate you being on. Lovely to meet you, Tim and Fats. So hopefully we'll see you again. Is it Fats or Joe? I feel weird.
Either.
Right, okay.
Don't mind.
I'll say Joe. It just sounds weird. I feel like I'm talking to if I call you Fats. It's just like...
No, I don't mind either.
Because she's a proper gangster in it, like that's why we call her Fats, isn't
it? Yeah. It's my street name.
Right. Lovely to meet you all, guys. And I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye. Everyone in the chat, thanks for having me. See you later.
I'll catch up with you this week about doing some podcasts, and we'll break that down and we'll make them into a few podcasts. You know what I mean? And we'll go really deep into them. Right? All right.
Definitely. We'll sort some out soon. All right.
Yeah. Take it easy, mate.
Bye-bye.
So, yeah. We're fucked.
I have these
shit's gonna hit the fan and we're fucked. Well, some of us are, and some of us are going to be all right. It's going to be a case of some of us are going to really, really struggle, and other people are going to really survive and thrive in them situations. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And some people won't survive at all, Sab. Because they haven't got the skills, they haven't even got the basic inclination to figure out how to gain those skills either. Does that make sense? Even if you don't know something, that's fine. But inclination and that wanting to learn, you've either got it or you haven't. And that's how.
No, this is it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I believe. I genuinely, and I've been saying it for years. Like I really have. We need to sort some sort of educational system out. So when they turn 18 or even 16, so it's not like, right, you're 16 now, right, you have to do college. And that's what when I was at school, you left it when you were 16.
You said, I think 2 years of national service. You know what I mean? Yeah. Do people a lot of fucking favors at the end of the fucking day.
Yeah, like Mike says there, he said, they can't cook either, and most of them kids nowadays. Ask them where food comes from.
Yeah,
ask kids where food comes from. They'll be like, "Oh, Asda, Tesco. Oh, that's where." No, you're like, no, it comes from a fucking farm. You dickhead.
My youngest child is now in his mid-20s.
Fucking mental in this.
My youngest son is in his 20s, and he weren't taught to make an apple pie. He weren't taught to make, you know, a meat and potato pie, pastry, whatever. They teach him the science side of it. That's not going to feed you. It's not going to feed your fucking kids at tea time, is it?
Nope.
I'm not saying don't teach them the science, but if you don't teach them, you know, what me and you would all know as...
Well, why do they need that, Joe? They've got plenty of takeaways to go and get food from.
Exactly. You know what I mean?
Hang on, I'm going to the little boy's room.
Yeah, you're fine. They don't want to learn how to cook because, like Sab said, they'll go to a takeaway. They've got disposable living. Do you get where I'm coming from? And it's that consumerism. It's got this generation absolutely hooked on it. Fast living, and they've lost skills.
Yeah.
And they haven't got inclination to get those skills either.
Yeah, no, that's right. And like even now, like you even in the supermarkets, when you think that they'd go and make, like I do, look, and as you can see, I make a lot of stuff myself. I just prep it all myself. It's beautiful. It's lovely, nice food. There's sausage stew I made. That sausage stew with all sorts in it. I made people jealous with that. I really did. Like, but like I said, fridge is always full. Look at all the fruit. Look at all the fruit and veg I've got in here. Right? Yeah. So I literally cook it all from fresh. Everything I do is from fresh. You know what I'm saying? Kids don't. They think they can just buy, even just bung it in the oven, stick it in the air fryer. I know a girl. That girl I did the job for, laying the fake grass in the garden. Like, yeah, I spent a good 4 hours or so. You know what I mean? I spent like a good day of it doing her garden. Like, yeah, I on like the next day I was there. I turned up with some eggs and some bacon, and I was like, "Don't worry about me. I'll make some eggs and bacon for my lunch and that." Like, yeah. I was like, "All I need is a frying pan off you." And she was like, "Yeah, I don't have that." And I was like, "Oh, what?" I was like, "Well, have you got a cooker and that?" Like, you know what I mean? She was, no. I was like, "What do you mean? Like, what? How do you do all your food?" Ninja. That's all.
Don't get me wrong. I have a Ninja, but I have a frying pan and skillets and different size pans.
No pans. No, nothing. Just a fucking air fryer. That's all she's got. An air fryer. That's all she cooks in is an air fryer.
No.
That's.
In fact, I have 3 fucking frying pans.
No.
That's not even cooking, is it? Really? You know what I mean? It's not even. Well, there's no chefing skill there. There's nothing.
All packaged stuff
in the air fryer.
All packaged stuff thrown in the air fryer.
It's almost as bad. It's all right. Don't get me wrong. Microwaves.
Not even a toaster, man.
Wonderful invention and all the rest of it for cooking food. But
I don't have a microwave.
Didn't even have a toaster, man.
Yeah, no, I don't have a microwave. I don't have a toaster. I use the grill. You know, like turn it on.
I don't like that. I mean, if I get hold of a microwave, I rip it down and take the transformer out of it and burn wood with it.
Stop burning wood with it,
yeah. No, my microwave gave up working and I just never replaced it. And I don't, it's not like I miss it. It's not like my life is difficult without it. And my toaster, I never used it, so I just got rid of it because I just put stuff on the grill.
I mean, I cook stuff. I cook a lot of stuff on my hob and in my oven, like, you know what I mean. And a lot of people, it's just like with the microwave oven thing, it's just like convenience food. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You go to Tesco's and you buy, it's like burgers and all that. It's just shit food. You know what I mean? It's not good for you. It's
crap, man. It's just fucking crap.
TV fucking dinners, basically. You know?
Yeah.
Microwave meals and such like that, sticking in the oven for fucking half an hour. Yeah, man. Shit.
It's just dried out crap. You know?
Yeah. And usually loaded with additives,
sweeteners,
flavourings, emulsifiers, thickening agents and all that sort of colouring stuff, and it's not good for you. I'm not.
No,
you know,
it's very bad.
too many carrots will make your skin go orange. But you get moderation. You could, if you sit there and eat cheeseburgers morning, noon, and night full of crap, then you're going to end up with health problems, aren't you?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean, look at me. Look how I mean, for my age, right? Without obviously taking my top off and whatnot, but I'm pretty ripped. I'm for my age, like, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I do a lot of exercise, yeah, and I eat really healthily. But do I got any skin complaints? Do you know what I mean? Look at me. I'm pretty good. Like, I'm, and that's because I eat healthy. It's because I cook everything from fucking scratch, and that's why.
Yeah.
And I say it to a lot of people. If you eat crap, you'll look like crap. You'll feel like crap.
Yeah.
And it goes with the saying, you are what you eat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you are. What you put in you counts. Literally.
You eat shit food, it'll make you look like shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, you know.
And in the long run, you'll end up with more health issues. And if you've got health issues, you'll exacerbate them. You'll make them worse.
Ricky wants to know, are you from Manchester, Joe?
I'm from a small town in East Lancashire called Darwin, near Blackburn Rovers originally, but I haven't lived there. It's been like 25 years, so longer.
You want to talk about food? Do
years.
you know what's even better for you is if you grow your own food, because then you appreciate what's gone into it as well. Though.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's just like what I was saying about my uncle earlier on about him growing beanstalks and stuff like that. I mean, like, he grows a hell of a lot of vegetables. He's got his own little plot in his garden. He lives in the middle of nowhere, out in the countryside. And he very rarely buys anything from Tesco or any, you know, all these places. He's fit as a fiddle.
Eleanor has this as well. She says that she buys most of her, all of her food from farmers and all the rest of it. Now, I got to admit, when you've got 3 kids in the house, your wife and your husband, it's a 5. You know what I mean? You're talking like there's 5 people in the house. Trust me, if you're on a low income, it's impossible to just eat from the farmer's market. It's impossible. It's too expensive to do. So that's why that's driven that way. So it's cheap, it's affordable, it's easy, it's convenient. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can see why people do it. Don't get me wrong. I totally see why people do it. But that's also
fucking obscene amount.
That's also a construct of what's been happening within our society. We've been taken away from growing our own produce in this country. Not only that, but you can't find the employment, like the employees, let's say, to live and work on the farms to actually make it run as well. They've made it so impossible. Look at what's happening with all the farmers happening across the country, right? They've virtually made it impossible to even pass your land on to your fucking children. It's virtually impossible. Inheritance taxes upon taxes upon. They've made it so impossible. Like they have. So that's why it's kind of a double-edged sword. What this country needs to do is invest back into ourselves. Fuck putting all this money into these stupid poxy wars. Stop trying to fucking help out all of these other fucking countries that are fucking sitting on our doorstep and wanting to fucking take us for fucking every
aid all day long.
Exactly.
Costing us billions a year.
We need to, right, and don't get right, and this is what I've been saying for a long time as well. Our system that we've got in this country is a fantastic system. It's just being led by corrupt, narcissistic, horrible people.
What was this?
And what we need to do is we need to reset everybody that's in charge. We need to kick everybody. We need a whole new group of people in, and every single person that comes into what we call positions of power that actually run and help to keep this country maintained, right? They need to be vetted. And they need to be audited for everything, for every single penny that's going in or out or anything like that. None of these stupid programs. And we need to look after this country first. If we are unable, it goes to saying it's exactly the same as being a parent or anybody who looks after anybody else as well. If you're unable to look after yourself and have yourself set out, how the fuck can you look after anybody else?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You've got to be mentally and physically, all the rest of it. You've got to be sorted in yourself to be able to look after somebody else. That's still that's exactly the same sentiment with the country as a whole, as
Well,
as like you say, with the age and all the rest of it. How can we look after anybody else from a different country if we're unable to look after our own?
Well, look at it. 7 billion a year on the elite migrants are claiming in this country. 7 billion.
Yeah.
That's not bullshit figures. That's 7 billion. Imagine if we spent that on our own country.
Million, maybe, not billion. We've only got 8 billion people on the planet.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's million. Yeah, I think it was. Sorry.
I
don't know. I don't know. I think it's a lot more than 7 million. Thinking about it.
It would make a big difference.
Let me just. I'll have to gog it. I'm gonna have to gog this figure just to make sure.
Let's just mute him for a second while he goes and does his research. I've muted you, Tim. I've muted you.
It would make all the difference if they do simple things like taxing the rich and big multinational companies properly. Let's just start with Amazon, Yahoo, you know, all those big companies, Asda, Morrison's, they're all making fucking billions in profit.
The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Exactly that. The rich are getting richer.
10% do not pay their fair share of taxes. They're busy with the tax loopholes, the tax avoidance schemes, fucking living in this country but registering their address in another country so they can cop out of tax laws. It's like that would solve hell. It's like there is almost 1 million empty homes in the UK as a whole, unused, permanently empty homes.
But 7 million a day.
Yeah, or 7 million a day.
Yeah, that's what we spend on migrants. 7 million a day. So think about how much that adds up in a year.
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos would be able to pay that if he paid the proper amount of tax that he was supposed to pay, the owner of Amazon.
But we do. We have even the NHS and all the rest of the systems that we've got in place. And it shouldn't just be one national thing as well. Like each county, each shire, each place, do you know what I mean? That we're talking, if you want to put it that way, each community has a different need. So it should be broken down into what's needed in the various places.
Well,
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's not. No,
but it's not. It's just nationalised, as in like, right, we got this as a blanket scheme, and it shouldn't be like that because you'll have places in Yorkshire that have different needs to what's in Sussex. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's going to be areas around country with more aging populations, for example. Certain areas are going to have younger populations.
Exactly.
You get and those two groups alone have very different health needs than me who's in the middle. Do you see? But it's that one size blanket fits all, like you said. Treat everybody the same, but. And I did a video the other day over on TikTok. Somebody was like, "Oh, I thought you wanted equality," and I'm like, "Whoa! I've never said I wanted equality in any context. I don't. What I want is iniquity. So if there's a 6-foot fence, I'm 5'4", you're 5'2", and you're 4'1", and we're all given a 3-foot box. Only one of us might be able to see over that fence. The other one just still can't fucking see over it. Do you get where I'm?" Give people what they need. What you need and what I need aren't the same fucking thing.
That's it.
You know, equality. No,
and it'd be easy to do if they audited everything and they had everything set out. So what you know what I mean? They audited to find out what's needed in each place, and so it would be so much easier instead of doing these stupid fucking programs. Some of the educational programs that they've got out there, they don't need them. They genuinely just don't need them. Yeah, no. The amount we all know about what monies are spent on politicians, second homes, holiday homes, fucking expenditures, £200 for a fucking coffee. You know what I mean? A coffee, a half-an-hour meeting with coffee and biscuits. Do you know what I mean? Like, and they're charging like fucking 12 grand or something. No, stop it. Yeah, we don't need that. People who sit in Parliament and go to sleep and they get the fucking £400 a day for it. No, stop it. No, if they get caught doing that. Fucking boot them. If they get caught doing it, boot them. or charge them, take that money back off them. Yeah, charge them double for not doing the fucking job for that day. Take it back off them again.
They get paid to do a job, whether it's, you know, through the constituents, through the popular vote, whichever way you want to look at it. So do it. And if you don't do your job properly in Tesco's on the checkout, you're going to get sacked. You might get a couple of warnings and you're out. So how the fuck is it any different with politicians? And they are responsible for 72 million people in this country alone. And that's before we get to places like the Falkland Islands, overseas territories that we control and rule. That's just the UK. If politicians, big businesses, all paid the amount of taxes they should, did the job that they're paid to, things wouldn't be.
Stop running the money through the Cayman Islands.
Economic problems.
Yeah, stop running the businesses and the money through fucking places like the Cayman Islands and stuff like that, where it's all tax exempt and stuff. Malta.
Yeah.
Malta and places like that, tax exempt places, and they got the business. They got the business registered in a tax exempt country, but yet they're still doing business in England. It's like, what are you doing?
And they live here, and they live here. They reside here. You know, the royal family a few years back got caught with the Panama files, basically offshore accounts. So they're not paying the amount of fucking tax. But let's face it, we give them tens of billions of pounds a year. And yes, I know they bring in tourism. But when you look at the recent exposures with the Duchy, which is the current king, charging the NHS to keep their ambulances on Crown-owned land, hold on, how the fucking... The math isn't mathing here.
I think the long and the short of it is I don't think that this country really needs a royal family anymore.
I'm going to take that spanner back off Eleanor in a minute. Why you keep posting links to take people away from
what I mean about that, though, Joe? It's just like we don't need it. We just don't. It's so much money. It's unbelievable.
You know, it's.
But again, like I said, don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-royalist or anything like that. But I think the way the world
No, you're right though. No, you're right though, Tim. No, and we'll bang that nail on the head as well. What does the royal family actually do for us now?
Nothing.
Other than create what's it called? Tourism. That's the only thing that they're good at now. Is tourism.
Tourism and drama for the media. Tourism and drama for the media.
What do they actually provide? What do they actually do for this country?
Nothing for the people.
There you go.
No, absolutely nothing.
Again, that's patriotism lost to our country nationally. Do you know what I mean? That kind of like stand and fight for your king, stand and fight for your queen, etc.
Right, but it's a sad thing at the end of the day.
Why would you want to fight for a king that does nothing for you in the first place? Exactly. Why would you want to do that?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like I said, they're just.
You hit the nail on the head, Sam. You hit the nail completely on the head.
I'm joking, Eleanor. Crack on. So I'm only joking. It's all right. It's like Tim. I kept telling Tim off for over talking him. I'll mute you, Tim. I'll mute you. I'll kick you.
I have to log in in a minute. That's, you know.
If I had my way, they'd all be living in a council house on somewhere like.
See now, like Sapper's got the nail on the head as well. There, all the power that the king, generally, like I said, he doesn't do anything for us anymore. All the power that he did have has now been transferred over to Parliament, right? Yeah. And look at the way Parliament's seen nowadays. It's just seen as corrupt and broken, etc., greedy, narcissistic. It is. It's just seen like that. Who wants to stand up for somebody who's like that?
Yeah,
not me.
Nobody does. Nobody does. And that's where it's all been lost. That's what even that community spirit, like, do you know what I'm saying? Like on a Queen's Jubilee, everyone would have a massive party in the street. Everyone, like, do you know what I mean? If it's the King's birthday, we all used to put the bunting up in the street. We'd get all the tables out. Everybody would come out. We'd have this mad community party. You don't see that anymore.
I fight for my country, but not for my government.
Thing is, it's the government that starts all these wars, whether it's our government, their government, his government, their government. They don't send their children to go fight at war, do they? Their kids are busy, you know. They've got bone spurs.
They're all in Oxford and Cambridge, you know, and all this la-di-da nonsense.
It's our kids off the estates out of suburbia who, whether they're too reliant on tech or it was fucking 18 years ago is irrelevant. The kids, and that's who they're going to send to war. It won't be their kids. They'll be sat there in their nice, comfortable bunkers with their security and more than enough fucking food while the rest of us are left to fend for ourselves.
Exactly.
If they want to start arguing, then they are the ones that should stand in the fields and play toy soldier.
It's like what Sapper says, the younger generation just ain't patriotic anymore.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. They've lost it. We've lost community spirit. We've lost patriotism. We've lost fucking. You know what I mean? A lot of people are like anarchists now. Like they just want to bring it down. Like they just don't want it anymore. They don't see like like I said earlier on. I think it would be beneficial for our nation as for society and everything else. And when kids turn 16 or 18, they're given a choice to either go and do an apprenticeship that they have to fully complete into a trade, or they do a couple of years national service. It's as simple as that. Like territorial army, etc., etc. You know what I mean? I'm not talking. When I say national service, I don't mean just like stick them in a war zone straight after school. Do you know what I mean? I mean like learn to defend your country. Like, do you know what I mean? Learn to sit on your own soil and learn all the skills of like prepping and you know like we do as like us older people, like I do. That we've learned anyway, like that we do just as a hobby, like we do as like kind of, do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we do it because we're interested in it and we like to do it.
It's skills that they're lacking, and that's the big deal. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just lacking in skill.
But that's what I reckon. And I've said it for years now. I've said that for many years now. Honestly, I really have.
Well, it's like what Mike said about it, you know, idiocracy. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the way it's going, though. That's exactly how it's going. Idiocracy is a fucking documentary, mate. I'm telling you. Yeah. And when you touch upon that, and the reason behind that is because they're becoming too reliant on technology. For example, Google. When we were younger, we'd have to go to a fucking library. We'd have to learn it from a book. We'd have to be told from older people. We'd have to learn it properly. Like nowadays, you want some information, you just tap on the fucking screen here and you just search for it. It gives you the answer. That isn't learning it. That's being given the answer. So it's different.
I made a video a bit back on TikTok. It was about something else completely different. And I said in the video, blah, blah, blah. I still have a library card, and I do. And I use my fucking library card and all. And I could sit there on my phone or my laptop or my tablet. But I'd rather go to a library and flick through the books and one thing leads to another and another rabbit hole and a different topic. Oh, no, I've never heard about it. So what? And reading is a lost art. So, like, I've got to redo some English qualifications because mine are very old. So when it comes to the exams, we're all of this generation. When we were at primary school, we wrote in pencil. And by the time you had got to high school, you had to be able to use a pen. Before you left primary school, you had to be able to use that pen ready for high school, but you couldn't get the pen until you could write in cursive joined up. If you do your English exams now in cursive writing, they might misconstrue my cursive L as capital L's when I wrote Letland. So everything has changed in that context. And they're not taught these skills anymore. They're just not. And it's not good. It's not.
I reckon that's another thing that they should teach in school, right? Now, my little one, she's only 6, but they do what's called forest school.
Cursive writing.
They do, yeah.
Yeah, you let me sorry.
Yeah, she does what they call forest school, but it doesn't teach them.
Great.
It doesn't teach them homesteading. It doesn't teach them off-grid stuff. Do you know what they do? You know what they do in this forest school?
Go
on. Dig around and play with bugs.
Is that it?
Yeah.
No building shelters, starting reading maps.
Oh no, you can't. No, you can't teach the kids how to start fighters. Oh no, because then they'll be set.
Health and safety gone wild.
But do it safely. Teach them to do unsafe things in a safe way. Like walking on the wall and you slowly let parent lets go with their hand, they might fall, but if you teach them safely, they're not gonna.
Like Tim
I
said,
thought forest
health and
school was
safety
way
has
more
gone
than that.
absolutely mental in this country, even on a building site. If you're working more than a metre off the ground, you need scaffolding.
How far off the ground?
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because it's the most bollocks thing ever. Isn't it? Like, you know what I mean?
1 metre. And if you're on top of scaffolding, you still need to wear a hard hat. No, and Sue's banged it on the head there as well.
No, you can't
you can't give them a sharp implement. No, you're not allowed to give them a sharp implement in case they cut themselves.
I can't believe that's all they fucking do at forest school. I'm mortified. I thought they did way more than that.
At 6 years old, no, they don't. No, like BP says there, in the forest, you have to be older. You have to be basically like in teenager. You have to be like you have to be in high school basically. And when it comes to high school, they're not interested in it anymore, like because they haven't been given
If they haven't
little
learned by
nuggets
the
of
time
like
they
you know
get
what I
to
mean?
high school.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they haven't learned by the time they get there, they're not going to have any interest. It needs to be straight from the off.
Exactly. You need to give them a bit of danger so they understand, like you said. But no, they're not. They don't do it.
Teach them to do unsafe things in a safe way.
They don't do it.
It blows me away the state of affairs are, in the world. It is just mind blowing, isn't it?
I ask my little one every time she goes to forest school. I say, "So what did you do at forest school?" "Oh, we identified bugs." And we planted some flowers. Or do you know what I mean? It's just stupid stuff. It's like, what, you didn't learn any. I taught my child, and as everybody knows as well, like, yeah, you see me do it as well, like, yeah. Betty, at 5 years old, even last year, she knows she can eat certain flowers. She knows that the wild garlic.
She knows.
Do they not teach them that
I'm
stuff?
saying about that. You took her out to get mushrooms, didn't you?
Yeah, I told her about mushrooms and all the rest of it. And I've always said, be very careful about mushrooms. Only do what you're knowledgeable about and whatever you like. She knows not to eat red berries unless she knows. Yeah, she knows there's a rule of thumb with like red berries. Like you can't eat many red berries. You know what I mean? One of them. Like be cautious about it. She knows this stuff already. At fucking 6 years old, she knows this. Only because I fucking taught her though. Like, do you know what I mean?
There's another thing. Sapper prep.
I'm absolutely appalled at that.
I think that's reasonable. No doubt.
But doing like Cub Scouts, doing Cub Scouts and cadets and stuff like that as well. They should do that as a course. They should do that as a course for a school. They should. Like the Girl Guides and the Cub Scouts and stuff like that. They should do that through the school.
Things like
as well,
Duke of Edinburgh should be mandatory. It shouldn't be
optional. I did that when I was a kid.
Mandatory stuff like that.
Now, I'll be honest, I made a rod for my own back with Betty because I carry her around everywhere on my shoulders. No, she doesn't want to walk anywhere. she's not about walking, man, I'm telling you. She walks for about fucking 400 meters and then she's like, my legs are hurting.
Yeah.
So I have to give her incentives now, like to go, you know what I mean? Oh, well, if we're going to go to the park, you have to walk there, you know? And she's like, oh, do I have to? No, you're not going to put me on your shoulders. And I'm like, listen. Do you want to go to the park or not? I can take you straight home or we can go to the park. It's up to you. And she's like, I want to go to the park. And I'm like, right, well, we have to walk there, okay? So I have to give her them incentives now. Like I'm trying to break the rod I've made for my own back, but it's fucking hard to do, I'll tell you that. And algebra, what's algebra about? I've never used algebra in my life. A plus B equals C. Like, what the hell's that all about?
What a waste of time teaching that to people is.
Well, have you seen what they've got like the high school kids do? Have you seen the mathematical stuff that they get? It's nonsensical. Most of it is just stupid, man. I'm telling you.
I've just done my functional skills level 1 maths, and I got that in May last year. Which is like what we would know as a GCSE grade D. Yeah. So I've got to get me level 2. It's ridiculous. Once I pass this exam, I'm never going to use 99.9% of it ever again. And do you remember when we were at school? If you can't do it in your head, you're not always going to have a calculator. Bullshit. Bullshit. I've got a calculator in my hand.
24/7 if you need it.
Yeah. And if I don't know the answer, fucking Google knows it.
Yeah.
Because it saves me giving it fucking this. Do you know what I mean? It's
stupid, isn't it? Right. Anyway, it's coming up to 2 o'clock, so I'm gonna wrap it up at 2 o'clock in 10 or so minutes, like so.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
But yeah, no, it's been a good chat tonight. It's been all right. I mean, we've talked about a lot of different things. I didn't know how the live stream was going to go tonight, but I do a weekly live. As you know, I have been doing weekly live streams now, and we do touch upon quite good topics and that. Like we do go really deep now. If you look back on some of the live streams, Joe, you'll see. What was it last week, Tim? It was artificial intelligence is going to take over.
Yeah, it was AI, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We
went really deep in that. Like that was a good topic. That was. We spent a good couple of 3 hours talking about all that crap. And we're doing some really good topics this past few weeks, like to be honest, and it's picking back up again. I haven't done much with the paranormal side of things and all that. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, that's
I don't know. I've gone away. I don't get me wrong. Sometimes I enjoy watching channels that do that sort of stuff, but I'm learning a little bit here and there. But it's just got to the point where YouTube's just full of fakers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Absolutely and utterly rife with it. And I'm not going to go into it because we all know about the beardo thing and all the rest, and I don't want to, get into that. But I just find it's just no. I think the only way you're going to learn about the paranormal is if you do it for yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's it.
It's better if you learn if you can. I'm certainly no ghost chaser. I don't know much about it and all the rest of it, but some of the crap that's on YouTube.
So I'm rubbish at maths. If I run out of things and tools, yeah.
My math skills are not great at all.
Mine are all right, but they're not like these advanced bloody maths like Stephen's talking. They're not like on this like kind of you got a page of fucking numbers on this side and a page of numbers on that side, and they're like, right, work out this equation. I'm like, why would you even need that? Like, what are you? Unless you're going to be an accountant or do you know what I mean? Some sort of like
not everybody's brains are rigged for it anyway. Not everybody's brains.
That's what I'm saying, right? Yeah. And then you get ostracized for it. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, who remembers them Meccano
I don't
kits?
need that kind of Meccano fucking hell. Do you remember that stuff?
I was half expecting Eleanor to put up a link for Meccano kits. I'm joking, Eleanor. I'm joking. You can get Meccano kits over on this website.
Yeah. You used to have Meccano as a kid, yeah.
Is this still a thing though now, like Meccano?
Not as much. No, that's you know what I mean. Kids are all playing on computers now, mate.
Yeah, they are.
They're all on iPads and fucking. Yeah.
Lego's still a thing. I just wondered, like.
But even Lego isn't.
Well, no, it ain't really now, is it?
It's expensive. Have you seen how much it is for Lego nowadays, mate?
Well, I was looking at the Star Wars stuff in B&M the other day, and it was just like absolutely ridiculous, like for what it was, little mini figure, and you get like about 16 blocks or 18 blocks just to build like a little
25 fucking quid for six pieces of Lego and a little figure.
No.
It's stupid prices now, Joe. You should see it. Honest to God. Eleanor, find a website for Lego. See how much it is.
You'd be better off just buying one of those printers, isn't it? One of those plastic printing machines.
3D printing.
3D printers,
yeah. See, my youngest is in his mid-20s, so like Lego and the latest, I don't know what they're fucking into these days other than the internet. Do you know what I mean? They're always in the bedrooms.
That's what I do. That's what I do,
parents
Sapper, as well with my
have to do
little.
that,
She
and I
goes,
don't
if
like
she's on a
it.
tab, I put it on a timer for her, and I can actually control on my phone what she watches,
Yeah.
and when she watches it, and what time. You know what I mean? So it's like you can watch
Yeah.
the tab after dinner. All right, if you eat all your
Yeah.
dinner, you can watch it for an hour. If you only eat half your dinner, you get half an hour on it. I give her.
Yeah.
It's giving
Yeah,
the kids incentive. You have to give them incentives to do things as well. That's
Yeah.
what I was taught, like as a kid as well.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, probably the only games I actually play now is probably Call of Duty on my mobile phone.
I don't even have that anymore.
You got rid of it.
I got rid of that 6 months ago, mate, when I got kicked out. I just thought, fuck that. I haven't got time for that. I'm fucking homeless. I'm homeless. I ain't got time for that shit.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that when I was using, because I played COD from the day it was released as well, like on my COD mobile, like it was that's the only game I've played like in years, like and that was my own rewards incentive. So what I did was I get up in the morning, I take little into school, and then when I got back again, I'd do the housework. And once, like, what I did was I broke down the housework into, right, I'll do them 2 rooms, then I'll sit down and I'll have a 15-minute game, because it's only 10, 15 minutes a game anyway. It's not long. It's not like computer where once you get onto it, you're stuck into it for hours. No, it's not like that.
Yeah.
The COD mobile, for me, was easy to pick up and put down. So what I'd do is I'd say, right, I'll do them 2 rooms, and then I'll sit down, have a cig break, make a coffee, and I'll have a quick game on COD. And then when I finish that game, I'd turn it back off again, and then I'd go and do the next 2. Do you know what I mean? I'd do and that's how I was doing it. So I was breaking it down into like a little reward incentive for myself. Like that's what I was using
system,
it.
Do a bit reward, do a bit more.
But since literally, no word of a lie. Go on, sorry.
So one good thing about it was that it didn't have a story part to it.
No, that's it. So you could pick it up and put it down.
We'd be spending a good maybe 20 hours, 30 hours, but the thing is you go back and do it again on hard mode or on medium, or you know what I mean?
Exactly.
At least you throw into like at least with other people. That's what I like.
Literally the first week after splitting up with her and being made homeless, basically, I just thought to myself, I ain't got time for this. There's no reward incentive for it anymore. It's just wasting my time.
It's more important things going on.
It's getting in the way of what I need to do. Like it's kind of taking away from me that time and effort that I should be putting into other stuff. And I deleted it, mate. I got rid of it off my phone. Literally just got rid of it.
I still got mine, but I haven't played it for good since I was in hospital. Just ages.
And the reason I say I played it since day of release as well is that profile for that game is actually worth about $1,000. And I'm not even joking when I say that, Joe. Listen to me now, right? Genuinely. Because people actually pay for accounts that have been played daily. And they built up the stats. But that was a pretty good. I was a pretty good player on there as well. Like, I didn't chat on there. I didn't use it for like kind of socializing or anything. I had chat switched off all the time. Or if I did have it on, I'd take the
Bitcoin.
Yeah, you can do so many social media
because I built up the
sell
stats on there really good. Like I could probably still sell that account if I really want to. And you'd be surprised how much they sell for. They sell from like £300 upwards, and that's just a crappy account. Like £300 for a crappy account, you can sell it.
The higher your
the thing that goes with
more
it is,
followers.
Well, the thing that goes with it is, if I sell that gaming account, I have to sell my email address that goes with it to log in and all the rest of it. And I use my email address, so I'm not just gonna give that up, because that gives them access to my Gmail.
I wish I'd thought about that when I started playing COD. Oh shit.
Set it up on
my proper email account.
If you're young now and you're listening, and you're thinking about setting up a gaming or whatever, like say COD or whatever, if you're going to do that, make a specific email address for it. So when you built up the stats really good and you're kind of thinking, I just want to get rid of it now, you can sell that gaming account to it. So, but it sounds mad, doesn't it? But it's true.
Just remember the email goes with the account, doesn't it? That's something to be conscious of.
Once you sell the account, the email address goes with it. The email address goes with it. They've got access to everything in your email and everything associated with it, basically. because you have to give them the password to log into the email. So
I've had
it's
my
kind of
fucking email account for years. Good to know that. Yeah.
I've had the same one for many years as well. Like, yeah, Microbastian Gmail has been the same for many years now.
Changing your phone number is hard enough. Changing your fucking email would be a nightmare, wouldn't it?
I actually created my email address, Microbastian@gmail, right? I created that when I lived in Mia. So what, 22 years ago, when Gmail pretty much first started out. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
Wow. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
That's
serious.
a long time you've had that email. No.
Yeah. And it's the same email address, you know what I mean? I've had it for like almost 23 years.
Never be able to inform everybody of the email, of the address change.
Yeah, can you imagine how many people I'd have to tell? Like,
my email
God,
address.
you'd never be able to remember them all, would you? 99% of them you'd end up not being able to change the address with. Does it start with?
Right, anyway, let's wrap it up. So it's been brilliant having everybody on tonight, and it's been a really good chat.
It's been really
big
good.
shout outs to everybody in chats, Specs who came over and brought everyone from our channel, everybody that came over from Nessie's and Mix and Dave's as well, Dave Llewellyn's, the Son of Krypton. And thank you to all the guests tonight as well. Joe, spectacular having you on again. I know it's been a few months and whatnot since you came on, but you're a very good old friend of mine, so you know you're always welcome. Tim,
Mike as well. Mike as well.
Mike, thank you, Ricky, for the spectacular show that you brought on.
Ricky's just the greatest, like. Yeah.
So I thank you all, and as you can see, I have been trying to keep on top of chat and showing you chats as well. I've been trying to keep on top with all of this as well. But yeah, so,
I do keep looking at the comments. That's why I'm like looking. I look a bit odd, but I'm not, guys. I am listening, but I am reading comments so that we catch what's being said, guys.
There you go. Sue says it perfect for us. So thanks for a great live stream.
Take it easy, Sue.
All.
Have a good
Thanks
weekend.
for all being on. And remember, if you're watching this back over again, you see the links in the chat, click on them links and go and subscribe to all them different channels as well. Because we're all one big tight community, to be honest with you. So it's one of them, right?
Yeah.
And I think we'll leave it there. It's 2:00 now, so it's been a good live stream. It's been a good day.
Give us a shout when you're live again, and I'll come in, inshallah.
Yeah, no, it's good. Anyway,
cool, guys.
Ciao for now, people. Take it easy.
Bye, guys.
Have a good rest of the weekend.
Bye.
We'll
Nice
see you again during the week.
Bye.
Bye. Joe's got